FTB Sports. On transfer deadline day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton Road TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Good afternoon and welcome to an FTB Sports super special. It is the 31st of August, therefore it is transfer deadline day. Who will be the big names? Who's going to pay through the nose? Who's going to get a bargain? Could we possibly be about to see history made with the biggest transfer of all time, Mbappe, or will it not make it? I'm joined by Talk MU. And I'm joined by Potsy Talks Football as well. We're going to have the first hour. And yes, I'm going to kick it off with the biggest story of the day. Ronaldo, first story of the day. The marketeers must have managed this rather than last night. They like the headlines. You know, they want to sell a few shirts. Ronaldo has rejoined Manchester United. The deal is allegedly £19 million plus add-ons. Apparently, the add-ons are a Zimmer frame and a bus pass. But he has rejoined Manchester United, £19 million. The second big one, and I'll really be interested in the panel's view on this, is Daniel James going from Manchester United to Leeds for a big figure, 25 rising to £30 million for Daniel James. And then we've got some real imminent ones in the pipeline. Emerson from Barcelona, fullback, is doing Spurs medical at this very moment in time. £26 million. We have Edouard, the Celtic striker, who is out of contract this summer. Are Palace going to pay too much at £14 million? He's undergoing a medical. And then, allegedly, he is the Japanese Varane. I'm not so certain about that. Takehiro Tomiyasu, and he's undergoing a medical at the moment of a possible transfer from, is it Bognor Regis or is it Bologna? But anyway, he's heading to the Arsenal. So, eyes down. We've got an hour ahead of us to kick off the transfer window. Potsy, thoughts so far on the transfers so far?
I mean, it's been a very exciting summer, not just here, but all across Europe in terms of the funds and the money that's being spent. The players, especially for the Premier League, you look at obviously Chelsea bringing back the likes of Lukaku, Man United obviously getting Ronaldo back, and at this stage as a Liverpool fan, I'd take Andy Carroll back, but overall, for the neutral, for people just enjoying the spectacle of the transfer window for what it is, it has been quite an exciting one when you see some of the deals that have been put through, or even some of the rumors that have been going around as well. It's definitely been a good one this summer.
And how about the biggest transfer of the summer so far?
I think Ben White will do well at Arsenal. No, Jack Grealish, yes. I mean, I did a video on it on my TikTok when it was first official. I personally believe it's a huge risk for Manchester City. I think he started off well. I'll give him that. He has started off really well so far. And I did say I do believe that playing under Pep Guardiola, playing under a higher caliber of players is only going to help him in his development. But yeah, it's still £100 million for a player who has only got 2 or 3 years of Premier League experience, has never played in Europe, has a bit of a dodgy injury record that seems to have gone unnoticed. Yeah, I think the £100 million is definitely built up of the English tax and the hype over the summer for Jack Grealish as well.
Okay, Talk MU, here is your moment. Ronaldo, the Wanderer returns to United. Happy about it? Talk to me.
He's stunned into silence. He still can't believe he's coming back. Still can't believe it.
Muted there. Sorry. No, listen. It's a great move by us. It's a statement by the club. He's going to bring a lot to the club. We know that. Not just goals, but he's bringing a lot to the team, the winning mentality and everything else. So, yeah, I was just pleased that I didn't go to City. Didn't want to, there's no way, but I did say. I mean, like the day before, I had 2 City fans in my face laughing at me, saying, "How do you feel when Ronaldo come to Man City?" and blah blah blah. And I said, "Listen, if you really believe that you're going to sign Cristiano Ronaldo, you're dreaming, mate. It's not going to happen." And they were just calling me everything under the sun you can name. But there was something in the back of my mind that wasn't sitting right with that situation. I just couldn't for life of me believe that it was going to happen. And then when I heard Graham Souness, when he was asked the question on the morning of the day it happened, when he was asked the question, what do you make of Ronaldo going to Man City? And Graham Souness said, "Listen, if you think that he's going to go and sign for Manchester City and destroy the legacy he's created at Old Trafford, no." I said, "I can't see it happening." And they weren't having either. The guy on Talk Sports, his name, Jim White, and whoever else was on there, I think it might have been Sargent Jordan. So, you know what? Yeah, it was just not destined to happen for City, was it? Something right.
Well, we've been through George Weah. I was there at Main Road when George Weah was wheeled out, and we've had Robinho. So we've got deep scars from older Mark players. So I wasn't unhappy, and I wasn't unhappy about losing Harry Kane. I was delighted at Grealish. I think he is one of the most gifted players of his generation. At 25, Pep can finish him off. He is gifted. The way the ball takes to his feet. But
I want to say, Ian, the thing there, yeah, the thing with Grealish, he's worth 100 million right now to Man City, as is Ben White worth 50 million to Arsenal right now. That's just the way it is with the situations of the club. Ambition going forward. What's the plan? So for Jack Grealish, he's at the exact right club under the exact right manager right now. Because we can all see, there's a big picture on the jigsaw puzzle of Jack Grealish, and it's full of trophies. It's the only person who can put that puzzle together. Really, is Pep Guardiola. There's no other manager that's going to really be able to do that. So, yeah, the window for you guys in terms of the striking situation, is it such a big deal? I don't think it is. I don't believe it is such a big deal because Pep is so that team and is so well drilled and so well cohesive. You know, that Pep can get them doing whatever Pep wants them to do. And he will make a way. He'll find a way. Because for me, yeah, Man United are going to try. But obviously now, that if this window shuts down, we don't get that midfield player in, we're going to struggle big time. There's no doubt about that.
Well, when Gemma put on Facebook and FTB Sports, for those guys watching, do a great Facebook group. What player would you really like to sign? I said Ben Chilwell. City are desperate for left back, not necessarily to support Grealish down that side, to support a 100 million player, but pretty much every good Premier League club knows that's where the vulnerability comes. Whether you're Spurs going out that side or whatever, if you're Klopp, if you're even Solskjaer must have worked this one out. If you're playing City, the ball over the top of Zinchenko works every time. João Cancelo piles forward and isn't naturally a left-footed player. I don't get it. I don't get why Man City haven't rectified that left back position. Can't get it. I would take a left back every day.
I think for that though, it's just simply because Guardiola has been able to create this era of dominance without a left back. I don't remember a time where he's had a left back available to him. You had Fabian Delph playing in that role for a time as well. And yeah, obviously things haven't worked out with Mendy, and it doesn't look like it's ever going to work out. But maybe he's not as concerned. I mean, you look at your striking situation, you've basically only got two players who could play up front, like in Jesus and Torres. But there's a way that that Guardiola is so intelligent, he would probably be able to fit Sterling in a false nine role. He'd be able to probably put Grealish. He'd be able to probably put Ruben Dias there. He's just so good at drilling his team that he will create those options within the team.
I want to go back to Talk MU because the two biggest stories so far today revolve around United. Daniel James, 25 million, which feels a lot to me, and 5 million add-ons. Do you think that's good business, or will he miss him?
No. Listen, you know what? He tried his best for us at the club. I don't know what. Obviously, none of us really know what was going on in training. We don't know how well he adapted to our training methods and what he was being asked to do. And it's about environment at the end of the day. And now he's going to Leeds under a fantastic, if not one of the greatest minds of football under Marcelo Bielsa. And for me, I think he's made an absolutely spot on move, because I can see him. We can all see what Daniel James could be like. We can see what he could be like. So this is a risk and a gamble from Marcelo Bielsa. He must be thinking, no, I can make this kid what I want, what I need him to be. So again, it's about environments. When you're in the environment of a massive club like Man United or even Liverpool, right? Some players, they can do it. Some players just can't. Doesn't matter what you do, what you say. You try this, you try that. It just sometimes does not work. And Potsy will understand what I'm saying there. How many players have you had there that are supposed to be the next big, the next big name, and it's just not worked out for them? So
even Curtis Jones was whispered out 15 million to Villa. I mean, I thought that guy was going to be England regular in all the works.
Yeah, then Harvey Elliott turned up. That seems to be the case right now. But with Daniel James,
before him was Brewster, and before him was Solanke. Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't say it's never worked. I'd say they were never really given the opportunity. We managed to just rip off the clubs that have tried to sign them. Well, have signed them. The amount of money we've made off kids who have barely played a few games for us, it's fantastic business by Michael Edwards. But in terms of Daniel James, for me, I think Leeds will feel maybe a little bit gutted they weren't able to get him at the time that they attempted back in the Championship, because obviously Bielsa would have been able to have more time with him. I think he's definitely more suited to a manager like Bielsa than Ollie. It is a bit of a strange one with James, because he did hit the ground running with Man United, and it was like, well, they've got an absolute bargain here, and then he sort of disappeared. But I find it interesting, and I don't know if this has anything to do with the deal, but I do find it interesting that now Daniel James is gone, Edison Cavani has updated his Instagram name to Cavani21, which is James's number, which I'm assuming means the number 7 is going to Cristiano Ronaldo. So whether that's just the timing of the deal, or whether they've maybe tried to push to get James out to make this happen, because they know they're going to sell more Ronaldo 7 shirts than they are James 21s, that's for sure.
I've got to answer my mate Rosser, my really good friend, who suggested left back Marcelo from Real Madrid on your bike. We're not having to go the phone there. We didn't want, you know, Rosser, come on, she's due on the show in a minute to talk about Mbappe and the chances of going to Real Madrid, and I'd be also interested to ask about, you know, there's this constant rumor about Niguez Sol going from Atletico to Chelsea. I mean,
it's annoying me.
I can't fathom why teams aren't snapping this guy up. I mean, he's playing La Liga at 17.
The Mbappe thing for me, there's a power play going on here by PSG. They're making a statement. They don't need to sell him right now. They are even prepared to keep him for this season, let him go on a free. So that's they're not
200 million.
They've got ambition on it. Let's have it right as well with Dortmund when they could have sold Haaland. Chelsea are knocking on the door on their knees, begging for Haaland, offering them a ridiculous amount of money, and they've said no. This is a sign of the times with clubs now. With in my opinion, starting to look at, if we don't need to sell, selling your best players just for money to come in, it's not always the best move. It's not always the best move, is it? What's money? Money. As we said, even with Man City, everybody talks about the money, oil club and all the rest of it. But I don't buy into that, because at the end of the day, we've seen it at Man City. You haven't got the right manager. It doesn't matter how much money you've got. You haven't got the right manager there. So
I mean, with the Mbappe deal, from what we hear though, he has no intentions of signing another contract with PSG, and in fact, he's going to sign a pre-agreement with Real Madrid in January. So. I don't know. It sort of makes sense to just take the money now. Why wouldn't you take 170 million that you couldn't put towards? Why couldn't you put that towards an Erling Haaland?
Well, this is the thing, though,
bring in that superstar.
This is what
they're going to balance the books.
They're not even. Listen, PSG are in a position where they're making a statement. They're saying, "Look, no, we're not just going to sell you. We're happy for you to go on a free next. We don't care about the money. We want you here this season." And he's happy to stay there this season and give it his best shot to help them go and win the Champions League. They want that front free. That's what it's about, isn't it? It's the front free. So for me, that's a massive statement, by PSG saying no. It's like, I know it's not what we're talking about, but look at Willian. Willian's waved 20 million quid goodbye.
I'm stunned by that. You guys know a lot about football. I cannot think of another player who's just chucked in the rest of his contract and says, "Here's a freebie." Players don't do that. Ozil's still picking up his 350, isn't he?
I think Ozil maybe still picking up some dough, but I think the thing with William, there obviously must be some kind of recompense, because I don't care how much you've earned. If someone's saying to you, or you ask somebody the question, do you think it's advisable for me to go and terminate this contract and wave goodbye to 20 million quid? What's he getting where he's going to? What's the
Corinthians will be offering buttons in comparison. He'll be lucky to be getting 2 million.
He just wants to play the game though. There's so much obviously in terms of money. The fact is he's not going to play for Arsenal. It's not worked out for him. He wants to play the game. He's going back to a club he knows, a club he loves. South American players you always hear it. Even Lionel Messi has said at times that he'd love to end his career in Argentina. Players from that area just seem to want to have that fairy tale ending back at the boyhood clubs or whatever, and Willian just seems to be doing that. I assume there's been some sort of mutual arrangement with Arsenal. They've paid him out of his contract to some sort of percentage.
There's something behind the scenes.
I don't think that he's going to get the full 20 million or whatever, but I'm sure that obviously the money he made from Chelsea and everything, he's not exactly struggling, is he?
He's not going to be short of a bob, but if he's got any sort of financial advisor to walk away from 20 million without negotiating, I can't believe that. A few quick comments. Let's say hello to John. Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Reece.
Right, Reece, how you doing?
Yes, Reece.
And Mr. B.
Yeah, Mr. B.
Mr. B.
And Sean, roll on 11 o'clock. Think we'll be able to reassess our chances this season. To be fair, Patricio has a lot to fix, and one window is not going to do it. You're doing all right. I like this one. I saw this comment earlier. Also, prize for the laziest person in football to Sergio Reyes' agent. Lost count of the number of times I heard he was searching for options for his client. But I don't think anyone wants him. Sat on his bum all summer taking his 10%. Yeah, I thought that was a funny comment. I like that one.
Aurier is just an absolute liability.
Hi, Rosso. And Foxy, he's here as well. So just dropping down a little bit more. So far, the big stories are Ronaldo, Daniel James, and then we have three that I'll be interested in your views on. We have Emerson from Barcelona to Spurs, Edouard, Celtic to Palace, and the first one was 26. The second one is 14. And then we have, God, I've got to get my pronunciation right. Takehiro Tomiyasu from Bologna to Arsenal. Anyone want to? Do you want to give us a views on those three?
I mean, Emerson Royal, I think, is a good signing. I think similar to Junior Firpo to Leeds. I think if they can get the Real Betis version rather than the Barca version, then they've got a top player there. I think with Emerson as well, I think it is a good deal for Spurs. Obviously, there's a whole thing because they're getting I don't know how to pronounce his name. The Japanese international.
Yeah, I'll give it to you again.
Takasuma, is it?
Takehiro Tomiyasu.
Tomiyasu, that's it. Sorry. So yeah, there's a lot of talk because apparently Spurs were in for him at the start, like a few weeks back, and Arsenal fans wanted Emerson at the start of the window as well. So they've sort of swapped roles in that sense, and obviously going to the clubs that no one was really expecting. Who's going to obviously benefit more? I don't really know Italian football that well, so I don't really know much about him. But Emerson Royal, I think, is a good signing for Tottenham. But just from that point, then, where is Nuno going to play Matt Doherty? Because aren't they like best friends and that? So
he was quite happy to sell him in the first place, but I don't know how close they are.
Well, his teacher's pet, apparently. Now Nuno's coming to Tottenham. So, but no, I think Emerson Royal would be a very good signer.
Cool. Talk MU, thoughts on those three lads?
Yeah, pretty much the same, really. I mean, like I say, with the Italian league, I don't really pay that much attention to it, if I'm honest with you. Man United fan, I just keep my head firmly around Old Trafford. But yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree with what Potsy said, really, to be honest with you. I mean, it's always a risk, though, and it's always a gamble, when you buy, you sign any players. So you just have to see how they can be fitted into the squads, how they're played, and what their importance is. Which we'll soon find out once they've sort of settled in, and it's going to be interesting to see as well how quick the managers of said clubs bring these players in. Do they dawdle and sort of wrap them in cotton wool, or do they just say, right, listen, you're getting loads of money, just get in there and get your job done? That's what I like to see with players when they come in. That's why I couldn't understand when Varane and especially Sancho, I kept thinking, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Why are you not playing the kid? Just get it out there.
100%. Couldn't believe that they didn't rock it. I mean, Grealish was playing in the Charity Shield, 48 hours after signing. You've got I think money. You've got to throw him in.
I think Ollie's sort of tried to explain that. I think Varane has obviously been under the quarantine, and obviously has been training in his garden. Sancho was apparently ill when he first came. He hadn't really trained much, and so I think probably we're going to see them start a lot more after the international break, especially now Dan James has gone. Sancho's got no one to sit on the bench for now. Yeah. So I think he will get his opportunity. But Edouard as well, you mentioned, I think would be a good signing for Palace. I like some of the players they've signed this summer, and I know a lot of people think Crystal Palace were going to be in trouble, but I honestly think Vieira can do well, especially with what they've brought in so far.
Do you know what I did say that about? Because somebody asked me about what I thought about Vieira going to Palace, and I said whenever I watch Patrick Vieira, you listen to him speak and the way he is, his manner, and you can sort of pick up on his kind of personality. And I said, I can imagine him being the kind of manager that you want to play for. I think he's got that. I think he's got that way about him. And You know what? I think if he did, yeah, it looks like he's getting a little bit of support there now from the owners there at Palace, and maybe
shareholder who's injected some money.
Yeah, well, you know what? They've got confidence in Vieira's abilities. You know, because that's something, right? When you the owners of clubs or a board of a club, you see exactly straight away the impact that these new managers have, especially when it's a big name like Patrick Vieira. You see the impact that they have. So it's either encouraging or disheartening, either way, which then gives you the ability to make a decision in terms of, right, do we empty our pockets here and trust this guy or not?
Yeah.
It's a big change, of course, for Palace. It's a great leap of faith. You've got a youngish, inexperienced manager. You're spending quite a lot of money on youngish, relatively inexperienced players. I mean, that's so different from the strategy the chairman signed off in the Roy Hodgson years. When they were signing the likes of Cahill, same chairman, completely different strategy. That's pretty brave.
It is, when you consider as well the last time they tried to change strategy, they sacked the manager after 4 games. In De Boer. So I think it is, a risk. It always is when you're changing the way that the team plays. But again, I think it's going to be more positive. I think we saw more, against West Ham, for Palace, and West Ham right now are, in a really good space. So that will give them a lot of confidence. And yeah, I think I think they will play some exciting football, and I think the new signings will definitely benefit playing that more exciting attacking style that he wants to play, and hopefully that will help see the developments of the likes of Eberici Easy, for example, who I think is an absolute top talent.
Yeah, Eze is a great.
Breaking news, guys. Sorry, can I just nip in? Very, very close. West Ham, we talked about. I mean, they signed Vlasic, who's meant to be really good midfielder, late yesterday. But here's one that's accelerated in the last 24 hours. West Ham close to signing a guy called close to Kral. And he's a guy from Spartak Moscow. It's a loan with an option to buy, central midfielder. And again, he's a teammate with Souček and Kufal, who I think are bloody fantastic, those two guys. Talk about heart and soul players for the team. If he is a teammate of those two and he drops into that sort of mold, then David Moyes, maybe all is forgiven, and maybe he did have the talent anyway. It's nice to see redemption for David Moyes, I have to say. It is nice to see redemption.
I think, he's took a bit of a risk, hasn't he, David Moyes? I think he came to the decision in his own mind that, look, if I'm gonna sort of have any progression in myself, not just the team, but in myself here as well, I need to start being a little bit more, open play minded, rather than constantly thinking about protecting the goal, which we all know for, And I think you got to take it off to him for that. But however, I have said, and I will continue to say, I think David Moyes is somewhat, he's hit the ceiling, and what he's doing now is, in my opinion, he's moving around that ceiling. Some players, some managers will hit the ceiling, and they'll keep trying to bash their head through it.
Window of ability, top of the window of his ability.
Yeah, well, I think David Moyes is now he's shifting a little bit, and maybe will he be able to break that ceiling and learn things about himself in being braver and saying, wait a minute,
interesting.
I've been brave here, and we just look at this result that we've got. It can open up new things, in the way you look at the game, the way you look at your squad, the way you trust your players. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. If you're a manager who's constantly worried about your goal, and you've got some half decent players in your squad, you're not really showing much faith in that team to say, oh, if I give you a set of instructions to carry out, like, for example, the master is Pep. I give you a set of instructions individually, and you stick to
your life, you better follow them.
No, I mean, with sorry.
No,
I was just going to say with David Moyes, it's it's sort of gone around 360. He's now sort of back at Everton in a sense. What I like as well in what he's doing with West Ham is where in the past West Ham have been this club that wants to be a big team, so tries to spend the money like a big team. Look at like the likes of Felipe Anderson, Javier Hernandez, players like that who didn't really fit the manager's style. but they were brought in because they're big names and they were going to take West Ham to the next level, which they never did. Since Moyes got the permanent job, you know, you look at the bargains of Souček and Kufal. This is where he's sort of in his element. Remember his time at Everton, where he was, you know, working on a shoestring budget, and the talent that he found across the globe for them. And he seems to be even though he probably does have more resources available to him at West Ham, he's probably back to following that similar model that he had at Everton and finding, you know, those bargains around the globe. And, you know, you can see how it's benefited West Ham from last season and even the start they've made to this year as well.
I mean, Yarmolenko is a good example of that. He's languishing in the reserves, and yet he looked like a world-class player in the Euros, but he can't hack it in the Premier League. He just can't hack it. Actually, I was sticking with you, Potsy, because there's another story that's breaking. I really want your views on Rafa Benitez in a second. I think you're the most relevant to talk on this. Salomon Rondon, ex of Newcastle, and Dalian, I think, over in China, played for Rafa in China. Very close to completing a move there. Again, it could be a bargain forward. He's a bit of a bully. What do you think?
I think, what we saw at Newcastle, I think he started at West Brom as well, didn't he?
Yes, indeed. You're right. Absolutely.
He started at West Brom. And I think,
stripes.
I mean, he's sort of, you know, in that big striker target man role. He's obviously coming in as a backup for DCL, and he's not the worst one to have. I think he is, was he 32, 33 now? So, he's not going to be there to, you know, be depended on to help Everton, but he's certainly a good option, especially to bring off the bench, you know, 10 minutes to go, 1-0 down. He's, you know, he's very strong in the air. Yes, in a sense. In a sense, but no, it could be, you know, he could be another bargain.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to throw back to talk ARMOURY. I'd be really interested. I know I'm jumping around now, but it's just as the stories break. I wonder if you've got any views on Brighton. I rate Graham Potter as a manager. I think he's a good manager and really one for the future. He's kind of Brendan Rodgers style manager. And Brighton have just completed another signing of a guy called Abdullah Sima from Slavia Prague. I'm not expecting you to know who he is. 4-year deal, 20-year-old striker.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense because, like we've said many times, not just me, lots of people have said, give Graham Potter a decent striker who can bag it. Then you know what? That changes the whole, like, how many points Brighton can achieve. So, but I really like Graham Potter, and I for me, Arsenal, when they sack Arteta, for me, their best bet would be just go straight and pull Graham Potter out of Brighton.
Could not agree more. I couldn't agree more. I think that's a bloody good call.
You know, because I mean, the guy has got. This goes back to what I was just saying about showing trust in players. You know, you show trust in players and you're confident in their abilities. This is how you breed confidence. If you're forever being told to, you know, you got to stay back, just defend, and you're not getting any chance to sort of go and express yourself in any kind of way, no matter what position you're in, you are always going to be able to express yourself in one form or another. That's what you're a footballer. You don't just stand there static, because if you do, then you ain't a footballer. We all know that. So for managers like him, and going back to the David Moyes thing, you know, David Moyes with his situation, he's been invested in heavily by the owners there. He has to make moves to try and.
It's amazing what you can make from dildo sales, isn't it? Keep going though.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know what they sell, but you know what? If they do, I mean, they must be buzzing with that. I'll just add that little pun in there. You know what? Yeah, David Moyes is kind of in a position where he's like, you know, it's maybe he's being pushed into that more kind of style of play, you know, because of the investment that he's getting, because he didn't really get massive investment at Everton, and it just didn't work for him at Old Trafford.
Right, another little story that's humorously come along, and to be fair, I rate this guy, and that's Maitland-Niles at Arsenal. I really wanted him to go to Palace. I thought he was a Palace sort of player and he would make his career, but it looks like they've kissed and made up at Arsenal and he may be staying begrudgingly, but that's a weird situation. I think he's quite good. Potsy, you agree?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Talk about weird situation. Arsenal as a whole is a weird situation right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Maitland-Niles. It looks like it looked like at the start of this morning he was going to try and pull some Peter Odden-Wiggy stuff and turn up at somebody else's training ground to force through the move. But no, I think he is a good player. He's versatile. Obviously, I remember he was playing right wing back quite regularly at one point, and then went into midfield as well. So he's got the versatility. He's a good athletic player, and there could be opportunities in this Arsenal team for him to get starts and to get places, because obviously Bellerin's going.
Can I just drop something in quickly from Fabrizio? I don't know if you've seen it, Ian.
No,
it's bad news for us. It's bad news for Man United. Official confirmed Eduardo Camavinga joins Real Madrid on a permanent move from Rennes.
He's good. He's bloody good.
I'm disappointed about that. I mean, you know what? If we were talking about it. We were talking with his agent and everything else. Then I'd be disappointed. Well, I am disappointed that they've not managed to get that one over the line. That's
I mean,
he's only really rated. Really rated.
I mean, you've only got Varane, Sancho, and Ronaldo this summer. I mean, it's not good enough, is it? It's not good enough.
No, it's a great window. Listen, it's a great window.
But there's players for now, and there's next generation to snap up. There's next generation to snap up when a good guy like that comes along. Respect.
Yeah. But having said that, we have got some fantastic talent in the position we're looking for. It's just whether, again, now going back to what I've just been talking about, is Ollie brave enough to get to throw in young Galbraith? For me,
Garner as well,
and Garner, yeah.
Is he a CDM?
They both play that role and play it well, especially Galbraith. And at the end of the day, when you've got a squad around a player that's like more mature and more experience, then Ollie may well be forced into that, because we know at the end of the day, Fred. I mean, just no. I don't want to hear Fred's name. I don't want to see Fred's name. It's just a no.
I think we could spend another full hour on Fred. I think we could have an entire show dedicated to Fred.
If you're a young player at United and you see Ronaldo arrive, how much can they learn from him? His lifestyle, his health, his working training. I mean, what a positive effect he will have in the club, I imagine. I just want to say hello to a few people. I hope you don't mind. Kelvin says, evening, guys.
Evening, Kelvin.
Kelvin.
Sam says, hey, oh, hi, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
And
it's Ankit from Chelsea on TV. Big up, Ankit.
Yes.
Bro.
Price is more due to the fact it was a clause, not just because of being English. Yep.
That's the Grealish deal, yeah. I still think to pay out £100 million release clause, still a risk. All I'm saying, it's a risk. That's all I'm saying.
It's a risk, but you know what? I want to just quickly again point out, for me, it was definitely worth that risk for Man City, because as we know, Pep is going to be leaving.
Yeah.
And an interesting question for Ian. If you get knocked out of the Champions League this season, right before the final, then does Pep stay to see out that contract, or does he say, "Look, I've done all I can do here, and that's it's because it's just, if he does it again this season, if he doesn't either get to the final or loses a final again, surely he's got to step away from football again for a little while, take a sabbatical, and get his thoughts together and work out why does he keep having these little blips? Well, not little blips, the major blips, in the Champions League.
Yeah, I think to answer that, I cannot see City sacking him.
No,
I think he would have to walk away. And what I've always, somewhat after the Champions League final last year, and people asking me, what my thoughts were on it, and I think 95% of the time Pep gets it right. When he's in a really, really high pressure situation, though, whether it's that Lyon match or the Spurs match or this one, I think it was against Lyon when he didn't play any creative midfielders. I couldn't, and last against Chelsea, it was there for the taking. We don't play anybody at defensive midfield, not Rodri, not Fernandinho, and N'Golo Kante must have thought it was his birthday.
Yeah.
So when he's absolutely under pressure, he does tend to emotionally wobble and make some pretty weird decisions. I think the club have got to recognise that and somehow get around him at those crucial moments. Some of the other Spanish guys in the hierarchies of the club and actually help, maybe help him, support him, get him a sports psychiatrist or whatever at those critical moments. Because if he can manage those very critical moments, we can win the Champions League. But you're right, I don't want yet another dreadful decision in the most pressure cauldron. I want to answer Chris on here. I just want to say, Chris Reamer, I think I was on the kit packs before you were born, Sonny. I was there shouting "Uve, Uve" and all that sort of stuff on the kit packs. And before that, I'm not going to go put back. But anyway, hello, Chris. No hard feelings, mate.
Listen, Chris. Listen, miss, I will add to that. Ian, Chris, if you I don't know where you're from, mate, but just take a little walk around Manchester, mate. Lost side and long side and them kind of areas. You'll see plenty of blue shirts, Paul. Simple as that.
Man United's away kit.
Okay, here's a guy who's thrown us a question here.
Big Phil.
He's not what we need, talk MU. Let's talk Sol, Bissouma, Neves, or that guy from Monaco. You want to Mr. Barbados?
Yeah, it's Big Phil for the Man United agenda. Big Phil, who are you talking about? He's not what we need. I don't know who you mean.
Camavinga, I think.
Okay. Well, look, yeah. I mean, we've all got our own different, opinions on who we need.
Yeah.
Which is the best fit and all the blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, you've got to look at a player. For me, there's only one player for me who we should be getting and looking at, and that's Declan Rice. We should be going all out, breaking the bank and everything.
Ooh, get Declan Rice. Yeah, I agree with that. Rice.
He's the listen. When you're trying to play that kind of football, where you're giving those forward creative players that we've got license to go exactly what I said before, be brave, let you go out and express yourselves. You need a Declan Rice behind them, just in front of Varane and Maguire.
Yeah, get it.
He's the recycler, he's the reader, he's the headmaster. He's like, that's what we need right now. And for me, some of the other players, it might work, it might not work, but Declan Rice for me is a guarantee will work. He will walk straight into that team, and he won't feel the pressure.
Talking you, I can't see how old you are, etc., etc. But do you remember Johnny Giles?
Johnny Giles, not really.
I do as a kid, and he played for United before Leeds, and he used to fill that sort of role.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, it is we know it's a specialised role, and he's a specialist at it, so it makes sense to me.
No, he's the missing link. You're absolutely right. Freddie's not the answer. The missing link is a really talented defensive midfield player and a distributor from the back. Yeah, I totally get it. He's that link player. But from a City point of view, I bloody hope United don't get him, because that would make them. They have one Achilles heel. City have this left back Achilles heel. United have that defensive midfield Achilles heel. And every club, if this window closes without United resolving that, Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, they will zoom in on that. They will know how to play United, just like you guys will know how to play City. I've got. Botsy, do you want to answer this? Because I don't know who Alex Hunter is.
It's from FIFA. Oh. It's like a journey.
I'm not down with the kids, mate.
Yeah. To be fair, I'll take him at this point.
I don't want to ask you actually, Potsy. You know what, Liverpool. You've got the AFCON coming up. You've got Firmino now he's got an injury. He's out. You've not really got any depth in that squad. Let's have that right. You've got no strength in depth.
Well, I
would have been brilliant.
I wouldn't say we don't have strength in depth. We've got about 9 midfielders. We're sorted with that. We've got James Milner who can play anywhere, so that's sorted there. We needed another backup right back because Nico Williams is not it.
Alcantara doesn't turn up.
He's just getting warmed up. Thiago's just getting warmed up. Don't you?
He's such a look at me player. Look at me. Look at me. I'm going to stand here.
Look at me. I'm one of the world's best, and I will prove it this season. That's what he's doing. Trust me, we're absolutely fine there. In terms of the depth, though, this is the thing. It doesn't. Our bench and our players and our squad doesn't look sexy on paper. especially the backups, but they were the second most effective in terms of goal contributions off the bench last season behind Manchester United. So they do their job. They know what they're doing.
I'll give you Potsy. The defense looks world class. The forward line looks world class.
This is the thing. Like, the only thing that
linking the two together.
The only thing that hindered us last season was the fact we had no defenders, and people don't seem to understand or appreciate the situation that we were in last year. And fair enough. And I believe we will prove people wrong this year and challenge for the title until the final day. And with the players that we've got, of course, it's nice to see new players come in, and we have been calling out for a goal-scoring striker. But Jota seems to be fitting into that, even though he doesn't seem to enjoy playing at the top of the three. He seems to be obviously doing the job well when he's there. So for Liverpool, yeah, it's just another quiet summer. Kanate, we got sorted straight away. It'll be good to see him get some games and see what he's about. But on paper, he is a top prospect in the centre-back position, which is exactly what we wanted. Huh?
He's such a big guy.
He's a tank. He's an absolute tank. I cannot wait to watch him and Maguire go for a header together. It's a tank versus a fridge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think...
Do you know what I think, though? The thing for me, I was watching the Chelsea game, and as soon as that red card came, I was like, right, because I tipped Liverpool 2-0 from the start without anyone getting sent off. As soon as the Chelsea lost, sorry, who was it who got sent off? I can't remember.
Reece James.
Reece James. As soon as Reece James got sent off, I was like, hey, here we go. And then I'm watching. I'm thinking, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? Are you telling me that you're not going to be able to take advantage of this and win this game? And then when it got more
impotence of the use for Liverpool the second half.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I was really annoyed with the way the second half went, but the reality is this is a two Chelsea side. His substitutions at half time, he brought on another defender to keep the five at the back, and he had the three in midfield and Lukaku still in Virgil's back pocket. So we're fighting against, a wall, and we know how organized Tuchel has made this side since he's come in. We know he's got Pep, even 11v11 against Pep's side. He's beaten them all 3 times. He has Manchester City in his back pocket. We know how attacking they are because he can hit them on the break. So that's obviously always the concern against Tuchel's Chelsea. If this was Brighton, for example, if Brighton went down to 10 men and we couldn't break them down, I would be a lot more annoyed and a lot more concerned. But because it's Chelsea and it's a Tuchel side who are European champions, one of the favourites for the title, yes, we should have still won it, but I'm not overly concerned in terms of the result. If we're going to draw games, I want it to be against the teams that we're fighting for the title against anyway. But yeah, I will see obviously how the season goes on, and hope to God that if we do need to do anything, then that's where the January window comes in. But yeah,
can I also ask you, both of you, what do you believe that Chelsea can go on and win the league playing the way they play?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do.
I don't.
They've got so much talent.
They've got so much talent, but if you look at the way they play, it's very simple. It's a very simple game that Tuchel plays.
Pick out their Achilles heel. I've picked out United's and City's and Liverpool's across the midfield. Pick out Chelsea's, because I can't see it.
You like when you were in the Champions League final where he was missing the midfielder. He wasn't enabling you to sort of like play in front of them and
Kante, Janino.
But even so, they're not gonna. For me, you if he's gonna try and rely on this well drilled and then pass the ball up to Lukaku and let him back into people all season, it's not going to work. It's not going to work all season. There's no doubt about it.
I
mean, we'll find out. I'm just saying
play
that
different ways against different teams, and they have the ability in that team to vary their style.
I think it's kind of hard to deny, though, that the European champions are going to be title contenders this year. Lukaku is exactly what they needed. The only thing they were missing last year was a goal scorer. They would have done a lot more damage to teams if they had one, and I think we will see more of that this season. So yeah, I would say that they are up there as sometimes, what is it? I can't remember who said it, but I think it was Bill Shankly actually said football is an easy game made difficult by idiots. And that's sort of the sense is what Tuchel's doing. He's playing the easy game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Keep it simple. You don't overthink football. Yeah. It's not there to be overthought.
We've only got 9 minutes left, chaps. I just want to jump through a few comments, make sure we're up to date. I hope we get the pronunciation right for Ajamal Cosman. I just want to say, hello, mate. No hard feelings. We're being global. We're being magnanimous. And the only comment I can make to that is, yay. Phil was, yes, we got Cameron.
Yeah.
Rossa, who was trying to get on, she says, Sol may be a very last-minute signing for Man U. I'm not certain it's going to happen. The one guy that has never been associated is that. Do you remember watching Olmo? He's the guy for Leipzig, I think, plays for Spain in the Euros. He was fantastic. I'm stunned there's been no rumours about digging him out there because that kid's really gifted.
I'm annoyed by Sal Niguez, to be honest, because we've been linked with him this summer, but we couldn't agree a fee, and apparently he might be going to Chelsea or United on loan. It's like, well, why can't we get that sort of arrangement in place?
Yeah. That's my only hope now. Is really for us is either Neves or Niguez.
I think Neves would do well for you.
Yeah, I think Neves would be bloody good as well. So
I mean,
I don't want any of these good guys to go there. I don't want Sal or Neves, and exactly. I don't want Declan Rice.
I don't want any CDM to go to you because any CDM will do a better job than Fred at the moment.
Yeah,
I don't want you to buy any midfielder.
United.
Well, our only option, the only the hope when he's fit is Scotty Mack. He would be the, if he's not going to be brave enough, like I said, to drop in. Who did I say before? Galbraith and Garner. Then his next option is Scotty Mack to sort of give trust him to that role because apart from that, how does he play it?
No trust in Matic.
Certain games, but Matic is if he makes the wrong. The thing is, when you haven't got any legs left in football, you make the wrong move. Right, it only has to be 2 yards. You make that wrong move when you haven't got them legs, and you make the wrong decision. That's it. You're stuffed. If you haven't got the legs to get back and cover, you've stuffed it. So for me, I think that's why certain games, cup games, etc. Matic will be fantastic, but no, we need to purchase and purchase quick.
Cool, Sean, and I agree with you. Talk MU and Phil, agrees with Rossa about Sol. And he says he's going to tune into. He's getting depressed like you two guys are. He says he's going to tune in for a couple of hours, then he's going to go down the pub or give up or whatever he's going to do. I get it.
How can United fans be depressed?
About City and left back.
How can United fans be depressed this summer? Seriously, I just don't. I don't get it. You're bringing a world class.
They've nearly got it. They've nearly got it.
You've nearly got it, but like what you've got at the moment, like look at what Klopp did when he came into us, man. It took him 3 or 4 years to bring the pieces together. Like, have a little patience. You've brought in a world-class centre-back. You brought in one of the best young talents in world football, and you've brought back Cristiano Ronaldo. If you guys aren't cheering from the rafters, I don't know what more the Glazers can do at the moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know what more they can do.
I'm over the moon with the window. It's been a fantastic banging window. Yeah, we want to be spoiled. We want a number 6, but you know what? Like I said, if we don't get one, we just got to trust Ollie. That
just another piece of the puzzle.
But I want to just this comment here. Yeah, I mean, I don't get this Pep Guardiola business because at the end of the day, listen, I'm a Man United fan, right? You know my feelings towards Man City. They're the enemy, right? But listen,
for 30 years of my life, you didn't even care. But here you go, keep going.
Well, listen, this thing here about send him to Norwich and see what you can do about money. Why? I don't understand that. What you're trying to say then is put
It's like the last 20 years has not existed.
But why are you going to put on one of the greatest minds in football at our club with no money? It makes no sense. It's like it's like taking like Albert Einstein and saying, right, go and put him in with the class 2s. Yeah, go and put Einstein in the class 2s. He'll do really well in there.
Go and make some beer or something. Yeah.
I mean, I think when it comes to the Guardiola, it is because of the teams he's managed, the players he's had, and the money he's had, which sort of takes a little bit away from the fact that he is arguably the greatest coach in the game at the moment. In terms of coaching, he is probably the greatest coach in the game at the moment. You look at Jurgen Klopp, for example, his journey's been a bit different. He took essentially the German Norwich Mainz from Division 1 to the Bundesliga, which was historic for them. He took them into Europe for the first time. He then got a fallen giant in Dortmund, worked with them, made them the most dominant team in Germany for 2 or 3 years. He's now come to Liverpool, fallen giants. He's built us back up. We're now one of the best teams in the league.
Perhaps.
Like Guardiola, in my opinion, couldn't do what Klopp's done in that sense, but I don't feel that Guardiola
but the thing is
in that sense.
That's a bit right. Listen, the thing with Pep Guardiola is why does he need to do that? He doesn't need to prove anything. He was fortunate for Pep. He started at Barcelona with the squad that he had.
I'm not saying he has to do it.
That's what he started with. If Pep would have started with a Granada or a Seville, maybe this conversation would never be brought up about Pep. Could he do it here? Could he do it there? I mean, for me, like I said, I've got no affiliation to City in the slightest. However, you do have to hold your hands up and just say, Pep, he's not above Sir Alex, never will be, but he is second, in my opinion, to Sir Alex. Simple as that.
I think they're totally different. Sir Alex did it at one club. Pep's done it in a variety of clubs, and that's like an apple and an orange in terms of comparison. Can I just break off? Breaking news with a couple of minutes to go. Arsenal do have themselves a new centre-back or right-back in Takehiro Tomiyasu. He's agreed a 4-year contract with the option of a 5th. Arsenal, his medical is in Italy. I think Arsenal are in Italy, or I don't know what they're doing there, but certainly that's come through. So Arsenal do have themselves a new defender, so hopefully that will do well. We're coming towards the end of this. I just want to throw it back to the two of you one at a time and just say, if you've got a couple of high hopes for the rest of the evening, not necessarily for your club, but for football in general, go on, Potsy, have a go. A couple of high hopes for action in the evening. What do you hope might happen?
I just want us to sign someone. I would love to see us bring in a striker. They don't have to necessarily be considered, one of the world's greatest. You see in like the Jota and the Fabinho deals, these came out of nowhere for us. We'll link with them the same day we sign them. I'll just love something like that to happen. I'll love to come back here for the last hour.
Like a Maupai from...
I would take Maupai. I think you could work really well with us. But
St. Maxim from Newcastle.
I would love ASM. I absolutely love him. Honestly, I could do a whole show, but obviously we've only got a minute left. I want to give James his chance. But all I'd say is I'd love to be sitting here with Liverpool having signed someone when I come back at 11 o'clock to do the last bit, but I highly doubt it.
Cool. Talking you?
Yeah, for me, obviously, I'd love to see us get a deal done for Sol Niguez. Just get it done. If it's a loan deal, just get it done, get it over the line, get that finished. But for football in general, I'd like to see Arsenal make a decision about where they're going, because at the moment they're a spinning top. They're out of control totally. And it's, to be honest, again, Arsenal are a rival, but you know what? For such a big club like Arsenal, to see them in this situation, I feel for the fans. I feel for the fans.
Yeah, so exactly the same. Yeah.
It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. And why they cannot see this, the Kroenkes, is beyond me. I have no idea what they're thinking. Surely, it's quite clear to me, Mikel Arteta is drowning.
But we talked about Graham Potter, but I can't see an obvious replacement. Conte's not going to go there. Surely he's not. He can't turn Tottenham down and go there. I mean, who else is there? Who else is there out there that you'd take?
Probably Eddie Howe with the position there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, because
they should have gone for Rafa.
They would want Brendan Rodgers, I would assume, but I personally think Potterball would be the way to go. I think he deserves his chance at a bigger club.
Yeah, either that. I mean, what about Sean Dyche?
Yeah, I mean, he's used to keeping teams up every season.
Yeah,
That's where Arsenal are right now. So Sean
Wow.
Dyche is the man. Big Sam's probably going to get called in at some point this season.
Surely not.
that'd be
Surely
desperate
not.
times, wouldn't it, for Arsenal? You see Big Sam going there, like, oh,
If he was a bit younger, Roy Hodgson would be okay, but surely, surely, I don't know. I just can't. You know, it's got to be. It should be a kind of Rafa Benitez and Ancelotti kind of role of trying to balance the club.
Well, Zidane's still available.
Sorry,
Zidane's still available.
would he go there though? I don't think he'd go there. It's up in the air, and it needs somebody who's willing to take a gamble on their own career, and not be a yes man. I mean, whoever Arsenal speak to next, it's got to be a case of, look, you know what? When you go there as a manager, you're going to say, listen, I ain't going to be a yes man for you. You're either going to back me or I ain't going to bother.
You're exactly right. It's either a case of
our work is done. Our work is done. Thank you ever so much. I think that's a great first hour. See you later. You're both on later. I think I'm on at 7 o'clock. See you later, and let's see what happens. There's often tricks in the tail. Adios. Cheers, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB Sports. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton Road TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Well, if you enjoyed the last hour from 5 till 6, like us, share us, tell all your mates about what's going on, join in. And it's only now appropriate that I hand over to the Cristiano Ronaldo of FTB Sports, Mr. B. Take it away, Squire. Take it away. Enjoy it. And if you could try and find City a left back from somewhere, I would really appreciate it.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
You're in the chair. Adios.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. It's me, Mr. B. You might know who I am. You might not know who I am. Man United Agenda host. I've got the next hour along with a few special guests. We've got a couple from the Liverpool channel.
Yes.
Yes.
And another one.
One
And
more.
we're also joined by James, who is
That's good. That's good. I'm prepared for all the banter today. I'm going to get in the next hour.
Oh, look. You spent money. Let's be honest. For all of you that don't know, James is an Arsenal supporter. So while the ticker goes along, you know, I don't know you, James. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Nothing, you know, it's just what it is. You've bought a right back. Any good? Heard of him before?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen him play, to be honest. I looked a bit into him when we were linked because it was Tottenham that were really heavily in for him earlier in the window, and our name was thrown around with that link. But I kind of felt like it was lazy journalism. I kind of thought it was like a Tottenham are in for a player. Oh, they've beaten Arsenal to the signing kind of thing to try and boost audience views. Lo and behold, deadline day, we've signed him. I mean, he looks a good profile. I haven't really seen him play, but I don't know. He seems like a Callum Chambers, but better with his feet. I don't know. I mean, he's 6'2", and he looks very comfortable defending, which our right backs can't really do, as you've seen. Brentford, City, all of their attacks come from that side a lot of the time. So fingers crossed he can stay in that side of the pitch and put a tackle in, and I think we might be getting better. I don't know.
Okay, well, I heard something a little birdie told me on Sky Sports. It was quite a big bird, in all fairness. But this is what I've heard.
Big bird,
Tomiyasu was offered to quite a few Premiership clubs, and only Arsenal took him. Sources say he's neither a right back nor a centre back. End quote.
He's a defender, apparently.
He's just a defender. So I'm glad Arsenal have bought him. I'm glad Arsenal have bought him, because I think that's going to be another nail in Arteta's coffin. But good luck. I mean, look, you lot spent money. Arsenal have actually spent money. So as much as, was it money not? Because I'm hearing a lot of discontent. Was it the fact that it was spent on the wrong players, wrong areas?
No, it's difficult, right? Because I think we can see it as a fan base, but somehow our owners, our manager, and our technical director can't, right? We're 20th in the league, and we finished 8th in back-to-back seasons. So we needed drastic improvement in our starting 11. And for me, that hasn't really happened. I mean, you're talking Ben White and Odegaard. So those are two good signings, but I think we've gone the wrong approach. For me, we needed to go get 4 players that were going to come in, like Basuma, like right back, and Emerson and Max Aarons. They were just going to really bolster us up and take us on forward so we can compete a little bit. And I feel like we've done good business, but it's just in the wrong window. If we would have done the starting 11 business now and then had this window next summer, I think that would have been the correct way around. But yeah, I don't know. It's not money badly spent. It's just misspent, as you said.
Okay, Gems. Liverpool transfer window. This is both to you and Stoney. It's been rather quiet, but I've noticed that Nat Phillips has extended his contract and Henderson has extended his contract, along with the few players that had extended them from before. So is this a money saving thing in regards to just letting Ronaldo go and spending Ronaldo's money on upgrading the players' wages at the club, or are you disappointed that you haven't bought anybody? What's your take on your whole transfer window so far?
I'll quickly go first and I'll let Stoney do it in depth. So we've also sent Reece Williams on loan to Swansea, which I think is a really good move. He's going to learn a lot. He could probably bulk up a bit as well, get a bit of rough and tumble. But honestly, Nat Phillips and Reece Williams last season were like our warriors when we needed them. I think I got a photo of them today and they both had cut eyebrows. You know, they gave their full. with Ronaldo, he wasn't on. His wages weren't that much anyway, as everybody knows. Obviously, we bought Konate. I think people keep forgetting that because we do our business fast, swift, straight away. That was done and locked in. I think before it even opened, everybody knew that was coming. That was definitely needed. So I don't understand this whole people kicking off saying we haven't signed anyone. We have signed people, and we've also extended our key players' contracts. Becker. I think Salah's going to be announced today. What are you doing? Has Pogba signed anything yet? He might be going on a free, He might not like playing with Ronaldo upstaging him. Would I like us to sign someone? Possibly. But are we then just going to sign someone because everyone wants to sign someone? There's trending FSG out at the moment. It's all kind of kicking off. I feel like it's a bit of a slap in the face to what the club have actually done and how well we have done our business. Shaqiri's gone. Elliott's replaced him because he was out on loan. We've got Minamino back from off loan. Obviously, Virgil's back. So that's almost 3 signings, Virgil, Elliott and Minamino, because they've just come back in. I'm not panicking. It would be nice to get a striker or, a Basuma. But I'll let Stoney take the floor on that one now.
I think I can only mirror image what James has just said. I think she's been reading my notes. It's just the same thing. I'm calm. I think that the business that we've done so far as a club, I think, has been smart. The players that are important to us, we've been able to extend their contracts, which I think is extremely important. Obviously, with Genie moving on, Thiago's now going to have a nice, proper, settled season for us as well. We may well see more of Curtis Jones playing this season. Opportunity to obviously see Harvey Elliott play this season as well. And as you said, up front, we've still got the option with Jota, Minamino, and probably Ox playing up there as well. And who knows? I haven't got a crystal ball, but Origi may well end up playing up top and do something for us this season. So
it's been announced he's staying now, isn't it? He wants to fight for his spot.
He's staying.
He's been known as the lazy one, hasn't he?
But look, you know what? Sometimes you need players like that in your squad. He's 26. He's clearly settled at the club. Doesn't need to go anywhere. I think he seems that he's comfortable being a squad player. And let's be fair, when he does come on, he does deliver. Usually gives us a 6 or a 7. So I think that's fine. So we spent our money on contracts. We bought Ibrahim in, and I'm happy. If we do end up getting a striker or a forward before the transfer window closes, then that's fine. But as long as it's part of our long-term plan and not for a knee-jerk reaction, that's what I don't want. Yes. But other than that, in terms of Liverpool, I'm happy.
There's also breaking news. Michael Edwards stepping down at the end of the season, and that's caused a bit of a kerfuffle. But he's actually been training. What's the guy's name? I forget his name now. He's been training. I know exactly who you're talking about. There's usually 3 of them. Usually when they take the pictures, usually Martin Edwards, Klopp, and the other person that he's been actually training. Yeah. If anybody knows the person's name, put it in the comments for us, okay? We deeply appreciate that. I might get my assistant to find out for me. But he's been training him. He's been around when everything's been going on. So he saw how Edwards does his business. He knows what he's doing. So I'm not worried about that either. But yeah, I was just looking. There's some more breaking news to do with Leicester.
Rondon to Everton.
They're saying Rondon. That will actually be quite interesting. Rondon is coming back into the Premiership.
This is the same Rondon who couldn't score nothing at Newcastle. Am I wrong? Is that the same Rondon?
But it's the same Rondon that was able to score goals at West Brom. I think the way that Rafa Benitez has got that team. Pardon me?
Sorry, he didn't play at Newcastle then.
West Brom.
No, I'm thinking about Joe Linton. Oh, my normal memory. Sorry.
No. Completely different players. Right? So
Put the whiskey down till later now, right?
Yeah. So, but the interesting thing here with Rondon is the way that he actually plays. Obviously, we've got Calvert-Lewin's obviously up front, and obviously with Richarlison as well. Rondon will probably just come in as a third striker. Moise Keane's moved on, hasn't he? Over to Everton. So it may just be that he's just bulking up in terms of numbers there as well. But that's not going to cost Everton too much.
2 year loan.
Pardon me.
Moise Keane's
gone on loan.
Juventus.
Yeah, on loan, isn't it? For 2
years.
Yeah.
So Calvert-Lewin's injured as well, I think. Sorry, Calvert-Lewin's injured for a while as well.
Oh, yes.
Maybe why. Maybe why.
Richarlison will be happy.
Yeah. So you're right. It's probably just a case of getting in another forward, maybe on a short term, and then we see how it goes. So, Mr. B, have Man U made any important signings this transfer window?
Ones that you're happy about in particular?
I'm Manchester United's transfer window has been first class. I have no complaints. I do have a complaint, but there's just no point in moaning about that on a transfer show. But no, I'm happy. I think they did well. They did the move with obviously with Sancho. We knew he was coming. It took a year. Varane took 4 weeks maybe, but he's here, another world-class player. We've got that guy. That guy. We got that guy.
The guy that's trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah,
the guy that made Errol go into a meltdown.
The newbie, yeah. We got Cristiano Ronaldo
20,000 times.
What can we do? What can we do? You know,
to Maradona, but hey.
We got money to spend. Let's spend it. You know, but no. I mean, look, it's been a good window. All jokes aside, it's been a good window for Manchester United. We know we need a player in a certain position, but if we don't get them, then it's something that the manager's gonna have to deal with. You know, I don't think it is going to be a problem. But look, we've moaned for the whole of last season about the same issue, and then we'll just moan again. So it's not a problem, you know. I'm assuming he's talking about your guy there.
Yeah, he is. I can't comment. Like I really rate Ben White. I was really happy with the signing. It was expensive, but I was really happy with the profile of Ben White. So I mean, if he is, then sure. I mean, we made two good signings. I mean, I don't know, but yeah.
You can't focus too much on the money sometimes.
No, I know. I think
you need to be glad Arsenal have gone out and got some deals done. You know, sticking around with let's offer an extra £1.
Like, 40 million plus £1. You know?
Sorry,
gone out and just got the deal done. You know.
Sorry, can I just there's a message here from Charlie that he's just posted. I'm just gonna check it quick. Sorry for being rude.
That's right. Thank you, Charlie Hibbert, for tuning in and posting that as well. This player that you're going to bring up, I'll let you mention what player it is as well, Mr. B. This is one of the players that on the Liverpool FTB Kop Talk, this is one of the players that some of our hosts has actually been speaking about as well, with the possibility of him actually joining us prior to this news here. And I think one of the things that was mentioned was the possibility of his salary. I mean, you can announce it and mention it, Mr. B.
No, I'm not announcing nothing. We're going to save this for somebody else. Yeah, Salniguez has joined Chelsea. Yeah, Salniguez has joined Chelsea. I mean, the thing is
that on loan? It's on loan, isn't it?
Yeah. How many more midfielders can Chelsea actually purchase and fit into this team?
Reach €5 million loan.
Wow. Wow. That's very good business.
See, that's very good business. We're not paying that. We took one look at his weekly wage and we were like, also breaking news, Mbappe to join Real Madrid for free next season. So PSG have rejected the next offer.
Well, that was always going to happen. Why is he going to join at 6 months, at 10 months early and then lose 250 grand a week?
The thing is, it shows how much PSG just don't give a shit about money. They'd rather keep him for another season and let him go for free than take 100 and whatever million to sell him. Like no one else ain't doing that apart from PSG.
Wow.
Let's,
Well,
let's,
that's going to be a
one
good
second.
acquisition for Chelsea.
Mr. Silver Fox, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, but I've got it on here. I'm looking on my little feed here.
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick look myself. So going back to Arsenal, we've got another message here from Canis, our Armory TV host. We do need defenders that can defend.
Yeah.
Do you think you've got that now, James? With some work, I think this 2-week break is going to be great for you lot.
It is. The players
pre-season with these players. You know, this is your pre-season.
Yeah, it's more. I don't know. For my stance, for us to move forward, I want Edu out, and I'm not. Arteta's questionable. If he can get results, keep him. If he wants to go. I like to bring in a more experienced manager because of the signings we've made. But yeah, I mean, you've seen Pablo Marie. I don't know if you've seen the highlights of his game where he spends 90% of his playing time on the floor trying to catch up with people who first know. But I mean, yeah. The Tomiyasu can do a shift at centre back. That's fine with me because as soon as you've seen it, Ben White had COVID and Gabriel has been injured from the Olympics. So we've been missing them greatly. And then the drop-off between those two to who we've got being Callum Chambers and Pablo Marie, it's awful. It's awful. So the sooner we can get them back, the better.
So do you see so this new acquisition that you've got with your new defender, do you see the possibility of him having an opportunity to be in part of the starting lineup? Or do you think that this play has actually been purchased more to tap into the Asian market?
I don't know. I think the quality of our right backs, if you're spending that much money, you're going to have to play him. I see you all laughing, but I mean,
Cedric, ignore him. He laughs at
Cedric, Bellerin, and that lot. So the competition isn't great, is it? But yeah, I mean, he has to start. Like, come on, he can't be worse than what we've got, right? Fingers crossed. But I don't know. For me, he has to start because I don't know. From what we're spending, I mean, Bellerin's going out on loan to Betis soon. Okay. It's not confirmed yet, but this is what David Ornstein and they're saying. So I think he signs, and I don't think it's a bad option because. For me, I want to play Ainsley Maitland-Niles, even though he's had a bit of a tantrum and complained on Instagram about not playing and stuff like this. I would play Tomiyasu and Ainsley Maitland-Niles in 4-back, 3-back, because they just give us versatility. So, I mean, no, I think they're decent options.
I was still surprised that Bellerin is only 26. He's been at Arsenal for honestly, I didn't realise he was still so young. 26.
There's a few players that you think, wait, are they that young still?
Yeah. He's been here a while. Yeah, he's been here a while. It's just because he broke out so young. I think it was like 18, 19 when he had his breakout season when he was just incredible. And then it's just been... to be fair, I don't know because I feel bad for him, right? Because he was good. He was a good right back up until he did his ACL.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he's done his ACL, he's never been the same player. He's not got his pace, and he makes a lot of mistakes now that I didn't really used to see. So yeah, I don't know. He is really young though, so we'll see how he does in Spain. It'll be interesting.
If we've got any West Ham supporters, please drop a comment as well so we know how you feel about your new acquisition with Zuma. Being purchased for West Ham. I think that's a really good purchase. So just put what your comments are about your thoughts on Zuma joining West Ham as well.
You think he's a good signing? Do you think he's a good signing for West Ham?
For West Ham, yeah, I do. I really do. West Ham are solid at the moment, but I think it's a good signing.
You're not even smiling. You're serious?
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
It's drunk.
I'm not. I think it's a good signing for West Ham, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. I'm okay. Okay. West Ham, they bought another player.
Yeah.
What is it? Nikola Vlasic? 25 million euros, 25 million pound they paid for him. Anybody? Information, Gems?
I mean, I'm checking the feeds. I can't see anything. I got my little assistant over here. Yeah, he has.
That was done early this morning.
Centre midfielder. Well, look, people might have joined the stream late and don't know. Thank you.
Right, now you can go.
Yeah, I know it probably was done earlier on, but people might be joining the stream late and don't know.
Okay, well, let's have a look. So I know AC Milan have signed a Brazilian striker, Junior Messias. Whatever news has been going on. Obviously, we spoke about
Burnley's about to sign, could sign a Juventus player called McKennie.
Burnley are looking to sign a Barcelona player called McKennie.
Juventus.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's American. I was shocked when Burnley are like Burnley. I don't know what was going on at Burnley. I'm expecting them to sign 6'4" English players, but they signed Cornet from Lyon and now McKennie from Juventus on loan. He looks a real player.
Don't mess with the Dyche. Yeah.
Burnley were looking at Ross Barkley as well. I think.
Well, that's the rumor. That is the rumor that is still flashing around that they might get Ross Barkley on loan.
Okay.
I mean, this is breaking news as well with Leicester signing Lookman on loan.
Where did he come? Where was he at Fulham?
Leipzig.
Lookman, yeah. He was at Leipzig.
Yeah.
He was at Leipzig, but remember he was on a loan at Fulham last season as well. He played all right for Fulham actually last season as well.
So is that 1 in 1 out at Leicester then? Because Chowdhury's looking to go on loan to Newcastle.
Okay.
That's something that they're looking into at the moment as well.
That'd be fun. Didn't one of the that would be so. Chowdhury's going to go to Newcastle, and didn't one of the Longstaff brothers move up to Scotland on loan as well? Because they had the 2 Longstaff brothers there as well at Newcastle. So I think one of the midfielders are out, and they probably bought another one in as well.
I'm not sure then the other one.
Yeah.
Was that mine gone? Sorry. Somebody's saying somebody's up here saying wasn't he at Everton?
Who's that?
He must be talking about Zuma. I can't believe West Ham are bought. I mean, Chelsea, it's mad. The thing with Chelsea, they always seem to they just get deals done.
But aren't Chelsea in for another defender?
Yeah. Jules Koundé. But that doesn't look like it's happening because they want 80 million and they don't want to pay it.
80.
Sorry, like 65 million pounds, 8 million euros.
Okay. Right.
Thanks for that, Potsy there. Matty Longstaff's gone to Aberdeen. Thank you, mate. Appreciated.
Yeah, I knew it.
I mean, Chelsea signing a centre back. Look at our game versus Chelsea. Why are they signing any? I don't understand. Another centre back. They parked that 9-man bus up, and there was no breaking that bus down. No breaking it down. I mean, is it because Azpilicueta is getting old?
Possibly. Oh, Andrew's commented. Yes, Andrew, you are correct. Vlasic was at Everton. He's an attacking midfielder, wasn't he? So I think he was out there. He played 19 games for them at Everton. He was there as one of the youth players as well. So I think he's actually been there twice at Everton, 2017, 2018. So yeah, you are right, Andrew.
Question. Is he he said he's an attacking midfielder. Anybody think that had anything to do with Jesse Lingard maybe being priced out? Because I would assume that the 25 million that they could have spent on Vlasic, they could have spent on Lingard. Could it have been a wages thing? Jesse's
possibly. He can play in a series of positions. So he can play centre midfield, offensive in the camp, or left forward or right forward. And let's be fair, that's probably the same position that Jesse can play as well. So you're right, that could be an alternative position to that as well. He comes in from CSK Moscow. So you're right, Mark, Mr. B, that could be.
Okay.
Someone, sorry, I just do apologize. There's a comment in our feed from Barbados MUFC. I know the panel was speaking about it in a previous show as well about Emerson Royal to Tottenham.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Well, I think it's interesting with Barcelona. They're shifting out as much players as possible from the club. So you're looking at shifting out senior players, they're shifting out youth players. They're trying to still get Umtiti. Has just made it clear that he's not going anywhere. So I think didn't Barcelona fall back over Wolves as well? I think it could be correct in saying that. Semedo, yeah, you're right. So I think they're just moving and shifting out every single player under the sun down at Barcelona just to save money. So I suppose that'll be another good buy for Tottenham as well.
Yeah.
You enjoyed putting that one up there, didn't you, James?
That's the behind the scenes stuff now. Someone's
Thank you.
my job now.
Thank you, Ticker Tape Man. Thank you.
We wanted him as well. We did a whole show about him. And there was everyone got so excited because he started following Liverpool on Instagram, and Stoney said it must have been his kid or something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's his child. I told you.
Yeah.
But look, I think that's an interesting thing with the Saul because they ended up buying Rodrigo de Paul from Udinese, the Udinese captain, and that's who I would have liked Liverpool to actually purchase. So yeah, they obviously bought Rodrigo de Paul, and Saul's moved on now. Chelsea will have Saul for a season, and then they'll probably move him on again. They'll just write that money off. Yeah, that goes.
I'm not sure if I'm convinced there's not going to be any more big deals done now.
For Man U?
Well, no, I'm just thinking about Premiership. I mean, yeah, in general, I think the big ones have sort of been done now. It's going to be the maybe the loans, because if you notice that always after 11 o'clock, somebody did correct me and I did see a message. I did get the timing wrong. The transfer window closes at 11, not 12. I saw your message, Anthony.
Our stream ends at 12.
Yeah, daily dugout. Thank you. I did see it, but I didn't want to, say anything too much, and that's completely taken me off what I was going to say now. But I've got one. Edouard.
Spurs is done.
Definitely done.
Definitely done. Yeah.
I mean, we'll save that for the Spurs boys. I think they'll be more happy to. I have no idea. I have no idea who he is, but I thought Tanganga would Tanganga. Yeah. I thought he was playing pretty well. I know he's young, but I thought he was doing pretty well for them.
I think he still is.
Yeah.
He still is. I think that he's played really well so far at right back. I mean, even if anybody recalls when they played against Man City as well, he looked after himself there at right back. They tried to double up on him and he was still comfortable. Yeah. So
he
very, very, very good player.
Didn't he? And Grealish that day.
Yeah, very good player. Yes, Edward, Mr. Brown, I do remember you, sir. Thank you very much for tuning in. But yeah, I do remember you.
Is this another primary school friend?
No, it's not.
No?
It's not.
That doesn't sound too good, James.
What?
Nice, he's good.
Do you reckon Spurs are going to have to? Sorry, do you reckon Spurs are going to have to shift the right back out now because they have a lot? Like they have Aurier, Emerson, Doherty, Tanganga.
Wow.
I could see. You're right. I could see Aurier. I could see Aurier being moved on.
Yeah, but I could see
Tanganga on loan, maybe.
I can see them retaining Tanganga. And the only reason why I say that as well is he plays at right back. I know he can play at centre back as well, but I'm also aware that they're playing Dyer and who else they got playing at centre back for them? Romero is just coming, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Romero's only just come on loan from Argentina as well. So I think they'll be fine. I like Tanganga, and he's young. As if the Paxton boys were on here as well, they say he's like Harry, he's one of their own. So I can't see them putting him out on loan.
They call him Tanganga, isn't it?
Yeah, but nice player. Very, very, very good player. Nice and composed as well.
Yeah, comment from Alexander saying that he's good at defending, but he can't go forward. And then we had another comment here saying he's an excellent, but he just lacks experience in attacking. So having Emerson is a great option. Plus, we need depth for competition.
No.
Well, you're only in one nation.
Please, Andrew, mention to us that league competition you're in where you need that competition. Please mention that European tournament that you're in.
I know Paco Ferreira gave you a run for your money. They thought they could slip out the third team, and no, they were up for it. But yeah, come on now. They don't need that much depth.
James, you've been quiet. Question.
Sure, what's up?
You know what's up. You know I'm going to try and dig you out here again, don't you?
Shoot away. Let me have it.
Arsenal not being in Europe. All jokes aside, Arsenal not being in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that has hindered you in the players that you can buy or the players that will be coming to the club?
Yeah, it has. I think there's two ways of looking at it. The way I was looking at it at the beginning of the transfer window, I was okay with being not in Europe because it would have allowed us to trim down our squad and then go again with players that we see can take us forward into Europe. So Europa League and then Champions League where we want to be. We haven't really done that. So I think it's the negative side now that we're seeing that we didn't really know who was obtainable within the transfer market. You've seen how many players we've been linked to. It's crazy. We've been linked to everyone and anyone, and we've genuinely been negotiating 3 or 4. yeah. But we've been negotiating like 3 or 4 deals for specific positions at any one time, I feel like, because we can't really figure out if they're going to be like, yeah, I want to come to Arsenal because it's Arsenal, or I want to come to Arsenal because you pay well, but it's a progression for my career kind of type. So, yeah, it has been a hindrance, and as I said, there's so many back and forths with it that I can't give it's a bad thing or a yes, it's a good thing. But I'm worried with our current situation that we're not going to get Europe next season. So I think that's going to be the proper negative next season. But yeah, to be fair, to go on to that as well, right? I am much happier that Spurs finished one place up against us last season, and we don't have.
You don't want to be in that
No, I'm so glad
that we're not in ECL to make it sound better.
Yeah.
Oh God!
2 teams from that league, two teams. I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
Look, what can we do? Look, you know me already. I'm a banter man. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. But I think I've been really civilized for 36 minutes. So I just wanted to get that out. You know,
we're the troublemakers at the top.
Yeah, there you go. You know, the civilized ones at the bottom. But look, that's just how it is. Right backs. We've got a couple of names up here. The right backs. Did we go through all of the Tottenham right backs? There's Sanchez, who they think is no good.
Sanchez can play centre back as well. Sanchez is still for what the money that they've actually played for him. He's played a lot of games, and now Alderweireld's moved on as well. I believe that Sanchez is going to get more games, and he's there to be coached.
To Sanchez, Aurier, and Doherty. So they've got. So it is 5. They've got 5 right backs.
I don't know what the competition aspect was about because they've got a lot of competition there already.
Wow. Maybe Levy will do. You know, Levy, this last minute, he likes that last minute thing. Maybe he's going to get a couple of them loaned out. They'll have the medical at the Tottenham Centre there to speed things up. So maybe they'll get them out that way. But it seems really weird. It seems really weird that you would have. And Doherty obviously played with what's his name?
Nuno.
At Wolves.
Yeah.
So it's strange. I mean, look, maybe he sold him from Wolves. Maybe he realised he wasn't that good and he's pissed off that he's got him again. Who knows? You know, but if you're liking, please subscribe, please share, please follow FTB, the Man United Agenda, the Liverpool channel, which you lot are going to tell me what it's called because I only know the Kop Talk part of it.
Well, it's on FTB Sports.
There you go.
The
ARMOURY, Arsenal ARMOURY TV, and obviously Paxton Road there. But I said this is our umbrella. You've been watching us for 45. Oh, tell a lie. You've been watching us for nearly 40 minutes, and we haven't had a real. I was hoping that we were going to be the ones who were going to have that big breaking story, but.
We still got 20 minutes.
Look, you never know. You never know.
We've got some Spurs fans saying Sanchez is centre back here.
Yeah.
Do they play him? See, as I said, I'll be honest.
They play him at centre back, right?
I
haven't seen him as a right back. I've only seen him as a centre back.
Centre back,
Okay.
yeah. Because he can play. He can play in the back three as well. I still think he's a good player.
Andrew, are you happy with the business that you've done, Andrew Okoto? Just a quick comment, just to let me know, or let us know. Sorry, you're not talking just to me. Are you happy with your transfer business? And are you even happier? What was your situation on the Kane? Did you want him to go? Did you want him to stay? Just a brief, couple of minutes.
They're holding him against his will, which was a similar situation we had, wasn't it, Stoney, with Coutinho? He wanted to go. We tried to kind of keep him a bit. And in the end, it's like, you know what? Off you go.
Exactly.
In the end, we made a fantastic Alisson Becker and Virgil.
So, I mean, even question.
With that money,
question.
I think Spurs should just let him go.
Yeah.
Less money, you've got 2 replacements. Because I've even noticed, I mean, I asked Mr. K last night, pretty much all their games at the moment have been 1-0 wins. I think a couple of those, I think one was a penalty. I think free kick. So I don't know how many goals they've actually scored from open play.
I think they should let him go. Son's more than capable of holding the fort there at Spurs for that. So I think they should move on. Earlier, something was mentioned about Edouard from Celtic. Has that deal gone through at Crystal Palace?
Not yet. It looks like it is. It's annoying, right? Because this is I know Liverpool are looking for a striker, so if you want Nketiah, please take him. But they had apparently Crystal Palace had a deal with us arranged for I think it was like 10 to 12 million pounds, but Nketiah wanted ridiculous personal terms, so that collapsed.
Right.
So that's why they've gone for Edouard now from Celtic. But I don't think it has, not yet.
Okay.
I think it'll be a good.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. B.
No, go talk. It's all right, cool.
I think in terms of the Nketiah move, I still think he's a really good forward as well. The way that Patrick Vieira has got Crystal Palace playing, I wonder if that would actually suit the way that Nketiah plays. Nketiah kind of likes the balls behind the forwards or in between the centre backs and the fullbacks. He likes running onto them. And I'm not too sure if that's the way that Crystal Palace are currently playing. So you're right. It may well be that Nketiah probably has to go back out on loan and show how good he is. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as well as it could have done at Leeds, but he's clearly shown that he's a good player.
Yeah, he's going on a free next year, though. This is what we're worried about. He only has a year left, so this is why we're trying to shift him out. But he's going to go on a free, I reckon. Same with Lacazette.
Okay.
This is why you need to get your in-house business done and dusted, And I think we've just extended Origi and Nate Phillips. So even if they, do want to go next year or whatever, we're making money.
Well, this is a question I have to you.
I mean, we've extended like 10 players' contracts.
My bad. My question for Liverpool, like you guys, right? Because you Liverpool supporters, I can't banter you in a second, right? But your squad is from my perspective, right? Is you've got quite a few young players, but your key players, right, seem to be hitting that 29, 30, 31 age bracket, right? And Klopp is I think 2023 or 2024? Klopp's leaving.
Okay,
I think it's 24.
Yeah,
but this is what you've got a prime squad now to win things. Are you guys worried about that you're not selling when the iron is hot in terms of like a Salah, a Mane? Are you not worried about that? Are you happy to ride?
They've all just signed on till 2025.
Yeah, James. I think that is an excellent question. As a Liverpool fan, I'm not concerned one bit. I think if we've probably looked, not just Liverpool, if we think of some of the clubs that have played in the Premiership or some of the clubs that have played abroad, what they do, a lot of the times when those players are in their prime, you retain them. And I'm happy that's what we've actually done as well. I think the way that our club's moving in terms of finance, we're not in a position where we have to sell while those players are in their peak. Coutinho was a completely different circumstance. But like anything else, we got good value for him. So I'm not concerned about that. You're right. A lot of our players are probably our main players are probably 28, 29, moving on to around 30 in peak. But we're slowly rebuilding as well. And the fact that we've got young players actually coming through, especially from our academy and our young players as well, or even the players that we're bringing in that are young, they'll have an opportunity to understand how we play. And they'll slowly be integrated in the coaching. And by the time that the Salahs and the Manes move on, then we'll have other quality players. Sure. And they'll have names for themselves. So we're not looking for anybody to replace Mane or Salah. We'll have players that will come in and have their own names and be just as good. So I'm not concerned about that now.
Sure, no, fair.
And a lot of people have said about I just like James TTM Sports. We're not Arsenal and selling.
I mean,
I think that's come over time though, because you look back not so long ago, you know, Suarez, Torres, a lot of our players, we weren't the final destination, where it seems like now we've finally reached a point where we seem to be the final destination.
Yeah, it's true.
So we're finally getting to that point now. So worrying about players not going, I just want to keep them. And I'm not even worried. A lot of people said about the age of Salah and co.
Yeah.
Look how fit they are. I'm sorry, but they're fitter than me. You know?
And you know the other side of it as well, James. I think as someone who supports Liverpool, or someone who does support Liverpool, I think it's one of those things as well. Any players that actually come to the clubs, they're you just look at them as business assets. I know football's full of emotion. At some stage, you're going to move on. But the way that I see it, you come to Liverpool, you're professional. You do what you need to do. You move on, create, and have silverware. No player's going to finish their career right at the end and run it. Apart from if you're Milner, someone that's amazing like Milner. But other than that, all players will come to the club, and at some stage they'll move on. So as long as they make a good account for themselves when they're at Liverpool, then that's fine. And we'll always get good money for the players that move on anyway. So that's a plus point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing you guys are winning major trophies, because this is what I think we're struggling with. You're seeing Chelsea sell well. You guys sell well, right? Because you're a well-run club, and because you've won major honours, you can be like, well, we don't need to sell, but if you want our player, this is the mark. Well, with us, everybody knows we need to sell, and we haven't won anything major, leagues, European. We haven't won anything European in ages, but so that's why we can't sell high, and that's why I'm envious of you guys, because you know, relatively, I think, well, Coutinho especially when to sell, and Suarez as well. You got like 250 million from them, so yeah, that's fair.
Question from Barbados, Phil. Would you take back Suarez?
Who's that?
This is to Gems and Stoney. Gems and
You
Stoney.
want me to take Chelsea, yeah?
I'll allow Gems to go first.
Somebody go and bite one of them bastards lining up on that back line. We need to get a goal in there. Jorginho's there pretending to be hurt and diving on the floor. As Pilouette's doing the same thing. They're all someone's elbowed. No one's touched them. They're cheating and diving on the floor, parking at the bus. I would have sent Suarez in there. Go and fucking bite somebody. That's what I would have liked to have seen that day. But however, the guy is how old? 35. I think he's like just a bit younger than Ronaldo. He'd be a squad player, you know, on the bench.
Yeah, I think he's good. He's clear. He's a good player. As he said, he showed how good he was when he was with us, and then he moved on to another project. So still a good player, but no, I wouldn't want Suarez. I wouldn't want Suarez to come back. Not at all. He can come back playing for Atletico, but not come back as a Liverpool player.
We're gonna play against him. It's gonna be round 2 from when he was at Barcelona, and it got put on his ass by Fabinho. I love that picture. He's just sat on the floor looking pissed off, and Fabinho's just over at him like, get up.
Another question.
He's moved on from Suarez.
You're not concerned. So you're not concerned about going against the grain, hence strengthen when you're strongest.
Who's that? Is that directed at?
This is TTM Sports, so I'm assuming this is directed at you two.
So it's interesting when people speak about Liverpool strengthening and people mention about Liverpool probably not purchasing. Check this, right? Our squad is strong. When you're at the top, you strengthen. I think it was identified during this unsettled period that we need an offensive player. We bought Jota. Jota stepped in, and Jota was amazing until he got injured. Yeah. Prior to that, it was identified that we needed defensive players. We bought Virgil. Prior to that, it was identified we needed a goalkeeper. We bought Alisson. In recent times, even if you look at it within a year, then they're saying you need more defensive players. Now, bearing in mind we had our injuries, but we still bought. So we did strengthen in the defensive areas. We needed a midfielder, and we've got Thiago. So we're at the top, and we've still strengthened.
Absolutely.
That's my
I think
answer.
people forget, from last season, we didn't get to see the full package, because Virgil was out, Thiago went out, Matip went out, and it was just like a weird season last season, whereas this season we've come in now. We're going to see Thiago properly now, I mean, against Chelsea, it was a bit late and it was a bit of a crap display, but, we're going to see these players now that we were meant to see at the start of last season.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart to see all that team together. This was the first time for like 18 months that we had Trent, Matip, Virgil, and Robertson as a back four in 18 months or something.
And another thing as well, which is quite interesting, is I think everybody is obsessed with this constantly buying players. What's happened to coaching the players that you currently have? What's happened to developing the players that you currently have? That's still an art. That's still part of development. That's still part of progression. So the fact that some people are still concerned, rightly so, and it's fine because everybody's got their opinion, that Liverpool hasn't purchased, we are coaching our players. And then once you coach them, you improve them, and then that obviously improves their value as well. So people forget that we're not a Chelsea, and we're not a Man City, and we're not a Paris Saint-Germain. So we don't need to be out there selling oodles and noodles of money just to satisfy some fans. No, I don't believe we need to.
We've got so many players that have come back in at the start of this transfer window. Keita, you have whole sleeves now. Let's hope you don't get injured again. But
thank you. And the same thing as well, James, as like what you were saying as well. As you said, I saw the FSG out on Twitter trending and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Even though some people are saying that we haven't spent, we are still competitive. So that means we're still, the model that we've got is still working.
Yeah.
I think some people are just very short-minded.
Yeah. They're just looking at other people buying and thinking, oh, we should be buying. Yeah. Forgetting that these people that are buying, Ronaldo and co, they're still playing catch up.
Yeah.
Look at the point difference. When we were at full strength, Man City and Liverpool, the points difference between second and third was crazy.
How long ago was that?
These guys are playing catch up.
When did you last
win anything?
No, it's not for banter, Gems. I'm just asking.
What was that, Mr. B?
Was that when you were at full strength? Is there an excuse?
Not last season.
Season before.
When we won it.
And we're strong. James, just a quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Jack Wilshere, would you take him back at Arsenal?
No. As a coach, yes. As a player, no.
Okay.
No, I don't know. It's everyone when that came out with his posts. Literally, I saw on Twitter, everyone was like, "Oh, bring him back," and this and that. It's just the whole sentimentality of we think he was that player when he was like 21. When he was 21, he was incredible, but now he's playing like Serie B. Like I can't remember what team he's playing or training with, but he's training with an Italian club in the second Italian division. So I mean, we're bad, but we're not that bad.
Okay, Mr. B, keep that question up there for me, please, from Papa Stevens.
Yes.
No, I think there was one. Was there one prior to that? Somebody speaking about buying cheap for Liverpool. Yeah, is this the one? Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect. Could you read it out for me, Mr. B? From
top teams. Top teams tend to sign one marquee signing a season. Just don't see that from Liverpool at the moment. They are kind of like us in a way, buying on the cheap and hoping it works out.
All right, cool.
But we've got the best coach in the world. That's the difference.
Grandpa Stevens, if you're able to, if you can just put in the comments what team you support for me, please.
I think he's Arsenal.
Cool, no problem.
What teams tend to sign at least don't see that from Liverpool.
It might be.
You see, the interesting thing is
wheelchair.
The interesting thing when you're talking about, I think sometimes we can get mixed up between cheap and a player of value. So check this, right? You can buy a player like Andy Robinson that people can say was cheap, and look
Mo
what class
Salah.
he's got here. Thank you. So it's about knowing your market. You can spend the same amount. You can spend £8 million, which some people will say is cheap in football, and they're rubbish. And you can spend £8 million on a player that you know you can develop at your club. We develop players. We have a very strong scouting system, and we have a very strong area where we purchase players with good value. So I'm not concerned about that. So you may be saying about cheap. I'm saying we buy players at good value and we develop them. That's what our club is also about.
I think that's what Arsenal used to be well known for, is their scouting system and coaching. And I think that's kind of been your downfall as well.
It has in recruitment. Our youngsters that are coming through, I know you guys have a lot of good youngsters, and United have Greenwood and a lot of promising players coming through.
Stoney, I think we've bought about 4 this transfer window, haven't we? 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's just kind of under the radar. People don't realise that, you know, the foundations,
that's what I'm saying with, like, we have well, you can see it in Smith Rowe. Some people don't rate him. I really like Smith Rowe, but especially Bukayo Saka, he's quality. I think everyone was calling him overrated and this and that, but his England stint really put him on the radar of everyone of how good he is and how good he can be. And it's like that sense. We have a lot of youngsters that are coming through that in 3 or 4 years, I hope to see them be incorporated in that way, because essentially our greater teams that you've seen in the past, we've produced some really good players that have come from our academy, and I'm hoping to see that again.
Definitely. I just want to, Mr. B, you know, we're talking about catch up. I'm just gonna give you some information. So 2019, we finished with 97 points. 3rd place was 72. You had 66.
Not me. I don't play. Not me. I don't play football.
Listen to this.
2020, we finished on 99 points. Man City had 81. So even that is a gap. 3rd was 66, and that was you guys. So this is what I'm saying. Even though last season it was a bit of a mess up because of situations I'm not even going to get into, because you know
blah.
Yeah. You lot are still just playing catch up. People forget this team that we have now won the Premier League, and it has been strengthened. This team is better than the team that won the Champions League. This team is stronger than the team that won the Premier League.
Fair enough. You still haven't bought. You've still had a good transfer window, though. But look, we've got a couple of minutes left before we're going to be handing over to the rest of the FTV crew.
Hour is coming in.
So don't sign off. Don't log off. You've got a couple of minutes while the advert plays to sort out your tea. You might want a bottle of wine. You might want to adjust. You might even want a comfort break. Take the comfort break while the advert's on. While you're there, send a message to your friends. Like, subscribe to the FTB channel. We've still got another 4 hours. 4 hours of banter, laughs, and you know, maybe there will be that big signing. Obviously, we didn't get to have it on our slot, which, you know, is a shame. We didn't have anybody signing, really, did we?
So Chelsea players might say so.
How? That was a heartbreaking one.
As I said, nobody signed any players. Nobody signed any players. We're just gonna ignore that whole that whole thing there.
Yeah.
You know, but it's been
Origi and Nat Phillips.
And James, you signed
Takehimo Tamiyoshi, I think.
I like
There you
that.
go. Perfect.
And we've worked out that
I've heard.
we've worked out that he's a clone between a right back and a centre back. Is that right?
Yeah, he's a good
hybrid
defender. We'll go with that. Yeah, he's a solid defender.
To mix in the squad and see if Arteta can actually pick out his best position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got one just before we have to wrap up our little slot here. On the real, what club do you think's had the best transfer window?
United. Well, Prem, United. Outside of that, PSG.
PSG. Let's not mess about.
Yeah.
They've managed.
We're talking about
Mbappe.
the Prem. We're talking about the Prem, Jen.
Oh yeah,
and
we know
Stoney.
because we know what you want us all to say. That's why.
No, I know who's had the best deal. Leicester. Yeah, Leicester have had some good signings.
With our in-house business and Aston Villa.
Exactly.
Aston Villa. Look at them. They knew Grealish was going. They've gone out and they've got some business done to replace him. And
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that they knew Grealish was going and spent the money on the sly before?
I don't think it's a sly. I think it's good business by them. As you said, they would have had that. I believe they would have had that discussion with Grealish. They would have had the discussion with the owners. Then they would have looked at the provisional targets as well. Grealish moves on, and then you've got players that aren't Grealish, but players that are good. And they got good young players coming through at Aston Villa as well. At the moment, they got good academy players coming through. So Aston Villa will be fine.
I'm going to end with this message from Sam. He set me up nicely.
Fuck Ronaldo. Like, come on now.
Listen, we're leaving now. Please, Gemma, could you run the credits? And it's a goodbye from all of us. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay watching. Don't go anywhere. The next hour will be up in a minute. We've got a whole new cast of people, and I will be back at 10 o'clock. And I guarantee there'll be some breaking news then, because I bring that vibe. Mr. B, you're back for the final hour, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
11 o'clock to wrap up the whole thing, so you can talk about all the transfers then. But yeah, from us, we're out.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB SPORTS. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday, the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
I'm here, but
I'm out.
I'm not here. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Stuart and obviously, superstar Ian. I'm out. I will see you all at 11 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hey. And thank you big time, Mr. B. And let's have a look at who are in the gang tonight. Stuart, hello, sir. Spurs,
hello.
Yes, absolutely. We should have Macy, ladies first. Macy, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And Macy is there in Manchester with her red shirt on, say no more. And we have Tad, passionate Liverpool fan, technical wizard, knows his stuff. Really lovely to have you on there. And we're looking for Chris, actually, the Arsenal fan. Chris, are you around? Hopefully he's going to join us. And wow, we got my mate Ross on live from the Canary Islands talking Spanish football. Get in, and I want to ask you some questions. But first of all, let's remind everybody, this is FTB Sport. And we are on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. Like us. If you're enjoying the show so far, get on the blower. Phone your mates, get them involved, get them liking what we're doing. So let's take a breather. This is the final evening of the transfer window, the 31st of August, where maybe some of the season is won and lost. I would love it if this evening we break a world record. I mean, if Mbappe does join Real Madrid and the world record goes down on the transfer, there we go. We've already had the British record transfer with Mr. Grealish, that talented dude, going to Man City. So let me just run through the transfers of the day first. And then hi, Gunnar King. And I just want your reaction to Cristiano Ronaldo has returned to Manchester United. £19 million plus add-ons. Apparently, the add-ons were a Zimmer frame and a bus pass, but he has rejoined Manchester United. In terms of the big ones of the day, Daniel James to Leeds. That's a lot of money, 25 million and 5 million of add-ons. I'll be interested in if we think that's a last-minute panic or whether that's a good deal. We have Emerson from Barcelona. Be very interested. Pick these out. I'll go around in time. Going to Spurs for another tasty £26 million. But the one I'd love to talk about at the end, or come on to that, is Sol. Going from Atletico to Chelsea. I've had Liverpool fans on kind of looking, with blank looks saying, why couldn't we have got him? Even United fans the same. I'd love to have seen him at City. I think Ross has got a view that maybe he's a spent force. This guy bust into Atleti's team at 17. He's had nearly a decade at the toppest level football. He's only 26. I'd be interested in that. So, actually, let's take it in ladies' order. Come on, gentlemen, we've got to give the floor to the ladies. Macy, what do you think about Cristiano Ronaldo, Daniel James, Sol, the day so far?
For me, with the day so far, I was absolutely so happy to see Ronaldo has actually made that official announcement that he is a Man United player. Even though obviously we knew before the weekend that he did make that personal terms agreement with Man United, it was just good to see that the deal is actually finally over the finish line now. So I'm really glad to see that. I can't wait to see that reunion, and I think I literally have tears in my eyes if I see him go into Old Trafford with Sir Alex Ferguson there right beside him. I feel like I probably will feel quite emotional. It'll be just like my childhood all over again, to be honest. With Daniel James going to Leeds, I think, it's a good move for him. He's not really playing much for us. For Daniel James, he's like a squad player for us. He's not like one of them who would be in that starting 11. He's beneficial for teams who are quite spacious in the defence, so he can run into defence and then score or assist. He isn't ever going to be a starting 11 player for us. He can only be used as like I say in them certain teams, or as a sub if we've got some tired legs on the pitch. And I know Bielsa has wanted Daniel James for so long. He really, really loves him. So I and I think he'll make an absolute beast out of Daniel James eventually. So good luck to him. That's all I can really say with Daniel James. But with Sol, I'm absolutely gutted because even though he could play both as a central midfielder and a central defensive midfielder, he could have been really useful for the United squad. Because to be honest, I don't want to see Matic, I don't want to see Fred play together, especially after that Southampton game. So we needed a defensive midfielder, because without them, we're not even going to win the title. Even though we've got we've got Ronaldo, we've got Varane, we've got Sancho, we're still not addressing every single area we need, and we need to be strong in every single area to be a title-winning team. And we're not going to win the title without a defensive midfielder, and I can't see us getting a defensive midfielder neither.
I mean, as a City fan, I'm so happy you've got a weakness there. You know, Man City, if any manager in the Premier League looks at the City team and thinks, we're going at that left back because you haven't got a left back, that's what our route to success. Any team looks at United and goes, Fred, you know, that defensive midfield, bit wobbly, Achilles heel. I have to say, I've been poring over that Chelsea team. And even without Sol, I'm thinking, I can't see an Achilles heel. It worries me. Anyway, I'm going to pass across to Rossa. Great of you to join us. Thank you. Firstly, I'd be interested in, a whole variety of things. Sol, is he as good as we think he is? Will Griezmann go to Atleti? Is there a prayer that Mbappe will join you at Real Madrid? I know you're a Real Madrid fan tonight. And lastly, have you ever heard of Emerson from Barcelona?
Saul is now going to Chelsea. He was a great promise for Atletico and even for Spain all these years ago, but never really materialized. It's one of so many that create a hype, you know, when they're 19, 20 years old, but then for many reasons that maybe not to do with the player, but with the team and who else is playing in that team at that particular time, never seem to make it to realize their full potential. Obviously, he's now very experienced, having played for a top club in Europe like Atletico Madrid for many years, but he's not realized his potential. Can he do it now at Chelsea, or is it too late? I hope for his sake that it isn't. But certainly Chelsea's not signing any big star from Spanish football when signing Saul.
Interesting view. And do you think Griezmann will go to Atleti in return?
I think that the Griezmann going to Atletico is linked more than anything with Leipzig accepting Barca's offer for Dani Olmo. They've offered 75 million euro for Olmo. But La Liga will not let them pay that much because of the financial fair play unless they offload some player and get money elsewhere. So that could be Griezmann. Griezmann went to Barcelona on the basis of being, you know, second to Messi or Messi's best pal in the area. Again, he's not succeeded to the point that he thought he would, or as much as he could have shined in Atletico. So he could go back, but I think that Barca will only release him if they can get their hands on Dani Olmo.
Dani Olmo, he more than almost any other player in the Euros, he impressed me. I think he's a wonderful player. But surely
it would be good news for City if Olmo goes out of Leipzig now, because you have them in there to play them in the Champions League.
Yeah, that's true. And I was quite hoping Mbappe would leave Paris Saint-Germain, so we had a double whammy there. But maybe they both fancy a game against City, and neither of them are going to leave their club. But surely
Real Madrid have done their bit. We've rumor is we've offered 220 million for Mbappe, and still they won't let him go. So it's, you know, coming free.
Are they mad? Because they're going to get Zip in the summer. They're going to get Zip. Can they legally, in terms of fair play, let 220 million euros slip through their hands in terms of balancing the books? How can they do that?
The first thing is that UEFA and Seferin are turning a blind eye on the financial fair play when it comes to teams who sided with UEFA at the time of the Super League fiasco, if you like it. So I think that, you know, PSG right now, they're getting away with a lot because of that. And also, like, I was watching someone comment this on Spanish television this morning, and they said, you know, when the Sheikh gets up in the morning and goes to his office, he's got a number of things to go through. PSG is just one of his many business concerns. And he's thinking, oh, 200 million, no, not enough. And just moves on to the next paper. That is how, you know, oil football is managed. It's just one of his many concerns of the day. No, not to that offer, on to the next thing.
Okay, Real Madrid. Lots of British clubs fancied their chances with Camavinga. Hopefully I've got the pronunciation right. 18 rounds. He is meant to be the real deal. Are you happy?
Is he going to be the next Anelka? We don't know.
I don't know.
I think that signing an 18-year-old straight for the first team of one of the top clubs in the world, it's a gamble. And it turns out to be, you know, wrong more times than right. We could go to Odegaard a couple of years ago with the same situation. I hope and I wish that it's going to be a success for him and the club. It's just a big gamble. I think he's a bit too young. I'd rather Real Madrid signed more tested and proven players. If you ask me, like between, I don't know, different positions, but Camavinga or Lewandowski, I know which one I would go for right now.
Yeah. Okay, last quick question before we move on, Rosa. Mbappe to Madrid tonight or the summer?
I don't think it's going to go tonight. No, it's too late already in the Middle East. They're not up by now. I think it'll be a free agent in January, and we'll sign a pre-contract to come to Madrid at the end of the season.
Okay, right. We'll move across from Tenerife to the Liver building. Tad, what's your thoughts on the transfer dealings so far, and anything wicked going to come down the track in the next few hours, sir?
Well, we hope in the next hour, for our sakes, to be able to break something live on the air. But I'm sure if you will run through the transfers as I'm going through that, if I do forget any one of them. But let's start off with probably the biggest one of the window so far in Cristiano Ronaldo going to Man United. I think Man United have done really well, not only with this signing, but what they've done this window is, me personally, I think if you look at the managers in the Premier League, tactically speaking, Oli is not in the top 5. Some would argue, you know, he's a bit lower than that as well. So he's always been a handbrake when it comes to Man United for me. So I've always been like, look, I'm not really worried about who Man United signed because at least they've still got Oli there. I'll get really worried if they bring in a really like tactically strong manager. Now, the problem is, I think Man United have been really smart in this window and the couple of windows is what they've done now with Oli is they've put enough game changers and game winners that even if his tactics aren't that fantastic, they've still got a Ronaldo, a Cavani, a Fernandes, a Greenwood, who I think is one of the best finishers in England, especially young best finishers in England. And then you've also got Rashford, you got so you got so many Pogba. I mean, you got so many guys who, even if the tactical side of things might not be perfect, and we've seen that from Man United in the past, and I think that's what stopped them going for that full challenge in the league. At least now they've got enough game winners where some of these games it might be 0-0 and they just get a Ronaldo goal because Ronaldo scores every single time he's on the pitch type situations, or you know, they're losing a game and they turn it into a draw. Now, is it enough to win a league title? I don't think so. But I do think it's going to be very, very handy when it comes to the Champions League, because then they can play on the counter-attack. They don't have the defensive midfielder. And from what I hear, I don't think they're bringing one in this window. And as I say that, watch it pop on the screen saying Declan Rice has signed for 50 million. But
yeah, I'll be leaving because that would checkmate to United.
Yeah, but I don't see them bringing that defensive midfielder in. And as Macy has said, that's a big, big hole for them. And we've seen some of the guys there that you don't necessarily want to be in those positions because we've seen what they do. They're limited. Now, in the Champions League, they're going to be playing against teams that are quite bullish, possession-heavy teams. They can sit back and can you imagine Ronaldo, etc., running on the counter-attack, not being that pressure of having possession? I think the problem is when they have too much possession, then they get caught on the counter. So United have done really well with that Ronaldo signing to add another game winner to their squad. We'll move on to the next transfer. I don't know which one you want to talk about next. Maybe you can.
Yeah, Daniel James or Emerson or Sol.
Yeah. So Daniel James, I think will do really well at Leeds, relatively speaking. I mean, I'm not sure his end product is that great, but what Leeds have in their team is they have a lot of runners. They have a lot of willing runners that have the capacity to run for long periods of times. And we know Daniel James does that in abundance. And I can see Macy nodding. So I'm at least I'm speaking sense as the resident Man United fan. I keep looking at your screen to make sure I'm not talking nonsense here. But he is a willing runner, and that's going to help facilitate his best assets at Leeds. So I think Bielsa is going to be absolutely chuffed with that one. We then get Emerson at Spurs. I think it's an interesting one. Obviously, they've done the flip between Spurs and Arsenal in terms of the signings that they were chasing the entire window. But for me, I was fine with Tanganga at right back because I know Spurs fans have been mentioning
left back. I thought he played left back.
No, he's been playing right back this season.
Anywhere across the back four.
Yeah, he can play there, but this season he has been playing right back.
Okay.
Tanganga or Emerson?
Tanganga. I thought
Tanganga then
back when he played against City.
No, right back.
That particular game because we were probably short of defenders at that when he played Man City at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But he's been deployed as a right back most of the time.
I thought
because you got Reguilon.
I thought he's fantastic.
Yeah, but you got Reguilon on the left-hand side. You got Tanganga on the right. For me, and Spurs fans, and Stuart can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but the complaints I was getting was that he's not getting forward enough. Now, for me, it wasn't the biggest issue because Reguilon gets forward plenty. And if both him and Tanganga are going forward, I think they're going to lose that balance. That's solid. You know, they've kept 2 clean sheets. They've been quite solid at the back, given away a few chances. But I think it's intentional that the Reguilon can overlap. Tanganga can slowly make his way up there. He still gets there. It will be interesting to see if when Emerson comes in, if he's deployed the same as Tanganga. Because if he is, then it's not necessarily a player issue in terms of Tanganga. He's naturally a centre back, so he can't get there forward. I think then it's tactical from the manager to say we want to at least have some sort of balance in the team.
I think what the plan will be is that, for example, like I was at the Watford game at the weekend, and there were times in that game where we were breaking out, and Tanganga had acres and acres of space on the right, and he either wasn't picked out, or when he did get the ball, he didn't take advantage of the space that he had. So, and that's because he's not been trained, he's not been brought up as a player to be an attacking right back, because he's come through the academy as a centre back, and then he's been deployed as a utility player around the back line. But I think that's where the difference will be, in that I think Tanganga will then now be redeployed as either as a centre back, or he will be the backup right back, and then Emerson will probably be our first choice right back, and then at different times in the game, either Reguilon will go forward and then Emerson will drop back, or vice versa. And I think that's the thing now, is that we've got that level of attacking prowess on both sides now with the fullbacks. That's the problem we've always had, is that like we've had a left back who's great and a right back who isn't, or a right back that's great and a left back who isn't. And now, you know, this is the first time probably since Rose and Walker that we've actually got a good, really solid left back and a really solid right back. So it's going to be exciting to see how Emerson settles in. Again, it's another player from outside the league, so that's the only sort of concern we've got, is that you never know how players that are from outside the Premier League settle in.
Okay,
yeah, and hopefully you get the.
I'm keen to move to Chris to hear about Arsenal's new signing, but finish off, sir.
Okay, so I'll move on to Sol for Chelsea. I think he, Rosa's mentioned the fact that he hasn't fulfilled his potential. I think the fact that he's had to play so many different positions for Atletico Madrid maybe didn't allow him to be able to hone into one specific position. But I don't see that being an issue at Chelsea. I think he's coming in to play centre midfield, and he's going to have the time to actually then, actually develop in one position opposed to having to do multiple positions. And I think that's going to benefit Chelsea. I mean, their depth is insane. And then whether Mbappe is going to be going or not, I think it was kind of posturing from Real Madrid. I don't think
who aren't? Who are Chelsea going to drop? I mean, are they going to drop the European Player of the Year?
I was just thinking
that little god N'Golo Kante. I mean, how's
the thing is?
I think
the thing is, they don't.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to.
With Kante,
finish it off.
Kante's had a few injuries. Yeah,
Chris, I'll be with you in a sec, but go on, Tad, finish it off, and then I'll throw it to Chris for the whole lot.
The thing is, we don't have to look at it as who's going to be in a starting 11. This is a team that's going to be challenging on all fronts. So if you look at the amount of games that Chelsea are going to be playing, what they're ensuring is that whether they're playing FA Cup, Carling Cup, or Carabao Cup as it is now, Champions League or Premier League, no matter what team they put up, it's going to be one of the most competitive. It's going to match City's. And you will know that very well in terms of being a City fan, where you can bring players in any competition and you're still going to be competitive. I think there's more than enough games to rotate them.
Thank you, sir. Chris, the floor is yours. You have a new player, and I'll be honest, I hadn't heard of him. I believe he's a big guy. Takehiro Tomiyasu. Are you happy with your purchase? And Potsy's also asked, what do you think of Bellerin to Real Betis? Better backup than Cedric or Chambers, who did look really dodgy at the weekend. Yeah, talk to us about the Arsenal, who you've signed so far, and the new guy. From Bologna or Bognor Regis or wherever he's come from.
Bologna, yeah. Tomiyasu looks like a good signing.
He is. We wanted him.
You did, yeah. You had
Chris.
terms agreed with him, yeah. And I think we wanted Emerson, which was quite weird. So, yeah, I think we've done a bit of the switcheroo on the targets that we went in for, Arsenal and Tottenham. Yeah, I think he looks good. He can play anywhere across the back four. He's played as an auxiliary kind of centre back in a back three, also a centre back in a back four, a full back on both sides. He's also played as a wing back on both sides. So in any sort of defensive situation, he looks adaptable. But I think, yeah, going forward, he looks okay. Defensively, he looks okay. He looks good in the air. My concern with him is he one of these jack of all trades in the back line and a master of nothing? I think I'm quite elitist when it comes to fullbacks. I think that's a really specialist position. You look at the best in the world, they are fullbacks. They rarely play in different positions. That's my concern with him, but he looks like a good player. So I'm happy that we brought him in, and I think anyone is an upgrade on the fullbacks that we've got on the right-hand side at the moment. In terms of the question that Potts asked about Bellerin, I think Bellerin hasn't been the same since his Achilles injury, since he'd done his ACL. He's never been the same player, and it's sad. I've been a bit emotional about him going today. I remember the Bellerin of old, the marauding kind of right-sided fullback,
dancing down that wing. He was a dancer of a player.
Yeah, I mean, Barcelona, all the top teams were knocking on the door to get him every season for a reason, But
is he more of a European player than a hard case Premier League player though? Is he too delicate for the Premier League?
No, I think he adapted well, but I just think a lot of players have suffered this injury. It's potentially career threatening. Like when you do your cruciate or your Achilles tendon, those are the two injuries in football that can be, kind of a stay of execution in terms of injuries, especially for fullbacks that rely on their pace. I think he adapted fine to the physical rigors of the Premier League, but I just think his game was so reliant on his pace in being able to beat defenders, and also his recovery pace for defensive situations. it's almost like that mindset of if you're a fullback that likes to get forward and you know how quick you are, you push further forward, you camp further forward in the opposition's final third, sorry. And you're used to having that pace to being able to recover, but he doesn't have that anymore because of the injury. So that's how he was getting caught out a lot. And I think that's how he was getting caught high up the pitch a lot. And I think that's where the Premier League, that's where the intensity and the speed of the Premier League comes back into it.
He was also asking about Chambers and Cedric. I mean, you know, they looked dreadful the other day.
They're awful. Yeah,
you'd be happy to see the back of those two.
I'd be happy to see the back of all three of them, like respectfully to Bellerin, because it's not really his fault. Cedric, there was a lot of dubiousness with Raul Sanelli kind of bringing him into the club and potentially taking backhanders, which is why he's no longer at the club, and that being part of it. Chambers is another one of those, you know, jack of all trades. What does he really master? He looks competent at centre-back, competent at full-back, competent in defensive midfield. He doesn't stand out in any of those positions, you know, like to a standard that Arsenal needs. So as far as I'm concerned, those three are expendable, like all three of them. And so
and
I think
any other players you would hope for tonight, look for? I mean, obviously Willian, I can't believe he is giving up £20 million. I cannot personally believe that as you know, in terms of financial terms, surely there's been an agreement there, but I guess, you know, he's going to go. But anything else you'd like to see this evening?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, I woke up this morning, and if I look at this squad, I still think we need a central midfielder. I think Lokonga's being cast to the wolves a bit in terms of being brought in as a squad player who now all of a sudden, you know, we bought Lokonga and we were bidding for Locatelli, interested in Neves. So it was clear that we were going to bring in the central midfielder. We were relying on getting rid of Xhaka. We said we've renewed his contract to preserve his value. Okay, does that mean we don't go out and get another central midfielder? I mean, ultimately, we've cumulatively bought the wage bill down from the deadwood that we've got rid of, not just in this window, but in successive ones, you know, in the last 2 or 3. So why is it that we can't go out and get another central midfielder that puts Xhaka more into the squad territory than being relied on in the first team? Because as you saw against your mob this weekend, he can't be relied on. And
North London seems to have changed. I mean, 2 guys that I really rated was Ndebele before he really got into Spurs, and Partey before he came to Arsenal. I mean, I thought those 2 guys, when I watched them at their previous clubs at Atletico and Ndebele was at Leon. I mean, I honestly, I thought they were world beaters, those 2. What the heck's happened? Because I thought you'd both signed like world class driving the new Yaya Toures.
I mean, to be honest, with Partey, I really think it's too early to run the verdict on him. Like, he's not had a run of games. He came into a pre-season. He wasn't fit. He got injured. Every time he's come back, he's broken down again. So I wouldn't really say that you could judge him as a failure yet. And the games that we have seen him play, he's played very well. He went to Old Trafford, was man of the match. Absolutely pocketed.
How old is he? How old is he now?
28. He popped in that game. You know,
should
like
be at his prime, shouldn't he?
Pogba and Bruno were nowhere to be seen. Respectfully to Mace, you know, but I mean that he showed in that game what he could do when he's fit. But it's just been a case of all season he hasn't been fit. So that's even more of a concern as to why we wouldn't go for a central midfielder, even if we're keeping Xhaka. It's just like Lokonga's being made a bit of a sacrificial lamb. As good as he is, because he has looked very good in pre-season, I just think it's unfair for him to come from another league, you know, as a 21-year-old and have all that pressure heaped on him. Partey will go to AFCON in January, and it's looking like he'll probably pick up an injury or could pick up an injury in between now and then. Jack is just not good enough. So, yeah.
Chris, the king of the Gunners, I do need to move along. I'm keen for Stuart to chat about Spurs. They have a new player. Stuart, you have a new man tonight, Emerson from Barcelona. What's your thoughts on that? Are you happy with your transfer window, and do you fancy anyone else this evening, so to speak?
Yeah, in terms of the Emerson deal, I've sort of followed Emerson on and off for a bit, actually, in a bit of a weird way. Because I'm even though I'm 41, I play a lot of FIFA, and he was always one of the players that in my scouting that I would pick up, because he's a really solid and very quick right back, which is sort of how I play the game and stuff. So that's sort of why he was always on my radar. And then caught a few glimpses of him watching the league games when he was at Betis, and he was sort of a stalwart of the Betis team. And it's a bit weird how we've actually managed to sign him, because he's only just, I think, if unless I'm wrong, he's literally only just signed for Barcelona. So unless there's some, again, it's to do with their issues with their financing, that because they've signed the other lad from Ajax, who's also a right back, that they've just sort of taken the hit and taken the money. But again, it's, even though I don't think we're going to be able to shift Aurier or Doherty tonight unless something happens late, I think, he's a good addition.
Like
Romero,
Cedric and Chambers, really, same problem.
Oh yeah, Doherty and Aurier are an absolute liability, so they're not going to feature much this season. Now, Romero, fantastic signing. I'm glad we got that one done, because it was took an absolute age to get that through. But he could be really, really great for us. Brian Hill is one more for the future, but we saw some really good glimpses of him in our Europa Conference League playoff game, and he looked absolutely fantastic. So I think they might sort of use him a bit more in the European games and the domestic cup games. Galini looks like a really reliable goalkeeper, so happy with that one as well. And then Pape Sarr, this is where it's sort of showing the Paratici sort of input, in that he said when he first joined the club that, we were going to start sort of looking to secure the sort of best talent around the world to sort of join the guys that are coming through in the academy, and he sort of was one of them. So excited to see what happens with him in the future as well. But I think the only one that I was quite excited about in the rumours for today was Ruben Neves. A creative central midfielder. You were talking about sort of Ndombele, and this guy is an absolute enigma to so many Tottenham fans. We just cannot figure out. He's on his fourth manager now, and obviously coaching staff, and there was obviously something either wrong with him physically, or there's something wrong with his mentality, and he is just not winning the trust of those people, and it's infuriating, because
it is.
I think
he's got it. I see. When I've seen him at his prime, I've seen Patrick Vieira in him. I've seen Yaya Toure. I've seen a bit of Steven Gerrard in him. Lampard. He's that sort of box-to-box dynamo player. I don't get it. Honestly, when he signed for Spurs, I thought, oh gosh, I wish City got him.
Well, that's the thing, and the thing is that if we get him fit and he gets his mentality right, he will be like a new signing, because I don't think ever since he's been at Spurs, I think we've seen very, very tiny glimpses of what he can do, but never consistently. And if we can get a consistent run of games with him firing on all cylinders and at his peak, that could be, like I said, that could be like a new signing in the squad, because we've not seen hardly anything of him, especially since the sort of end of last season, because Mason didn't fancy him while he was sort of temporary in charge. And we've not seen him at all. We've not seen him at all, even in pre-season under Nuno. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. It doesn't look like he's going to get sold, so we can't have a £60 million player. Obviously, he doesn't set the price tag, but he's got to be integrated into the squad somehow. It would be a shame if not.
Okay, cool. I just want to whip through the stories and some of the comments, and then we'll come back again to each of you for your hopes really for the rest of the evening, the rest of the transfer window. But let's go with the biggest stories still are Ronaldo going back to United. Bit of a fairy tale. Let's see what happens. Daniel James, big transfers to Leeds. Everybody said, to be fair, that he'll do well there. Both North London clubs have got new central defenders. And we're still waiting for Edouard from Celtic to Palace. That is imminent, and I think that'll be bloody good for Palace. And Sol to Chelsea. I think Ross's views are really, really interesting. Are his best days behind him? Perhaps. Is he a young player who's hit his ceiling? Someone else mentioned the ceiling of capability early in the evening. Has he got to that ceiling? And if he has, God knows how we'll get in that Chelsea midfield, whether it's in the Carabao Cup or the early stage of the Champions League. Because I tell you what, if he hasn't got it, he's the manager is no shrinking violet. He ain't going to play. Let's have a quick look at some of the comments. I've got to laugh at this one. Who needs a new signing when he can announce of Nat Phillips' contract extension? Oh, we love Potts. He is a joker. Rossa thoughts. Barca showing it's working with Pedri, and Real Madrid need young legs in that aging midfield. Do they need young legs in that aging midfield, or can Modric last till he's 40?
Modric is aging. There's no question. Well, we all are, but Modric is getting to an age where maybe he cannot play every single match in the Liga and the Champions League, etc. Kroos isn't old at all. Then we've got Casemiro, who isn't old. Valverde, who's one of my favorite players in Real Madrid right now. Valverde is going to give us, plenty of happiness in this next season, as he's going to play more. And now we've got Camavinga as well, who can play every now and then, substituting Modric, just getting more and more minutes. So I don't think that, all in all, we've got an aging midfield.
Okay, you're welcome to wait. You're welcome to make any hand signals you wish to Potsy from Tenerife to Liverpool. Ferns the Gunner says, "Big up Gunner King." You thoughts on Fabrizio saying no more incomings at Arsenal? Doesn't look like it, does it? All I know is Arsenal have spent the most and still the same as last season. Now that's another an alternative view. Alexander, but we still have Skip and Holberg defending. I think weirdly, Holberg's the guy I love to hate. When he first went to Spurs, I thought, what would Glenn Hoddle say? He'd be like not sleeping at night, seeing a bit of an enforcer like Holberg in the team. But I have to say, every time I've watched him, I've never seen him have a bad game.
He's a good
That's
player.
the funny thing. People are sort of saying that, you've got Skip and Højbjerg, but we're the only team who haven't conceded the goal yet. So,
Skip,
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but Højbjerg, he's a spoiler and an enforcer. He's ugly.
Well, Skip, I think we've got a lot of years in Skip because he's only 20. So he's not. If we ended up getting a Neves or something like that, he'd probably be the first one to drop out. But at the moment, he's doing a really good job, I think.
Good. I Touch TV. Tanganga is a centre back long term. Interesting. He's big enough, but he gives you balance right now on the right back when you go forward. The lad has magic feet. I really rate him. Kelvin says, evening, Kelvin.
Hello.
Mr. B, Mr. Charming, says hello to Macy. Of course he does. Potsy's back. He's not going to go away quietly. Arsenal's main issues are they haven't brought in any leaders into the team. Ben White needs an experienced head next to him, and Lokanga has no role models in that midfield to learn from. Go on, Gunnar King, answer that one.
I think he's pretty much spot on, to be honest. But I think what we're going for is, like sort of we're investing in this kind of project youth kind of thing where we're looking to bring. We can't attract, your Varans, your Grealishes, your Sal Niguez's at the moment. So what we're doing is we're bringing in players that are 22, 23, sort of younger, coming into their prime, and we're looking to kind of develop those players, which is all well and good, but they do need older, wiser, and steadier heads to kind of help steer the ship. So that is a concern of mine.
Zaka needs to grow up as well.
Yeah, we lost David Luiz as well, big leader in the dressing room. Whatever people want to say about his capabilities on the pitch. Lacazette and Aubameyang are the only two in our squad, or our first 11, that are above the age of 30. Everyone else is sub 29. So it is a concern of mine. But look, if you're good enough, to do the job, then you're good enough to do the job. And I think, yeah, we've lost our first 3 games. Yeah, we're bottom of the table. Yeah, we haven't scored a goal. Yeah, we've conceded 9 goals. We've also had 6 first-team players that have been out due to COVID and injury. We played last season's Champions League winners and last season's title winners. So, yeah, we should have beaten Brentford. We didn't do that. But I think there's a bit of context in there that needs to be brought into it. Yeah, rivals are talking. They're throwing shade. They're enjoying and they're relishing the moment of the international break where we sit. But when you take these things into context, I expect us in our next 3 games. I did say 3 games because I know we're playing Spurs at home where we usually fare very well. We've got Norwich and then Burnley, I think, or Brighton, I think. So these are games where players are coming back from fitness, should look better, but we do need more leaders.
I mean, my hope for England and other things is there's some bloody great talent in there with Saka leading the line. And I just hope it grows to fruition in that Arsenal team. It's actually gone all quiet on the transfer front. If we're talking about Doyle of City going out on loan to Hamburg, it's gone a bit quiet, even though he's a great lad with great pay.
Ian, I had a quick question for Macy, because I'm just really intrigued about obviously Ronaldo coming in, and I just wanted to know from your standpoint, how does this all work in terms of like their attacking lineup and stuff like that? Because when Rashford's fit again, who's dropping out? Who's losing out in that front 3 or front 4 or something like that?
It's very difficult because when you look at the attacking players who we've got at Man United, you think you can't drop Rashford, you can't drop Cavani, you can't drop Greenwood, you can't drop Sancho. All the players who are attacking players, I would not want to drop, and that is the only difficult thing. For me, though, Ronaldo is going to be that 100% starter every single time. There's no way Ollie's going to drop Ronaldo whatsoever. He's just the star man at Manchester United.
He wouldn't dare. Ronaldo,
no, he wouldn't dare. If anything, he'll come on if anything, Cavani will come on as a sub probably, or he'll play him maybe in the Champions League.
It's with Sir Alex in your corner, and Ollie doesn't look like a particularly strong dude to me. Ronaldo and Alex in one corner, even if Ronaldo isn't playing well, is there a danger that Ollie will just get the sand kicked in his eyes like the wimp on the beach and have to play Ronaldo whatever?
Well, that's why I asked, because that's what a lot of the Juventus fans were saying, is that when he came in, he actually caused, not like he didn't literally cause disruption, but he disrupted the sort of structure of the team, because they obviously were trying to put him in, and then that had a knock-on impact for everyone else in the sort of their attacking style and all that kind of stuff. And obviously they didn't win the league last year by quite a way. So I'm just, does anyone see it as a risk that he's going to sort of throw a spanner in the works a bit, or does it not matter? Do you not care?
I don't. I don't care. I don't care at all, to be honest. For me, I feel like Ronaldo's going to be 100% starter, and Cavani's going to probably come on from the bench if, for example, Ronaldo just gets a little bit tired, put Cavani on for the second half. Because, like you say, Cavani is good when he's a starter or when he's coming off the bench. Like, it made that impact, like Southampton, for example, last season, and we won 3-2. Cavani coming on at half-time was just the absolute difference of us winning that game, because it was 2-0 down, and then we got that 3 goals in the second half.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about Southampton. I'd be worried about Chelsea, Liverpool, clubs like that. And if Ronaldo isn't the right pick, and yet Sir Alex is doing his bully boy tactics in the background, there's possible crucial games. And time's running away from us. I just want to move on. I want to throw a player at Tad and at Stuart. Adama Traore from Wolves, been linked with both clubs. I'm flicking across the Sky Sports moment. Looks as though he's not going anywhere. Yeah. If he was linked to City, I'd be quite happy about that. How do you feel? 50 million they're talking about. You've got to be joking.
I'm laughing because I told my wife that if Traore signed for Spurs, I would eat a hat. because she's a Spurs fan, and she heard the rumors. She was so convinced that he was coming, and I knew he wasn't coming. It just, they were going to ask for way too much money that either Spurs or any club is going to want to pay. As you say, they're asking for 50 million for a player that doesn't have an end product. We may love everything he does until he gets to the final third. We've seen it with guys with Sean Wright-Phillips, Aaron Lennon, etc. That's the difference between a great player and a good player. Now, all of these players in the Premier League, we're not saying any of them are when we say, oh, a player's bad, it's relative, right? Because he made it to the Premier League. He's damn good to make it to the Premier League. But in terms of the standard, especially at a Liverpool or a Spurs, where you're aiming for top 4, title challenging, those are the aspirations there. He just doesn't have the end product. And the frustrating thing is, maybe if you get like a development coach with him, like a Pochettino or a Klopp, that maybe they can get that out of him. Maybe. I mean, we look at what Pep has done with Sterling. I mean, it's not perfect with his finishing, but he's definitely improved.
He was 19 and this guy's 25, 26.
Do you get what I mean? Yeah. So that's the risk you're taking.
I don't know whether he can do it. There was a great phrase that was used back in, but only one other person in this group remember this. In the 70s, they used to call it head down, no nonsense, mindless boogie. And that's, whenever I see Adama Traore, that's what I think. Head down, mindless, nonsense boogie. And it's
I wouldn't have been against it. I wouldn't have been against it if he had signed, because the thing about him is that, again, I think a lot of it's about who you're playing with and the system and all that kind of stuff. If you're looking for someone to sort of scare the defense, and if you're playing on the break, and you're looking for quick transitions on a break, then and that's especially how we play a lot of the time, then we probably could.
True.
He would have been good, but
But Stuart, can I ask something then?
Ted.
And maybe Macy can throw this in there. We've seen that type of signing for a big club with James going to Man United, where he's got the bags of pace, doesn't have the end product. Now, the thing is, those players will contribute in patches, but we're talking about clubs that need you to do it week in, week out. Spurs already have a player in Bergwijn that he doesn't do it exactly the same as Traore, but he's skillful. He gets to the final third in different ways, but they still get there, and then it all breaks down. Why would they then bring in another player to do the same thing?
Rossa, do you remember Jesus Navas at City?
Yeah. It would have been just more, I think, as a just sort of. I think if he was coming in, it would just been to fill out those sort of winger positions, because at the moment we've got sort of Son and maybe Bergwijn on the left, and then you've got Son and Hill on the left, and then Moura and Bergwijn on the right, and just to sort of maybe fill those out a bit. But like I said, if he doesn't come, and it's looking like he won't, I think it's fine. And like you say, 50 million is just way too much. And considering he's only got a year or two left on his contract, that's ridiculous money.
I think there's an argument, though, that with Tottenham, he would have probably done better. I mean, imagine Son and Kane getting on the end of his chances instead of... Instead of
if you can find them. If you're looking at the floor, he's not going to find them, is he?
They're still good, but...
I could imagine Kane getting really pissed off at him, actually.
Well, Kane just needs to shut up for now.
Anyway, let me just dance through some of the comments down here. I'll do a Hector Bellerin down the wing here. Okay, we have Potsy says Barcelona, broken club. Bartomeu has absolutely left them right in the shit. I think we'd all agree that, Rossi, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yes, yeah.
Alexander here says, sarcastically, Endebele, never got the fitness, and Partey is the new Lamella of North London. Well, I hope not so. Both players, I really believe, could make a deep impact. They've just got to get fit. I thought they were the real deal, those two good lads. And Nuno believes that Dele is back due to his high work rate. I've got reservations there. Stuart, he seems like a good lad, and I wish you luck. But I'm, you know what we said about Sol? Maybe you could apply that to.
I think with Dele, he's now playing in a different position. I think if he's being utilised in a deeper role, in terms of his work rate, he's outrunning everyone else in the team. So he's doing that job that he's been assigned by Nuno really, really well, and that's why he's staying in the team. I think, if you're reviewing him as the Dele that first came into the Spurs team, he's not anywhere near that anymore.
Has he hit his ceiling of ability? Has he got to the ceiling of his ability?
I don't necessarily think it's that. I don't know whether it's just the fact that because that's for me, it's like if he can't be that type of player anymore, utilize him in a different way to make it work for the team, and that's what it seems to be how it's happening at the moment. When Ndombele's fit, and I think this is the thing, it'll be Dele or Skip that's going to drop out if Lo Celso or Ndombele comes back into that midfield. Because if we're going to stay with that sort of three, there are opportunities for other players to come in. I think Højbjerg will be pretty safe unless he's injured because he's just so consistent.
I do. He's ugly, but he's good.
we'll
Quickly dancing down. Hi, Amondi. Always the gentleman, always on. What else have we got down here? He says hi. Blah, blah, blah. Right. There is a bit of a love in between Potsy and yeah. Big up from Jamaica from Carl. Big up to Carl in return. Hey. Sam Spurs for life, of course. If Højbjerg is an enforcer, what is Fernandinho? He's just a clever enforcer. That's what he is. Or Kante. Yeah, he's possibly even he's a clever enforcer who runs his ass off.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Slow how he winks. Wow. Now that's an insult. That is an insult.
That's the funniest comment of the evening. That. Oh, love that. You've got to say that. Interesting. Potsy. Greenwood needs to keep starting regular as well. I mean, I love Greenwood. I think he's a fantastic player. I fear this old, Ronaldo with Alex carrying his bags bandwagon could wreck the development of possibly an England player we've been crying out for years. I worry about.
But he's still so young.
Yeah,
he's still so young. I mean,
go on, Tad.
He's still so young, guys. We've done this with so many strikers in England, with the Michael Owens and stuff, where we just burn them out. He's now getting to learn under arguably the most dedicated player in world football, in Cristiano Ronaldo, to learn how to be a world-class player. I don't know if there's a better mentor for him. And as we say, these teams are going to be playing in so many tournaments. There's going to be minutes for him, guys. I think he'll be fine.
I think as well, playing all the games in Serie A is completely different to playing 38 games in the Premier League. Ronaldo's going to know that. Yeah. And Cavani, you look at his age. Ronaldo, you look at his age.
What about Martial as well as 4?
Yeah, but I expect rotation to happen as the main central strikers between Ronaldo and Cavani, with Martial and Rashford. Rashford's in surgery as well. Let's not forget.
United have got 5 players who could play striker. How many have Man City got?
But I mean, Martial and
should have paid the money.
Martial, Rashford, and Greenwood also play on the wider areas. So Rashford, plays last season. He was on the left or the right. Martial's the same. Greenwood, mostly will play on the left. I mean, on the right. Sorry.
Yeah, on the right. Yeah.
So they'll make that work with Sancho as well.
Cool. Macy, anything you want to add to that?
I do feel like as well, I don't feel like Ronaldo will tamper with Greenwood at all with his game time. You can see here, Greenwood has improved so much. Like Cavani has been such a good mentor for Greenwood last season. You could just tell, Greenwood's overall game has improved so much. And then when you watched him in the FA Cup versus Everton, you could see he was trying to do a little bit of moves like Cavani doing his headers and everything. It was just really nice to see. And you could see that they had a really nice bond, and having the best player in the world in Manchester United now, also as a mentor for Greenwood, is going to be absolutely incredible in a couple of seasons' time. He's already, for me, at the moment, our best young finisher. So he's going to be even better once Ronaldo has left Man United. He's going to retire.
He's the best finisher in the league.
We've finished the whole circle. And actually, if Ronaldo's halo, if his effect, if his magic dust, his influence rubs off on all those players around him. If players like Greenwood look at his fitness regime, how he treats his body, his respect for the game, then boy, it could be a real legacy that Ronaldo could leave there. Guys, we're nearly out of time. I'm going to make no excuses. I'm going to leave this comment up on the screen. I'll leave this one up. But very, very quickly, I'm going to quickly
England is red.
Very, very quickly, all five of you, just in a couple of words. Yeah, we'll start with the ladies again. Start with Rossa. Just a couple of words. Any hopes for the last few hours that you'd love to see in the last few hours of the transfer window? And I think I know what you're going to say.
Well, obviously it's got to be Mbappe, but really, really, I'm hoping against hope. It's not going to happen for now.
Okay, Macy.
I just want a defensive midfielder at Man United, but I feel like we're just done for business now, so I probably expect no more of Man United.
Tad.
Liverpool aren't going to sign anyone, so just to hope that no one gets injured this season. That's our only hope this season. That's our game plan.
Living on the edge. Chris.
Basuma.
I
don't understand why we
I just thought Tad would fight you for him, but you know.
Oh, I know Liverpool aren't signing, so there's no point in me hoping on a transfer, unfortunately. Sorry. Sorry, Liverpool fans. Hate to be the bearer.
He's played with two of our players in Gabriel and Gabriel and Pepe. He's got the same agent. He's pictured himself with Arsenal memorabilia in the background. He's practically got down on his knees and just said, "Come and get me." Like that. That's and we had one job and we haven't done it, and it's really frustrating.
How much were they looking for him?
40
keep the
million?
faith.
14.
Chris, keep the faith. Keep the faith. You know, you got some fabulous young talent there. Keep the faith. Yeah. Okay, last word then, Stuart. Last word. Thoughts on the last bit of the window. You are the final voice, sir.
Well, let's just hope we get a couple of bits of late drama, just so makes everything a bit fun over the next few hours. But for Tottenham, I'd love to get Neves. Ideally, if we had something like that happen, I'd be very, very happy. But I'll stick with what we've got, and then from tomorrow, I'll start all the gossip for January.
Cool. Thank you ever so much. If I've got one lasting memory from this hour, it's really thinking intelligently about whether players get to a ceiling of their ability before their ages come. You know, whether it's Sol or Ali. And it's interesting looking at Jack Wilshere, who can't even get a start, and he's only 29, or Ross Barkley, who Burnley are trying to take. You know, those guys were going to set the world on fire. Do we have to look for ceilings on some of those players? Anyway, happy transfer evening. Thank you ever so much. And see you soon, guys. Adios.
See ya.
See ya.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB Sports. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday, the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton Road TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening, and we can't wait to see you there.
Good evening, and just want to say, if you've enjoyed the last hour, please share us Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or just get on the blower. Tell your mates we're having a party. We're having a really good time. Anyway, I finished with the 7 o'clock slot. I am passing over to my wonderful good friend, Errol. Sir Alex might call this almost the squeaky bum time, you know, the Fergie time, etc. But all I want to say to Errol is everyone's crazy about a sharp-dressed man. Take it away, sir.
Hello, and thank you so much for that introduction, Mr. Blue Moon Ian. It's a pleasure tonight doing this show. It's a marathon. It starts from 5 p.m. today, and we're going to run straight through till midnight with fantastic guests. And it's going to be a blast. So just make sure you're hitting that like, share, subscribe button. We are FTB Sports. We've got Paxton Road. We've got the Armory TV. We've got the boys of Manchester in the Manchester United agenda as well. So guys, all it is, hit that like, share, subscribe button, and Viva Cristiano Ronaldo. But who will we see at the end of this transfer window? Will there be any twists and turns, and will there be any surprises? So I am joined today by an Everton fan, which is Richard. Hello, Richard. Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Hello. How are we doing, sir?
I'll be better if you manage to sign a right back.
Well, Everton, we're going to talk quite a lot about Everton today. We're going to find out what's going on with them, about the signing, and a lot more, which Everton seems like they're getting rid of players, and there's going to be players coming in, whether or not on loan or permanent signing as well.
Mm-hmm.
And next guest, hello, how are you doing, sir?
Hi, sorry, I was on the previous one, and then
you're not meant to be. Oh,
on.
sorry.
No, I've been asked to stay on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So is it us three?
At the moment, I think so.
I believe
you're forgetting me.
Hi,
Mr. Silver Fox in the house.
Hello, Mr. Silver Fox. Welcome. So let's get this right now. So we obviously got myself, Solo 7, and I'm from the United Agenda, part of FTB Sports, and this is all to do with FTB Sports. We got Mr. Silver Fox from the Armory TV. Big up, Mr. Silver Fox. Todd, Liverpool, you'll never walk alone. And sitting in the bottom of it, you've got Rich. Hi, Rich, Evertonian fan as well. So really and truly, we got rivalry here. And let's kickstart with going to Rich. Rich, Everton, seems like they've done a few business already with letting Lookman out already. What do you make of them letting him go, and who can you see coming in at Everton?
Well, we moved Lookman on a couple of years ago off to Red Bull. He was one of those classic players. He was young, he was raw, but he definitely had talent. I think it was Sam Allardyce offered him out on loan to Derby. He turned that down flat, said he wanted to go abroad and continue his education, which is fair enough. He's done it. He's gone off. He's done reasonably well on the continent. He came back. He had a solid season at Fulham last year, and now he's rocked up on another loan at Leicester. So it's really that next stage of his progression. Slightly higher up the table. They're going to be challenging for Europe. I think he's going to find it slightly harder to get game time, but he's got the talent to be a good player. He's got the talent to play one of those top 6 teams.
Yeah, and let's go to Tony, Silver Fox. You're muted there.
Hello,
with this transfer, obviously being from Arsenal, is this something that Arsenal probably could have looked at as well in getting a loan deal? Because obviously you guys are signing players, but is he the standard what you guys are looking for at Arsenal?
Who, Lookman?
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, us Arsenal fans were holding out for an Aouar and a Maddison, and I don't think he's that kind of player like that. He's a good player. He's a good player, and I think he'll fit, in a team like Everton. I find it a bit strange he's going to Leicester, if I'm honest, especially with the players they got in midfield. But I mean, for backup, yeah, I mean he's a good signing for him.
And Todd, there's no point even asking, would he even scrape? He wouldn't even probably play for the reserve for Liverpool, to be fair. With this as well, him going, he had sort of like a few loan spells. Now he's gone to Everton and he's gone again on another loan deal. As what Mr. Silver Fox said, it doesn't seem like going to Everton, going to Leicester, made any sense whatsoever. So when I saw this earlier, I was thinking, but why is he going to Leicester City?
I think maybe it might be more to do with Leicester City than anything else. They've had a few injuries so far this season, and maybe it's just being extra cautious, making sure we've got enough backup. I mean, if you look at their wide players, especially on that left-hand side, where I'm assuming Lookman is going to be playing, it's Harvey Barnes and maybe Albrighton's going to be playing there. I don't know if they really have anyone else to be playing on that left-hand side. So I think it's late in the window. Let's try and get some sort of cover. We couldn't get anyone in, so Lookman comes in. I mean, yeah, to me, it's more to do with we tried to do other things. We couldn't do anything. At least let's not be stuck with the situation we had with our defensive issues, where they ended up having to scramble, get Vestergaard in from Southampton, just making sure they're covered enough for the season.
Yeah. Again, I'm just coming to you, Rich, because obviously we're going to go to you, then we're going to go to Mr. Silver Fox, unless we get any breaking transfer news, and we can then discuss the players on the transfer news. James Rodriguez came in and did really well. This is a surprise. This is a surprise to me, complete surprise. Like Everton now is trying to find a club for him to go to. Absolutely surprised.
Yeah, I think there's two big factors in why we're looking to move Hammers on. The first is he was brought in by Carlo Ancelotti. They have a very paternal relationship. He wanted to play for Carlo. Carlo's obviously kind of now gone back over to Real. And the second big factor is FFP. We're paying the guy 200 grand a week. And last year he played in 24 games for us. The way we've purchased this year, we've made losses for the last 3 years, big losses as well. This is the 1 year we need to come in tighter than tight on the finances. And that's 10, 11 million pounds a year we can move straight off the balance sheet. So I know he's been linked with being a make weight to Porto for bringing in the kind of one of their wingers, Diaz, in, who had a really good Copa America. He's going to come in on a lower salary. He's probably going to contribute more goals and assists overall over the course of the season. He's certainly going to play more than 20, 25 games in a season, like Hammers did last year. So I think you have to look at the value he gives. Incredible player. I'll never get to see him live. It breaks my heart. But ultimately, if he's only going to play half the games in a season, he's not worth the cash.
Yeah, and you're right with it, because also you are linked with Gomez as well from Benfica, 12 million euro as well. I think under Rafa Benitez at the moment, I will then come to Todd and ask him the question about Rafa, because obviously he'll know quite a lot about what Rafa and what Rafa done for Liverpool and what a legend he is at Liverpool. It seems like Rafa is sort of building his own sort of legacy at the moment, coming in. And he's only played 3 games. He only had sort of half a preseason training with them as well. And with Rafa coming in, how demanding and also do you think he will want from these Evertonians? Because last season, it's almost like you're doing really well and all of a sudden you just stopped. Something went wrong and all of a sudden you guys dropped off the pace completely.
Yeah. What happened was we stopped playing the ball forward, and Rafa's come in and made 3 really quick changes. First is he's brought us in more pace and width out wide. So he's brought in Andros Townsend, Demarai Gray. Both those have transformed the forward line. They've transformed how we attack. The second thing is he's playing the midfield as he's facing forward again. So you can see Doucouré's already got a goal and assist. I think he's already got 60% of the shots he had for the entirety of last season. So you can see the way the team's playing. Also, midfield, we're playing with a lot more vigour. We're playing with a lot more pace. We're working a lot harder in midfield. Last few years under Ancelotti, under Koeman, under Silva, under Big Fat Sam, who I'll try not to swear when I say his name, we've played really pedestrian football. We haven't had any get up and go. We've tried to play a possession-based game. The last 2 games, we've had 30 and 35% possession, and we've got 4 points out of it. Against kind of
That's a Rafa Benitez style of football, though.
That's it. It works. And it's actually the Evertonians I'm speaking to are enjoying watching it again. We haven't been able to enjoy football. Outside of those 10 games at the start of last season, we haven't been able to enjoy watching football for 4 or 5 years. It's nice to have that back.
Yeah. And then obviously let's go to is it Daniel Jabson? Again, you've been linked with him. That's only a small fee of only 5 million. Again, what can you tell? Because 18 years old, forward from Sheffield United. I don't really know much about him whatsoever. But again, what do you make? Because again, it seems like Everton have got the money to spend, but with Rafa Benitez and the way his style of management is, he doesn't really spend a lot of money, though, does he?
No, and actually, I don't think we do have a lot of money to spend this year. I think we're right up to the limit on FFP. We have to sell to buy. So I think Moise Keane went yesterday, so we can kind of pull in 7 million off that for the loan fee. But apart from that, we haven't moved anybody on for a fee this year. But I'll say if Jebson's anywhere near as good as the last striker we got from Sheffield United, which was a certain Dominic Calvert-Lewin, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, brilliant. So, guys, let's start with Mr. Silver Fox. Obviously, we've been talking quite a lot about Everton. What do you make of Rafa Benitez this season, and what have you made so far of the signing or the potential of signing that Everton is looking to do?
Well, the thing about Rafa Benitez, he's a manager that I wanted at Arsenal. Even before the whole thing, even what's going on now, even before Arteta came in, I wanted Rafa. He is the kind of steady the ship guy at the moment. You see what he done at Newcastle, got them back up and steadied them. Didn't spend a lot of money, obviously he couldn't there, but he got the best out of those players, and that's what he does. Especially now, you know, obviously we've seen what he done at Liverpool, but this Rafa Benitez, I think it's a safe option to have. To, like I said, steady everything. The players that he's bringing in, he'll get the best out of them. He'll get the best out of Townsend, and he'll get the best out of was it Jebson? He said, I don't really know too much about him, but you know, he knows he's a good manager. So I think you can get the best out of some of these players that are coming in. He's brought in. So I'm a big fan of Rafa, and
Leading on to that, the reason I'm asking that question as well is this whole thing with Nathan Niles at the moment. Obviously, he wants to move to Everton, but it seems like Arteta isn't allowing him to leave the club. What's actually going on at Arsenal? Because it's all seems like it's gone pear-shaped in sort of it's you know what, Man United, Arsenal, we rivalry, but the problem I'm having now is I feel a bit sorry for you guys as fans, because it seems like everything's going south at the moment. I don't know what the rest of the panel think with it, but we'll get their view on Arsenal after you finish this.
Well, that's what hurts is when our rivals are starting to feel pity and sorry for us. You know, there's problems. The whole Ainsley Maitland-Niles thing. It's what he's done. Obviously, he took to Instagram yesterday, didn't he, and said how he wants to go and play regular football. Which at 24 years old, you can't blame the guy. You can't blame him at all. And he would get some minutes at Everton. The way Arteta's acting, he's acting a bit like a dictator, and you can see it. The players, they don't believe in him. They're not playing for him. You can see it by the football on the pitch, and you can see by the way Ainsley Maitland-Niles took to his social media yesterday. It is a complete mess. It's going to take a lot. I'm also hearing that him and Edu have fallen out as well, which really isn't going to help us going forward. So it's just an absolute mess, and it's going to take. Well, we need like a takeover or something.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Let's go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Todd quickly, get his sort of take on the Rafa Benitez, and then we're just going to open up you guys. We just have a discussion about it. So obviously, going to Rafa Benitez, you know what Rafa Benitez is capable of. You know how His style of football, his philosophy of football. Have you turned on him, or do you still believe sort of you got the respect still for him as a Liverpool fan? And do you think he'll do really well at Everton?
Oh, I've always had a soft spot for Rafa Benitez. I don't think I ever will turn on him. I'm just one of those people that not only is he a good person on the field and what he brought to Liverpool in a time when we weren't really that good. He brought a Champions League out of nowhere, to be fair. But what he's done off the field as well. I mean, you look at the stuff that he endeared himself to Liverpool fans so well. So he's always been someone that I've got a soft spot for. And looking at him going to Everton, I actually thought it was a great move for him to go to Everton. I didn't know if Everton fans would embrace him because of obviously the Liverpool ties, but his family have still lived in Liverpool throughout all this time that he's gone to all these different clubs that he's gone to. So he's so ingrained in the community as it is. And Everton are a club that are huge in the Liverpool community. And they love that kind of thing of engaging with the community. And I think he would embody that if he was given a chance. So I always thought it was going to be a good move for him. It would be a right fit for him. But I wasn't sure if he would get the opportunity to show them that, like, I can do this. I can still, bleed Everton, even though I've been at Liverpool. And that's a very difficult thing to try and balance. But I think what they're going to get from him is someone that's going to make sure you're always prepared for every single game that you play. And he's going to get the most that he can out of any player. And from the Everton fans that I've spoken to, that's bang on in the type of manager you want. When Goodison Park is rocking and you've got a manager that can get everything out of their players and they give their heart and soul for the club, that's a very intimidating stadium to go to. So, I mean, look, I'm one of those weird Liverpool fans that I don't mind Everton doing well, but there's a caveat: as long as they're one position below Liverpool. So if Liverpool win the league title this season, if Everton comes second, I will be happy for Everton. As long as they finish one position below Liverpool, I'm fine with Everton fans.
I'll probably take that, to be fair.
Yeah, so let's go. We'll come back to you in a minute, Rich. But there's another breaking news. We're going to talk about Kamara regarding the transfer failed. I was going to go through some stats regarding him, but apparently Atletico Madrid's in talk with Barcelona over Griezmann. Oh wow, okay, Griezmann again, guys. Let's go through Griezmann. It's almost, how can I put it? He's just moving from club to club in Spain at the moment, isn't he? He can't find a proper marriage right now, can he? He's just moved from sort of one to the other. Silver Fox, Griezmann on the move again.
He kind of saw it coming. Barcelona are in a lot of trouble financially. And, Griezmann, obviously coming from Atletico Madrid, he knows what he's getting there. He knows the manager, he knows the fans, he knows most of the players. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if this happens.
And let's go to Rich. Griezmann again back to Barcelona. And it's to do with this financial. I don't even think they've got anything to do with financial fair play, really. They can't, for some reason at the moment, register players as well.
Yeah, they're in huge levels of debt. They need to clear that down. It's one of the reasons they were pushing so hard for the European Super League. They knew they had a problem kind of coming down the path. They needed to get cash in. They didn't get the Super League cash in, so now they've got to cash out on all of their players and cut their costs down just to get through. They've been run like a basket case signing Galacticos for too long. They've overreached. They've tried to live with the financial circumstances in the Premier League. They can't do it on the Spanish League. They need to find a new way to operate.
And Todd, he went to Atletico obviously last season and won the title. I thought he would have stayed there for at least another 2 seasons or so. But going backwards, do you think going backwards to sort of Barcelona will sort of benefit him, or do you think he should stick to where he's at the moment?
Look, I think Barcelona, if you look over the years, are quite famous for selling players and then buying them back and selling players. And I won't bore anyone with the accounting side of things there, where when you're buying a player, you can put it over 5 years, whereas when you're selling him, you can claim all that money in your accounting records in that specific year. So there is something to that as well. But I think if you look at Griezmann, he's on just under 600,000 a week. So if they've got someone that they can get rid of their wages off the books, he's the first one. Now that Messi is gone, he's the highest earner there. So they've gotten rid of Suarez already. They've gotten rid of Messi. Obviously, they didn't want to, but they have. Griezmann is the next one that they have to get rid of, and it's just one of those situations where they flew too close to the sun, as Rich was saying. So yeah. Unfortunately for them.
When you look at his stats, though, his stats is really good. So, Barcelona, 102 games, 35 goals and 17 assists. Then he went Real Sociedad, 202, 52 goals, 18 assists, and Atletico Madrid. It's 257 with 133 goals with 50 assists. So those numbers, let alone in the Spanish league, he will go Barcelona and he will just continue doing what he does in scoring goals. He's a goal machine.
Yeah, I think the thing is, regardless of where he goes, he is going to score goals. It's just whether or not you can afford to keep him in your squad. And unfortunately, I don't think they can.
Also, with him as well, he sort of seems like he always wants to be the number one target as well. So going sort of like when he was at Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, he was sort of like their number one. Going to Barcelona, he's not going to be the number one because he got Aguero there as well. Silver Fox, you're quiet, Ivan. You there?
Yeah, sorry. He wants to be their main guy, doesn't he? And coming back to the fans. The thing is, will the fans welcome him back with open arms? That's another question you've got to ask. Because as he burnt too many bridges there. That's again. I'll just say that I'm not shocked by this happening if it did happen. But actually, at the same time, now I've just said that. I don't know,
If he scores the goals, I'm sure they'll forgive him.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, that's what he does. That's what he brings to any team, really, doesn't he? Especially in that league. We know he can do it in that league. So, it's a funny one.
It is a strange one, him going backwards, though, isn't it, Rich?
Yeah. So it's like the old adage. You can't make the way to see you before he's ready, and you can't go home again. It might work, it might not. It's just, but who knows? I mean, how many players have gone back to a club and been a kind of runaway success?
Again, for me, we're gonna obviously discuss a bit about Ronaldo a bit later on as well in the show, and that's for me. Is it sort of I'm happy he's back, but what will it be the Ronaldo of old? I know it won't because he's aged now, but at the same time, it's to bring the club together. That's what I think he's going to do. Some of these players, like your Mason Greenwood of the world, you Rashford of the world, you've got obviously it probably then make Pogba a better player and step up his game a bit more rather than Graham Souness every week having a dig at him. Then you will have sort of Martial might learn a few things from him. So again, it could be an education for some of the younger players because I probably could see Barcelona bringing some of their youngsters through this season at least to keep sort of the wage bill down. So next season they start spending money again. That's where I could see the route they're going down. For instance, now when you look at Arsenal, for instance, and I say I feel a bit sorry for Arsenal, they spent quite a lot of money. But with them spending the money, unfortunately, the players they've bought, they bought the players they've got because they're not in Europe and they can't attract the players that they would normally get? Or is it a sort of just a random buy, let's just go out and buy these guys without even really and truly, they're scouting them, but they don't really and truly know too much about them. Tony?
I think what Arteta and Edu were doing, I think it was more Project Youth. You look at the signings that we have made, they're all under the age of 24. And they're the kind of players that we can get. We can't get any, let's have it right, we're not in Europe. So we're not going to be able to attract any big names in. It's clear to me that there isn't a straightforward direction. There doesn't seem to be a real ambition there. So going in for youth, telling them what they want to hear is going to work. I think that's what the problem is.
It does feel like though you sign some players who are going to be a good core to a new squad, So Ramsdale in goal, Ben White centre back, Odegaard and Lokonga in midfield. I mean, that feels like there is a plan there that you're starting with the core rather than around the peripheries and on the wings.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's for resale value as well.
Mm.
We know how the Conkies work. It's all about money coming in for them. So yeah, that's just the way I see it.
And also, sorry, we're going to skip. We'll come back to that conversation. Breaking news: Fulham in talks with Nathan Chalobah. Watford player is what? How old is he? I think he's 26 years old. Defensive midfield player. Fulham, they do need the players, don't they, really and truly, because they sort of got relegated last season and they're doing really well right now in the Championship with, I think they'll bounce straight back up, to be fair with you. And Chalobah going there as sort of a defensive midfield player, I think that will give them a bit more strength. Let's go to Todd with this.
Yeah, I think it's
I
think it's probably with Anguissa going to Napoli. They were looking for some kind of replacement there in midfield.
And you got Troy Deeney gone to Birmingham as well on a 2-year deal.
Yes, definitely. And look, if you look at that Watford squad, I mean, I've had trouble this season trying to figure out what they are, just because they've got so many players. They've got a new manager as well. It's interesting to actually watch their games and see them developing into the team he's trying to mold. But Chalobah was one of those guys that was on the outskirts of the side, so they could afford to let him go. So from Watford's side, I think it's good business to at least get money from a player that isn't necessarily going to be featuring heavily for them. And then from Fulham's side, I think it was just needs must with Anguissa going to Napoli.
Yeah. With this as well, Rich, the owners who own Watford, I believe, if I'm right to say, they still own Napoli, Lazio, don't they? And it's almost, they always do the same thing over and over again. They go out, they bring in a new manager, and it's almost like they go through about 3 managers a season. And then with the players, they buy loads of players and then just get rid of them.
Yeah, it's asset management. So I think it's Udinese they own as well, and they own a kind of a Belgian team as well, and I think they've got a few others in their stable as well. It's all about talent procurement and sell-on fees. That's what they do. So they manage the talent around the various clubs. They know at some point they'll sell them for a profit, and that's their entire business model. The football's secondary. The football is how they add value to the players that they have. And I saw a joke the other day saying any Watford manager is only ever a caretaker manager, because you know they're going to come in and change around every 6 months. So part and parcel of doing business with them. You know what you're walking into.
Yeah, it is a strange one when I look at Watford, because they've got a foundation there, a really good base and foundation. They've got sort of a nice youth set up there as well. And you don't really and truly see them using their youth as much now. It's almost like they go and they're buying. Most of these players they're buying as well, especially when they were in the Premier League a couple of seasons ago. They were all sort of Italian, mostly Italian players they're buying, and then they ship them off to like their parent club. So with him going now, well, if he does end up going to Fulham, I think that's a really decent purchase for Fulham.
Yeah, and obviously he's worked with Marco Silva before when Silva was Watford manager, so he's a player he'll know well.
Yeah. So who is this? Valencia in talks over Costa moving from Main Road tonight. Okay. Wow. All right. That's a surprising one. Leeds are selling as well. Okay. Let's go to, at the moment, we're just waiting for Silver Fox. Todd, can we tell us about Costa at Leeds, Hector?
Well, look, I think he didn't necessarily feature too heavily at Leeds. He had spells where he was important for them, but I think at 27, they've just bought in cover in a Daniel James, for example. They can look to offload someone like him, get some money off of that. I mean, I think that's fine. I don't think it's going to be such a serious thing for Bielsa to worry over. It's just one of those things where one in, one out. Daniel James has come in. He's probably going to cover not necessarily the direct position that Helder Costa would have played, because Daniel James is obviously going to be a bit wider than Costa was, but at least you can move bodies around in there, and they'll have enough, I think. And from Valencia's perspective, it's quite an open Spanish league this season with the financial issues that are happening there. So any deals that you can get for players at a decent price, I don't know if we know necessarily what that amount will end up being, but I'm assuming Valencia in there because it's going to be a favorable deal financially for them, or one they're capable of handling. So look, it's fine for both clubs.
Yeah. And going on to when Tony's coming back on, we'll find out. Tony, if you're there, so in sort of the championship in 2019-2020, he made 43 appearances, 4 goals, 4 assists. And then in the Premier League last season, he made 22 appearances, 3 goals, 3 assists as well. Valencia, you know a lot about Valencia, and that's why I want to ask you this question about Valencia. They are struggling for the last few seasons now in La Liga. Is this a good signing for Valencia?
Yeah, it is. You know, like you just mentioned the numbers there. He has it in his locker. He's the kind of player that would flourish in La Liga, especially against the lower sides. Valencia are probably going to be floating around the bottom half of the table again because of the struggles that they've been facing for the last couple of years. So yeah, and don't forget as well, it's kind of a favour thing as well, because they obviously sold Rodrigo to Leeds United as well, so it makes sense. It makes sense.
And obviously, now on the bottom of it, I need to find out the information about. Apparently, Eduardo has failed his medical at Palace. He's a player that
I hope that's true. I hope that's true, because they can come back for Nketiah.
So Eduardo, now we're looking at let's look at some of his stats in 2017, 2018, 22 goals, 22 games, 9 assists. Let's just go from last season where he made 31 appearances and scored 18 goals. I look at him though, and I don't know what you guys think, and let's go to Rich. With him, he comes with a baggage, doesn't he, really? He does come with a baggage.
Yeah, but then lots of players have moved with baggage and have been perfectly fine. So, you know, if he gets his head down and cracks on, I think he'll do all right.
Yeah. Is it sort of something, though, where it's the first sort of managerial sort of position, which is a very high level that Patrick Vieira has? Would he be a player that sort of, obviously he's in for him, so he'd like to have the player, but is it a player that would probably listen to what Gerrard's got to say? Vieira would have to say in the changing room.
It's Patrick Vieira. I think you have to listen to what he says. The man's achieved everything in the game. So he's going to have the respect of the players from what he's done. And to be honest, I think at Palace, I think he's got fairly low expectations there for his first year. So they know there's going to be a changing of the guard in terms of bringing the squad age down. They've bought well. I think Eze is an incredible player.
Brilliant.
They brought the young lad in from, was it Reading as well they brought in? I can't remember his name.
Michael Olise.
Yeah, again, another really great attacking player. They're in a transition couple of years. And I wouldn't be surprised if the board has said to him, saying, if we go down, we go down. We know we've got the talent. They're young enough. They'll come straight back up.
Yeah.
So I think he's got an open door there.
Yeah. Silver Fox, obviously Zaha, you guys are after Zaha for a very long time. With Zaha, he's actually stayed. And I think that is a catalyst for them as well to help them sort of as a senior player. They've got Benteke. I don't know what the hell's going off Benteke. Literally 1 goal a season. But keeping Zaha is a key as well, isn't it? Towards the end of this transfer window.
Yeah, it is for them because their team is getting younger and they need an experienced guy in there who's been at the club for a long time. I agree with you. It makes a lot of sense for Vieira to have players like that in there. I'm being selfish here. I'm just hoping that now they've seen that this has happened, Vieira's now going to do Arsenal a favour and go, I'm going to sort them out. He could do a job for us, actually. Yeah, we're getting Nketiah in. So that's what I'm hoping for. So I'm hoping in a few hours' time we're going to see that Nketiah's moved over to Palace. Vieira's done us a favour. We've done him a favour. And I can be a little bit happier because I'm not really happy about this window.
Oh, God. Alex, am I going to pronounce his? Anyone wants to Kyle?
Well,
yeah.
Carl.
So basically, Carl. So again, West Ham loan deal long season. It seems like West Ham as well going to David Moyes, and what a fantastic job David Moyes have done at West Ham. He's basically almost what he did at Everton. He's doing now with West Ham, but in a better version with Antonio up front. You know, doing so well, converted from a defender to now a centre forward. Can you guys, for me, I have to take my hats off to him and give him credit. But obviously, this youngster, I know nothing about him. I'm not going to sit here and say I know any stats about him or anything. Does anyone know anything about him? Silver Fox, Carl, anyone knows anything?
I can't say I do.
No, I can talk about Moyes to the cows come home. And you're right, he's following the same model at West Ham now that he did at Everton kind of 10, 15 years ago. So good value signings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for $1.5 million for Tim Cahill, you can claim Souček. So you've got these like-for-like signings coming in. So you got Zuma coming in. That's Joseph Yobo.
Yeah.
You got Vlasic coming in. That's Mikel Arteta. So he knows his system. He knows the players he wants to bring in. And he's gone back to his tried and trusted model.
Yeah. So this young man, he is a 23-year-old. He's a defensive midfield player.
Yeah.
He plays for who does he play for?
Spartak Moscow.
Yeah, Spartak Moscow. And he has made last season. He played 29 games and scored 9 and assisted 5.
Look, I think it's more to do maybe than a long-term signing in terms of bringing more cover defensively, in terms of defensive midfield, and maybe someone that then takes over from Declan Rice if he potentially leaves next year. I think I'm always in favor of bringing in players a year before someone's going to be leaving, just so they can settle in. So I think West Ham have done smart stuff, and I think this is another potentially smart deal.
Yeah, it's interesting enough. West Ham have got Koufal there as well, and Souček, who are both Czech Republic. So probably a nice, simple conversation. Look, lads, any good young talent knocking around kind of the national squad, the under-21s, who do you recommend?
Yeah.
And
I actually think West Ham have probably had one of the best transfer windows. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
The players they're bringing in, like Vlasic and Zuma, they need that depth for obviously they're in Europe now. And I think the best one for them is keeping Declan Rice for another season. Because I'm actually quite surprised no one's really come in for him.
Well, Declan Rice.
I suppose, yeah.
But the problem is West Ham, they've priced him out, haven't they? They priced him at something ridiculous, like 100 million, and he hasn't made a complaint regarding it, saying he think the valuation is too high.
And what we have to remember, we have to remember as well with some of these guys, like a Declan Rice, let's say, for example, we know Man United is probably one of the clubs that would want a Declan Rice and probably chasing a Declan Rice. They will go in informally to see and test the waters. Is it worth making a bid? Like, I don't think West Ham are in a position to sell him this season with, as has been mentioned, European football. He's got a decent enough long contract that they don't have to sell him. And United probably are thinking, well, if we make a bid, it's just going to get rejected. And the price that they're actually asking for is way too much. It's not worth the time.
Yeah.
No, there's better value out there for that position.
This is the thing as well, and see if anyone agrees with me. But if you was to sign Basuma from, say, Brighton, who I rate higher than Rice, you'll get him a lot cheaper. But because Declan Rice is English, he comes with that English valuation.
Yeah, true.
So for me, I'd love us to sign British players, hungry British-born players. But the thing is, for my club, Man United, I'd prefer us to go elsewhere, abroad, and bring someone in slightly cheaper. Because
do you see Basuma as a DM though?
Yeah, I do. I think he would fit in perfectly at Man United. He would fit in there perfectly.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. For Fernandez.
Pardon?
I'm not so sure because obviously Rice can cover in defence if need be. He's more defensive than Basuma for me. Basuma's more of a. He's defensively good. Don't get me wrong, but he strikes me more of an 8, if you like.
Yeah, but the thing for me with Basuma is if you look at Declan Rice and then you look at, say, for instance, Basuma, look at the style of football. Look at the style of football. Brighton play more of a free-flowing football than, say, for instance, West Ham.
True.
So because West Ham are very more defensive, they will sort of defend more. It's like when they say to you at the end of the season, the sort of best goalkeeper, the goalkeepers normally have the most shot at them is the most defensive one, but because they have that block, they will make more save. So Basuma would sit in a lot better than Declan Rice and be a lot cheaper than Declan Rice.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's nearer time, guys. So if you're watching, please like, please share, please subscribe. This is FTB Sports, and this is your transfer marathon, and we'll be going until 12 p.m. tonight. So keep watching, keep liking, keep sharing, please subscribing. Mr. Silver Fox, Todd, and Rich, and myself is Solo. So let's talk to Todd, because we haven't spoke to you really and truly about Liverpool and why you guys ain't signing anyone. Obviously, we know you got Virgil back. Apparently, Rolls Royce is back, which is brilliant for you guys. You're trying to get Henderson on another deal, or I don't know if you have got him on a deal yet. You're literally re-signing all these guys on extending their contract to almost till 2025. So do you believe you got enough ammunition to go and challenge for the Premier League?
Me personally, I don't. What I usually do before a transfer window is I look at the Liverpool squad, for example, or any squad that I need to assess. I look at them, I write down what I think they need to challenge next season, or if it's to get to a certain position, what they need to get there. And Liverpool, they needed a backup to Trent Alexander-Arnold. They needed a new centre midfielder to come in, and maybe we'll dive deeper into that in a bit. And then they also needed a forward, whether it was a wide forward or if it's someone going directly up top. Now, the long-term plan is for Mo Salah to eventually become a 9, similar to what Ronaldo has done through his career. So a wide forward would probably be more suited to the needs of the club, speaking long-term. Now, if you're looking at what Liverpool have done this window, it's so far and removed from what Liverpool have done over the past 5 or 7 years, so to speak. They've been heavily influenced by Moneyball and analytics and looking at signings based on the numbers, not necessarily based on an emotional judgment. Whereas this transfer window, we're starting to see a shift in how they're handling transfers. And obviously the news of Michael Edwards, it's interesting that it came out this week that he might potentially leave, and that's the sporting director of Liverpool. Now, he gave his notice last year to Liverpool, but the news is only coming out now, which I find very interesting, and we won't dive deep into why it's coming out now or etc. But they've already got a guy that's being his understudy in Julian Ward that is currently handling or being an understudy to figuring out how to do his job and hopefully take over from him if he does end up leaving. But this season, it looks like there's been, as I was saying, that shift from the analytics and just looking at the numbers, in the sense of you've got guys like Jordan Henderson, who still has 2 years left on his contract. The old Liverpool or the way they were doing it in the previous years, Henderson doesn't get a brand new contract. And based on what was going on before the whole media scare regarding Henderson wasn't going to get a brand new contract this transfer window. But, Henderson was upset about that because the likes of Fabinho, Alisson, etc. were going to get new deals. And how does it look if me, as the captain of Liverpool, am not getting a new deal? It's not going to look good, etc. So he kicks up a fuss in the media. Klopp steps in and says, guys, we need to sort it out. And Liverpool end up giving him a brand new long-term contract. That contract, I don't think it was meant to be signed this year. It was meant to be next year when they look at it. because he is a 31-year-old midfielder who has injury problems. The injuries that he does have are going to carry on for the rest of his career. He can't play more than 120 minutes without actually getting injured. And you can go and look at the numbers and stuff like that. I mean, Simon Brundish on Twitter has all the graphs and the numbers regarding that kind of stuff. So go check that out. But giving a contract to a player that is injury prone until the age that he's 35 is not what Liverpool usually do. And no offense to Arsenal, but that's kind of something Arsenal were doing recently. And I don't mean to take a shot here. Yeah, but you know what I mean? I don't mean to take a shot here, but there's definitely been a shift this transfer window from what we were usually doing to what is now transpiring this window. And the fact that we're basically riding out this squad now and trying to squeeze out as much as we can before Klopp leaves in 2 years' time is now the game plan. And then we'll figure it out once Klopp leaves, and then we'll do our rebuild. Then it's a gamble. I personally don't agree with it, because I think we could have, you recruit when you're on top. You strengthen from a position of power. We were, Champions League winners, Premier League winners, world champions. That's when you start buying players like, a Camavinga, for example, that secure your future going forward. Liverpool don't seem to be going with that approach at the moment. And if it works out, fair play. But for me, that's not how I would have done it. And I'm not happy with it, to be quite frank.
So, Chad, I'm actually quite surprised that you didn't actually go all in for like a Basuma, because I think he would have suited you.
Well, what I heard with regards to Basuma is that his agency weren't as proactive in responding,
right,
and that kind of died. And also, I had it on good authority that Saul was actually the Liverpool midfielder that they wanted, and for some reason, I don't know what it was. Maybe it's the wages, etc. But Liverpool, then they were basically 5 million short, and they weren't willing to budge. So Liverpool, they value a player at a certain point, as I was saying with the analytics that we use. They value a player at a certain point, the wages, etc. We give performance-based wages. So they value a player at a certain value, and they don't go above that. They're very strict. That's why, for example, last season, we were meant to bring in a centre-back because we knew we were going to get centre-back injuries, but we were trying to bring in Ozan Kabak. They wanted slightly more than we were willing to offer. And Liverpool said, you know what? There's no value in that. We'll take the gamble. And the gamble didn't work. But the previous season, Liverpool didn't sign any senior players, and they ended up winning a Premier League title because they didn't get injuries.
Yeah.
So they keep taking these gambles. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I don't think it's necessary to take such gambles.
Yeah, and I was just going to go to Silver Fox there, because obviously we're talking about taking gambles, and with Arsenal do take gambles. What's happening so far? So obviously with your Lacazette this season and your Aubameyang, because they're the two players that you guys need to step it up this season if you are even going to finish in the top six, to be fair. Silver Fox? No. All right, then we'll come back to him. So let's go to Rich. Rich, you at the moment, I think you are going to be Arsenal. You are going to challenge Arsenal for sort of the top six.
I thought you were going to say for the relegation spots. I thought no.
How do you feel? How do you think your season will progress this season? Will it be a better season than last season, or what position would you take as a sort of a successful season under Rafa in his first season?
I mean, so basing it on the first 4 games, I'm reasonably hopeful. So I don't think Rafa was any Evertonian's choice to come in. I don't think many of us would have forgiven him for the small club jibe that he made kind of years ago. But I think a lot of us now are kind of quietly pleased. And we're taking a watching brief on how it goes. But the first 4 games have been really promising. So based on those, based on the signings we've made, so I said we have added pace, we have added width, we have added work rate. I don't know, somewhere between 6 and 8. So that'd be kind of fairly par for an Everton season, I think. If we can keep the momentum, if we can get some recruitments in, then potentially kick on a little bit towards the higher 5th, 6th. But I think it's a run at Euro. It's probably our best bet.
Yeah. Silver Fox, we're just asking Rich there regarding where do you think sort of will Everton be sort of a challenger for you? Will they finish above you, or where do you see Arsenal finishing this season?
The way things are at the moment, we'll be lucky to get top 10. I can see Everton getting top 10.
Yeah.
The state we're in. Do I believe Arteta's the man to turn things around? No. We finished 8th the last 2 seasons now. All you have to do is look at the City game. And Chelsea. He set us up to fail. I mean, I can go into a full rant. It's going to take another 10 minutes, but
let's not.
Honestly, no. But in short, with Arteta there, with the current mood in the team, I'd be very surprised if we get a top 10 finish.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's talk a little bit about Man United, because I haven't even touched on Man United yet at all. So, for us,
a smile.
Yeah, it is a smile. You know what? It is a smile, but it's still not a happy smile, because we still have not got a CDM. That is my issue. We have not got a CDM. We got everything. We got rid of Dan James. He's now gone to obviously he's gone to Leeds United. So I'm happy, and I will be very happy if we keep Lingard. Not a lot of people agree with me, but I'll be very happy if we keep Lingard. Bring in Ronaldo and the new centre back in and Jadon Sancho. Wow. Honestly believe if we could get a CDM by the transfer window tonight, we will challenge for the Premier League and we'll be very close to Man City. If we don't win it, we'll finish about 1 point behind them. That's how close the Premier League season will be with the signing of Cristiano Ronaldo. He will just inject quality into what we have already. And I think we are going to be there and thereabouts. If Liverpool don't get any injury at all, I could see Liverpool sort of in the mix with it. But right now, title contender is obviously Man City. I could see us probably finishing just second. Liverpool might be third. I still think Chelsea's got something within them, but I don't know. Something's going to give with Chelsea, to be fair. I don't know, again, what the panel think about the Premier League.
I think Chelsea will take a real run at it this year. I think they've got the best manager in the league in Tuchel, and I think Lukaku finishes them off as a team. Defence was always really strong. They had the creative midfielders. They just didn't have anybody who could finish. They have that now. They're going to be a real force this year.
Yeah. And where do you guys see your title ambition? We know Silver Fox said 10th. He'd be lucky if they finish 10th, but...
Yeah, I don't think Liverpool have done enough this season. I'm hoping we can push for second, but I'm looking at third if I'm being realistic. I think it's going to be between Chelsea and Man City challenging for the title. Look, a league title is based on squad depth for me. It's not based on a starting 11. If it was, then I'll be confident Liverpool will be in there, but we just don't have the squad depth. And then Man United rounding off the top four. So kind of 1-2 pick between Man City and Chelsea. I think the depth there will determine that one. And then Liverpool third, Man United fourth. I think the problem, for Everton, though, is you've got the likes of Leicester and Everton that are looking like it's just unfortunate because Rafa at Everton, I think, definitely can make top 6. I'm just worried about Leicester and West Ham and what they're doing so far this season. But I definitely think Everton will be in that mix to try and capitalize on a top 6. And then you can't forget Spurs as well. Nuno has started well. He looks to have everything, the players on board and stuff. So they're there as well. It might just be an unfortunate season where Everton just miss out on top 6 just because everyone else has kind of course corrected.
Yeah, and you touched on it as well. And I think this could be the season that Leicester City break that hoodoo, because they've been so close for the last 2 seasons now, where they just finished outside the top 4. And with the signing they've done and they're looking sort of to get complete by the transfer window, there could be a major threat as well.
Yeah, I don't think they've quite done enough to reach that upper echelon yet. They're an incredible team. They play to their strengths. They're very well organised. But I think the way the top four have moved their squads on over the summer, I still see them pushing around the 5th, 6th mark. I don't see them getting any higher than that.
Yeah. Silver Fox.
No, I agree with Rich there on Leicester. I think they haven't got the depth. They've signed well. They've signed some good players, but in comparison to the other four, City, United, Chelsea, Liverpool, I don't think they have enough. I think it will be between Chelsea and Man City. The Lukaku signing is massive for Chelsea because they struggle to get goals from up top. And you got Werner who lives offside. Now they got Lukaku. So I think I hate to say it, but I think Chelsea.
And they're strengthened
between Chelsea and City.
Today, haven't they? They're strengthened with Sol today. They're still talking. I think that Koundé, they want him for roughly about 60 million mark.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, they're saying no, they want 80 million euros for that. So it's Chelsea, like Roman, look like he's doing nuts this season with the signing. Obviously, Tuchel's come in and he's done a marvelous job at Chelsea. So yeah, you guys are right. We can't really write them off, and it is going to be probably one of the best season in sort of Premier League history in a very long time, where Man City and Liverpool ain't running away for the title.
Not the best.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously we have to leave now because the other guys are coming in.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be an exciting season nonetheless.
Guys, if you're watching, please like, please share, please subscribe. Remember, we'll be going until 12 p.m. tonight. We're going to get the guys on for the next hour, so make sure you tune in, you share it, you like it, you subscribe in. FTB Sports, Paxton Road, the Armory TV, United Agenda, and remember, we also got the Liverpool Kop on FTB Sports as well, and the Sunday Roundup show, Premier League Roundup with Ian Blue Moon. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB Sports. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton Road TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Hello, everyone, and my special guest, I'm going to be handing over to his canners. Hello, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the show tonight, and it is a marathon, mate. I hope you tonight. And listen, you see that flag in the back?
Love it.
Keep it real. Keep it real. So, listen, I'm handing over the baton to you now. Enjoy, and I'll be watching.
Thank you very much, Solo.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very good hour, last hour. Loved it.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Bless. Yes, so let me take this away. And wow, some of the headlines and everything that have been happening. Obviously, you know about United confirming Ronaldo. But, you know, more bigger news is the guest I've got on today. And I'm going to need a drum roll or something for this. So first off, Rick from Fulham. Listen, welcome, sir. What's happening?
We won it one time. Sorry, I've got the camera mirror. We won it one time. The Inter Toto.
We won it one time. Excellent.
On,
a little bit of a London flavour this hour with a sprinkling of Northwest. So this sprinkling of Northwest is coming from on Monday from a United Agenda. Oh, you got Yabba as well. What's happening?
Yeah, I got Yabba and Cookie here as well. We're in that agenda. Welcome, guys.
They look excited about Ronaldo, no doubt.
Yeah, we all are. Big up, Excellent. Trevor. Big up, Rick. How you doing, guys?
Love that. And also, listen, he's
Who's
a
next?
brother, man. I love this guy, right? He's a brother, but you know what? If we, you know, when someone's too good to be true, you know what I mean? They end up supporting Spurs. My man, Sam. Spurs for life.
Yes.
Paxton Road. How you doing, sir? What's that?
Yes.
Very good. I like that entrance. I like that. Very good. Very good. Oh, well done. This could be a good show after all. I wasn't looking forward to it. Having a Monday and Canners on the same show. Richard. Sorry, Rick. Sorry for calling you Richard. Rick, welcome. These other two, they can get one. They can do one, should I say. Anyway.
Listen, we can get
You
some
see what happens?
It's Arsenal, mate. Flipping heck. We need some more. God,
You see the swell up they get from being top of the league. Look at the smile. Look at the smile of them. All teeth.
That's right. Sponsored by Colgate.
Top of the league on minimal effort.
Yeah,
that's right. Efficiency, Rick. That's what they call efficiency. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, Canners, off you go.
No, but like, no, have your time.
I'm having my time with my beer as well. Don't forget.
Yeah, listen, and
sponsored by Estrella, by the way.
Listen,
Sorry.
Hey, Jody.
Hi.
141. What's happening? Listen, I was going to bring you in a nice little intro there, but you know, you killed me. You killed me with that. But it's cool. It's cool. How are you doing? It's good to have you on.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
We can.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Is there a delay at your end? I think
Have I got two mics on?
Oh dear. Come back in, Jody. That's right.
As her name says, that is kind of Spursy. Is that?
That's good. This is going to be a good show.
So far. So I'll just get up. Listen, so obviously the headlines today, man. Obviously deadline D-Day. Listen, it's FTB Sports, and this whole last 4 hours has been immense. The guys that have come before us and obviously going to come after us. It's a mammoth day, really, for deadline D-Day. It's a little bit of a lull at the minute. Not your huge ones. But look, listen, the headlines and everything. Cristiano Ronaldo to United is all confirmed. He's got the pictures. He's doing all of this to the badge, this and that and everything. Chelsea getting sold from Atletico. Boy, I tell you what, Chelsea are going on another level. West Ham doing bits as well. They get Vlasic from CSKA Moscow and Alex Kraft from Spartak Moscow. So more work there. Leeds. I heard a little thing about Daniel James. Was that just for a number thing? So Cavani could take the 21. So Ronaldo can have the number 7. So I don't know about that. But for 30 mil, I tell you what, United have done well there. I'm not sure if he's a 30 mil player. Wait a minute. Here's a drum roll. Hey!
Hi.
141. How you doing? You good?
I'm good, thanks. How is everyone?
We're all
Good,
good. We're all good. We're on a roll, and it's good to have you on, man. So as I said, you know, I kind of was going to bring you in the same way, both you and Sam in together, saying, you know, you're cool and everything, it's lovely, you know, but you guys just got that one little problem, Spurs. But we can get over that for the next hour. We can get over that for the next hour. We got Rick, we got Amondi, we got Sam, we got Jody. Listen, do you know what? Now we was running through the headlines, and I'm going to get to you guys as well. Sam, Jody, right back. Any more competition for a right back, Emerson Royal? Any more competition needed for a right back?
Do you want to go first, Jody, or do you want me to take this first?
Good signing, by the way. I'll hold my hands up. Good signing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
No,
thank
good
you,
signing.
Candice.
Good signing.
I'm just upset about Tomiyasu, to be honest. We did a little switcheroo there, didn't we?
I'm not. Right. Emerson Royal is more of a quality fullback. Sorry, I was just going to say Emerson. Tomiyasu was like more of a hybrid between centre back and right back. Just by the way, before we go on to Emerson, Candice, your new manager is actually on Sky Sports, by the way, at the moment, is Sam Allardyce. Just thought I'd add that one in there. Emerson Royal, by the way, yeah, top quality player, is going to be a top right back for us. I don't think Tomiyasu would have been able to fill that right back position as well as him, although it would have been an upgrade. Serge Aurier still remains at the club, but is unlikely to feature unless he goes in the next couple of hours. It's going to be a lot of places for right back, but I don't think Aurier is going to be part of that.
So you've got Doherty. Is it Katanga?
Tanganga.
Sorry.
Our boy Jaffet.
So you got so Oreo. Katanga's easy.
Tanganga. You know what his name is. His name is Tanganga.
Him, Doherty, and Emerson. And then Sanchez can sometimes play there, right? So you've got 5 players there for a right back berth. Will any of those players be out the door by the time 11 o'clock swings around?
Let's hope Aurier is out the door.
Wow. But he's good going forward. He just can't defend. Emerson, good going forward. Can he defend?
I hope so. From what I've seen, he's a beast defensively.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he's got strength there.
Yeah.
Okay,
100%.
Okay. Well, I mean, with a lot of the obviously we're trying to get rid of. You could add Bellerin. Could add him. But let's talk about teams like Amondi bringing Leicester, getting Ademola Lookman. I think that's a good bit of business for them, really. I mean, because he did very decent when he was at Fulham. I see what I did there, Rick. Come on,
I see what you did there. No, he was great. The Fulham team last year was just unfortunate that they couldn't make it work, because there's definitely some quality in that squad that just wasn't firing for whatever reason. I love Scotty Parker as a manager, but towards the end of the season, something had to have happened in the dressing room or otherwise for them to fall as flat as they did. So it's it's good for him. It adds a bit of depth for Leicester as well. So, and he's there for a song as well.
How's it going?
Come
on.
I was waiting.
No. You don't want me to sing.
Okay. But Amondi, Ronaldo coming back. This has got to be his last club, right? United. So he's going to retire at United, right? I mean, are you happy with your transfer window?
Oh God, is the Pope Catholic? I mean, come on, man. we've just got like a world-class centre back in Varane. No argument there. He's really quality, and I watched him on Sunday at the weekend. He's not strolling around the pitch. He knows what he's doing. I love Jadon Sancho. I think that's one of the best signings, best young players out there. Can't argue with that, no matter about the price. We finally got our man. He didn't play that well at the weekend, but he needs some time maybe to settle in. And now we've got Ronaldo. I mean, I'm skinny teeth. I'm really, really happy about that. It was just out of the blue, like the RKO out of the blue. It just happened out of the blue. I had no idea that would happen. I heard that he's going to City. I wouldn't have been happy about that. But then suddenly, just like that, he's at Man United. And
Wow.
apparently today it's all come through. He's signed up. He's there in front of the cameras. And we went from being sort of top 4, maybe title contenders, to now there's a big question mark as in what are we really going to do this season? One thing I just want to say, Lookman, I really like the boy. Even before he was at Everton, was he from? Where was he from? Charlton,
Leipzig.
No,
come from, I think.
Prior to Everton, he came from Charlton. Was it? No,
Fulham. I think wasn't he at Fulham?
No, he wasn't at Fulham. He was at a Championship club.
Oh.
Anyway, but I've always watched him and always thought he's a good player. And what he did last year, he proved he's a threat. So Leicester have got a good boy there, because I was a bit bemused by Leicester getting rid of Gray, because I think there must be some sort of issue there, because Gray's
Everton got a good deal there.
Gray's proven to be a good player. So for Leicester to get rid of Gray and send him off to Leverkusen for Albrighton, I was a bit bemused by that. So Lookman, I think it's to be dangerous. And Leicester, again, they're making good moves, as are Tottenham. Big up with Emerson. That's a great signing, by the way.
That seamlessly moves me on to Jody. I mean, you happy with your transfer business this year?
I mean, I'm not that upset with it. I think
you're upset, but
no, I'm not. I'm not too upset. I know there's a lot. I think there's a lot more offloading that we probably would have wanted to have done. Like I said, I think probably we wanted to have seen Aurier potentially go this season. And then I think if Ndombele doesn't, get sold at the last minute, I'm hoping that we can make the most out of him this season. I think we're still lacking creatively. I think we still do need a backup striker. And like we said, coming into the stream, I think you said that, we've got a lot of right backs. We've got a lot of defense going on there. So yeah, I mean, I'm not unhappy with what we've done. I think there's a lot of potential there for the future. So yeah, it's maybe a 6 for me, 6 out of 10.
Okay,
something like that.
Okay, you lot started well.
I have a question for it. What do you make of Sir Harry? This going
Which
forward
Harry?
from here.
Which one?
The one and only.
That's Kane, not Maguire, guy. By the way.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it was obviously documented. He said that he wanted to leave, but look, Daniel Levy has pulled that proverbial rabbit out of the hat. I don't know what he's done, how he said it.
Yeah,
Sam, you got to be happy with. Obviously, what did you actually touch on? Griezmann, the breaking news that Griezmann's back at Atletico Madrid as well. I know it's obviously nothing to do with the Premiership, but that's obviously got to do reverberations with Barcelona and their financial issues there.
Yeah. Do you want me to answer that on
yeah. I mean,
I guess
move back onto Harry. We
sure. With the Griezmann deal, I think that's only going to be financial from Barcelona's perspective. I can't see why Griezmann would want to go back to Madrid, but given Barcelona's financial situation at the moment, that makes sense. But then there's not that much money in Spain anyway. So again, maybe he couldn't get a move elsewhere, because I'm sure if they could, I don't know, what was it, just a loan option? So an option to buy. Do we know what sort of cost we're talking about in terms of the option to buy? What sort of price are we talking about? Because he obviously went for a lot of money to Barcelona. What's the buyback?
40 million.
40. So
40.
Again, it can only be for financial reasons. You know what I'm saying? Why Barcelona let him go.
Because Barcelona must owe Atletico Madrid some money for that transfer still. So they must obviously kind of wipe that off. Picking up some of his wages, which is what, in the tune of right 800,000 a week.
Is that really? Oh wow!
Yeah, it's
God, nearly as much as a Monday. Jesus, fucking hell!
Can I just add to that? About the Griezmann? A few weeks ago, there's speculation he would be leaving Barcelona anyway because of the controversy with Delembe with blackface. And some sort of
really okay,
yeah. So I don't know. It's gone past my. I can't remember now. Some controversy about racism. It all blew up, and some of the sponsors for Barca were unhappy about it, and they were saying he can't be playing for us anymore. So I did see this coming about Griezmann leaving the club. I don't. So maybe it's financial and to do with the sponsors as well, not being happy with Griezmann. I'm sure someone in the comments will mention what it was. I can't remember the top of my head, but yeah, there's.
No, I'm not too appraised on that situation, so I can't comment, to be honest. So
No.
yeah,
I'll just go back. Sorry, I'll just go back to the Harry Kane thing then. And the Spurs transfer. I'm not quite in agreement with Jodie there because she's playing a little bit down. It's been a good transfer window, and the reason I'll say that is we've kept the major players that we need to keep. We have kept Harry Kane. So far, we haven't got rid of Ndombele. Now, with regards to Ndombele, there's a lot of rumours and speculation with regards to why he's not in the team. He's not happy at Spurs. Some of his mates are going. Mrs. Sissoko's gone. Aurier's not. Again, with any sort of transfer, Harry Kane has now been reintegrated back into the squad. Looks like he's going to be playing as best as he can do based on last season. Hopefully, he'll get them goals. If Nuno can do the similar type thing with Ndombele, potentially with Aurier, that's 2 additional signings that we'd have there. Both, in my opinion, could potentially be world-class. Aurier lacks that defensive ability, but going forward, he's definitely an option. So if we've got people pushing for places and we've got Emerson Rule, who may be the #1 starter, you've got Doherty pushing him, you've got Aurier pushing him, you've got Tanganga pushing him. We've even got a backup in Piscotty as a youngster there. Yeah. That's what you want. One of them may have to be moved on, but I want competition for places. So again, Ndombele, if he can be reintegrated, it's like a new signing for us. And the business we've done with Hill, we've done with Romario, we've done with Galini, we've done with Pape Sarr, looking towards next season as well. That's great business. So Spurs, in terms of this so far, for me, is definitely a 7.5.
A 7.5 okay. That's a strong 7. Okay, but
because we haven't lost Harry Kane, there's all this talk about him going for 150 million pounds. Do you know what I'm saying? If you sell him, we would have been having a 2 out of 10. You know, even a 1 out of 10. But the fact we've kept him, regardless of the situation, he's a Spurs player, and he's not going to down tools. He has to play for the team, and there's no club in world football that could do without a Harry Kane playing for them. I don't care which team you are.
Do you know what? I actually think you've made some solid signings. I mean, Emerson, Brian Gill, and Pape Sarr for next season, pretty decent with your...
You like that, don't you, Callers? You do like that, don't you? I know you do. Look at that smile.
Can we talk on Canners? I know you're asking the questions. Can we ask you the same about Arsenal?
You can ask me. Man.
Just summarize how you feeling.
Glad you said that on Monday.
I mean, we've got 2 Spurs fans on here smiling, being top of the league.
Top of the league.
Getting an average of 7.5 for their transfer dealings.
Here we go.
You're smiling, but it's like tears of a clown. You're bottom of the league, and give me a score about your transfer dealing so far. Talk to me, Trev.
All right. It's a I was going to say it's a solid 6. It's a 6 in my opinion.
Hold on a minute. Come on now. Let's rewind. Come on. Start again. A solid 6. I'm not even saying solid. I'm saying that's on shaky ground. Not solid. Come on now.
I was gonna say 7. I was gonna say 7, but I thought no, because I'm not. 7 would mean I'm happy and content. But listen, we haven't done the business that we're supposed to have done. We've addressed a couple of positions, yes, but we haven't sold the players we're supposed to sell. We haven't recruited. The guy who we've got from Bologna, Tomiyasu. Yeah. I'm killing myself here. I had to go on YouTube him earlier.
You're not doing yourself any favors with this solid 6.
But the
not
thing is,
at all.
YouTube makes anyone look great. Listen, he looks solid enough, but the problem I have is that we need a player that's dynamic down the right who can defend. There's nothing out there in the mold, really, in the mold of Kieran Tierney that's affordable. For us to buy. The closest thing to him, I guess, not saying that Tierney's better than Hakimi, but that's the kind of like quality you really want. So basically, we can have a 2-pronged attack from either way. Teams target our right-hand side, and that's a problem. We need a central midfielder as well. Basuma would have been the one. Go ahead.
My question to you: with all this solid 6 and the probably 150 million pounds worth of spending with a Tomiyasu deal, do you think you've catered for all the positions that you think you need? No. So do you think that's good business, spending 150 million and you haven't filled the gaps that you need? 150 million.
It's work
and
in
it's work in
progress.
progress.
Listen,
Okay.
we've
All right.
got- we've
That's all
got-
I'm
we've
asking.
got big-
My question has been asked. You tell me. You can continue. 150 million, solid 6, and you haven't filled the positions that you need to fill. But that's still good.
Right. And do you know what? The thing is, what I would do is look, Ben White's needed. And do you know what? At first, I think the order we've done our business probably has been wrong. It's been incorrect. We should be having right now a right back and a CM should have been sorted first. That should have been before anything else. A central defender was obviously needed, and the fact is, once we get Gabriel back and White, I think we'll be in better shape defensively. So, that's why it's a 6. We do need a centre midfield and possibly a striker. Okay.
Moving on.
Possibly a striker.
So, Rick, oh my gosh, see, I'm all flustered with that one. Flipping it, I feel like I was on a hot seat there.
That's right.
Rick, I'm going to come back to you and just quickly with some of your transfers that Fulham have done. I mean, Harry Wilson and Rodrigo Muniz. Are you happy? I mean, I've not seen Muniz come, but it's quite a bit of money you spent for those two players on the tune of around 19 mil.
Well, yeah, it was 12 million for Wilson, which is a lot for the championship. But yeah, at least this time the team isn't spunking as much money as they have in the past when these things have happened. So they've been a bit more selective. In the grand scheme of things, with the parachute payments and everything, just shy of 20 million isn't a lot to have spent to rebuild the team. About half the team from last year is left. I was just going through a list. We've got the reserve keeper from Spurs in, who's doing a decent job so far. A couple of clean sheets. Wilson and Muniz. I mean, that could be the signing of the season in the championship.
That's weird. Someone from Flamengo going to the championship. That's unheard of.
What's that?
Someone from Flamengo in South America going straight to. That's unheard of. I mean,
Watford signed. They got a Brazilian striker who's been in the championship the last couple of years. João Pedro. He's going to blow up, I think, as well.
Oh, I know the guy you're on about. He's been there a couple of seasons, right?
Yeah, he's been there a couple of years now, so there's been a lot of dealings like that. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No.
But I mean, I think we've got Muniz for something around the 8 million, give or take, 7-8 million. That could literally prove to be the signing of the season in the championship. He scored. Wilson scored. Mitrovic is signed for another 5 years, which is great because the way we're yo-yoing right now, he'll be able to play well every other year. I think it's they've bolstered the squad. It'll be great to get Tom Carney back from injury. It would have been nice to see a few more just depth additions, and perhaps these lads from Watford, who the Silva, the manager, knows well, will be able to add that depth. I mean, the one thing about the championship, you're playing twice a week, and it's not a cakewalk.
No, you got what, 46 matches,
game.
is it?
Yeah,
more if you're in the playoffs. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask Rick. That sounds like a pretty good squad so far. Do you think that squad's good enough next season to beat Arsenal in the championship?
Straight face killer.
I think it'd be like
He wrote that one down.
What are we laughing at? Rick, what do you think?
I think they're going to be ships passing in the night, mate. It's
well done, Rick. That's the answer I'm looking for. Thank you.
I mean, it helps back down again. So you guys have obviously have a nosebleed at the top there. Well done.
While we're talking championship, guys, I just want to say Troy Deeney to Birmingham, I think is the best signing I've seen. I think he's going to do bits for them. That's his hometown club. and he loves them. He's even got a tattoo of them. So I think, Birmingham with Chong as well. They got Chong on loan from Manchester United. I'll be keeping an eye on them because Troy Deeney, he's difficult to mark, isn't he?
I think there was one as what's his name, Gray to QPR as well from Watford.
I didn't hear about that.
Andre Gray.
Andre
QPR.
Gray, big strong guy, big strong forward.
Yeah. That's a good sign. QPR doing well this season so far.
Wow, that is good.
Wow.
He'd be good in the Championship for sure.
So I'm not even going to include us in this little mix. So obviously we've got like your top 6 teams, right? So Spursy, I'm going to enjoy calling you Spursy.
Judge Jody for you.
No, I'm kidding. So who do you see your main challenges for? Because look, okay, where do you see yourselves realistically finishing? I mean, with Everton now, they're signed. I thought he was quite a decent forward. They just got Rondon, haven't they? Solomon Rondon. And Rafa Benitez ain't no mug really. So Everton are strengthened. Leicester obviously strengthened. You obviously got yourselves United. Well, Chelsea and Man City and Liverpool are probably in. They're fine out for the first 3. Where with the signings that you guys have, where do you see yourselves?
I mean, I think
okay,
as long as we do better than
what does your heart say and what does your head say?
Oh, my heart says we're going to win the league. in 4 years, maybe. My head says I think as long as we do better than we did last season. We've got to remember we've got a brand new manager in place. We've got a brand new director of football. I for one wasn't expecting too much from this transfer, to be honest with you. I mean, I think from what we've done and what we've achieved, I am happy. Maybe I need to bump my 6 up to a 7.5. But I think 5, 6 maybe. I'm hoping for. I mean, I don't think I'd love to think we could make top 4, but I think, like you say, Chelsea are on fire, aren't they? Liverpool are on fire. We got City, who are just, always there, and then Man United, who are clearly doing bits there. So.
I was just about to say, with United, with the signing of, I see all the pictures there, I can see them with Ronaldo in his kit. Anything less than a title challenge has got to be a failure, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, anything less than that, right, on Monday, does questions need to be asked about Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Showtime club. Questions will be asked regardless. I think last season we had a few issues. I thought we were in a title race last year in January. We were top. I think we had the squad last year to do it. Moving on to this season, we've made some, like, as I said earlier, the additions we've made are all world-class players or potentially world-class. So I still think we can do it. Even before we got Ronaldo, I thought we were all set for a challenge. But it's not all or nothing for us. I think success for us.
Say that.
Yeah, I'm not plugging your Arsenal show, but success for us will be maybe a challenge for the title. Ideally, not be like 16 points behind, and to have a good run in the Champions League. 2 things we didn't do last season. We got knocked out in the group stages, remember? And this season, I hope to proceed better than that. And this
at least minimum.
Look, with Ronaldo in the side, I think someone was saying earlier we can beat any side. We've probably got more chance to win the Champions League over one-off games than over the marathon of the league. Already we've seen we don't have like an identity, a brand of football like the other 4 clubs, like even Spurs now. I can see how they've got some sort of identity already by their manager. But with Ole, that might be my issue really. What's his ID? We're struggling to break teams down. I mean, we're just playing long balls. The game against Southampton, we had to force the goal to go in. The other day against Wolves, we were on the back foot. If you look at the highlights, 2-minute highlights, looks like they're all over us, So it's going to take some time. That's why I think maybe the Champions League...
Has he got time, though, with Ronaldo coming in?
I think, Trev, with Ronaldo coming in, he raises the bar and he's got standards to set. So I think it's going to lift the whole club in that respect, that everybody's going to be saying, right, I'm on it. Even the training staff, the staff out there, the coaching staff, I think everyone, even the tea ladies, are going to be on their best behavior. Here's my daughter, that sort of thing.
I'm on this. Can I ask you a quick question? Don't you? Okay, so Ollie's not. I wouldn't say he's in the top 5, top 10 of managers in world football. How is he going to deal with these potential egos? You've got Cavani, you've got Ronaldo, you've got Pogba, you've got Sancho, you've got, I guess, you look at Harry Maguire if you want to put him in that sort of category as well. You've got Varane, you've got De Gea, you've got what's the other keeper's name?
Henderson.
So you've got a lot of players that you potentially are not going to be playing regularly. You've got a manager who's inexperienced with dealing with the top level of talent, and that's to be fair. Someone like Cristiano Ronaldo is going to demand to play, I would imagine, unless he's got some agreement that he's going to play bit part or play certain games. How do you think Ollie will cope with that aspect when things aren't quite going right? Because when you're winning, it's fantastic. Nobody's going to be bothered. You start losing a couple of games. Ronaldo says, well, I want to be in the team. Pogba says, well, I want to be in the team. Cavani says, well, what about me? What happened then?
Okay, as you saw, like we had Mourinho just before Ollie, and Mourinho had personal issues with the players. He upset Pogba, upset a few players with his style of management, as you guys experienced, you know. So Ollie came in, and we went on a 12-game winning streak, because it sort of freed up the players. Like, right, we can do it ourselves now. But what I find with Ollie, I think there's a really good question you posed to me, because I think with Ollie, doesn't have the kahunas really. He's sort of like cutting people's toenails and stroking them, their egos, that kind of thing. So I'll give you an example. Look at Donny van der Beek. Donny van der Beek strikes me as a peaceful Dutch guy who's like, yeah, I'm down, whatever. He's not demanding enough. He's not playing. So he should really be going to Ollie and say, look, man, what the F's going on here? You got to play me. But maybe he's content, say, I train hard to do what you say. So that's why he's not being pushed. But Ollie, with Ronaldo in there, big personality, everyone's going to look up to. I think Ronaldo will be pulling strings. And this is why I'm saying, give it time. I think the whole club will improve with Ronaldo on board. Because I don't think Ollie's a manager. I think it's a bit like Boris, our Prime Minister. I do. It's just a face. It's just a face. Up out there, push him out there, smile, you know, and say whatever. But there's good stuff. We've got coaching staff behind that who is a project you're on. As Arsenal say, you on the process. We've got a project. And I'm being honest. So I think Ronaldo is going to lift everybody. He's going to, if the standards aren't good enough, you're going to see him animate on the pitch, calling people out. Everyone's going to be afraid to be called out on the pitch like that, because he doesn't care. He just wants better standards. And if we can't break teams down, Ronaldo, with so much experience, he will be dictating to us how we want us to play. If you look at Portugal when they won the Euros, Ronaldo was injured and still on the bench, and tell the manager, sit down, I got this, you know. He's
exactly
on the
that's what I'm saying.
Orchestrating how they wanted to play. So that's how big a personality he is, and that's why I want to give it some time.
Yeah, but can that
and see how it progresses. So it's open-ended at the moment.
Maybe in a international tournament sometimes, yeah, but on a day-to-day Premiership, week to week and everything, is that something that you need, that the players around him see that, you know what, this guy's bigger than our manager here?
I want to throw that out to Rick. I don't want to hog the space. I'm happy to answer that, but Rick, what do you think?
Let Rick answer it. Rick answer it. I want to hear Rick.
You know, the thing about Ronaldo, you know, most people in their careers, they end up going to Serie A or La Liga towards the end when they're a little bit older. It's a little bit less of a physical league. Coming back at the point that he is, I think is going to be a shock to the system, given he's been, 10 years in Europe, give or take?
Yeah.
So I think the physicality of the game is probably going to catch him a little bit by surprise. And yeah, it's good that United are building that depth. I mean, I can't imagine Ronaldo will be first name on the team sheet every game.
So can he be like your Champions League player?
Yeah, it's something like that. But I can't see him playing Newcastle in December, or
Burnley
in December. Exactly. Football is a rough game, and he's not old, but he's not young anymore.
No. True.
I think he's there to be. Look, he's a number 9 now. I think he's there to be spoon-fed goals, and he's a great finisher in the 6-yard box, heading, volleys, placing goals. He can do it all, and I think that's where he's going to be, in that sort of area there. So, as Shane knows, as a coach, in that area, you don't have to do much. Little dummy run, little ghost of man in the box, and get fed. So he's going to be demanding it. He gets that his stats up to date by the players providing for him. Yeah. So I don't think, and if you look at, he's a physical specimen as well. I mean, he's not your normal 36-year-old player, you know. It ain't like
just a couple of
at 36, for example.
Sorry to cut you there, man. Just a couple of breaking news. Edouard has gone to Crystal Palace from Celtic. Wow. I tell you what,
good signing.
Missed the trick here. Arsenal missed the trick here. He is decent. That must be the Vieira pool there, with him being French, etc., etc. But a 5-year deal with Palace. Listen, I'm excited to see this guy play.
Yeah.
Well done, Palace. The only thing I'm peed off about is that means that they won't be getting Nketiah. Damn you, Palace. And it's, oh god, blimey. They've done. I don't know how they've done that, but they've got this guy out. Runnison. Now this guy is a proper, you know, the proverbial rabbit in headlights kind of thing. That was him. That was him. Poor guy. I mean, that's another one of Edu and Arteta got wrong. But look, he's gone. He's out on loan, and we've got two good solid keepers now, vying for that number 1 spot. And on the ticker, Maitland-Niles to stay at Arsenal, as you're aware. Listen, I even think that he could have done a job for us at right back, to be fair. Yes, and Alex Kroll to West Ham United. We mentioned that at the top, and I think that's going to listen. West Ham, David Moyes. I just want to put it out to you guys. David Moyes. He got so much criticism when he had his time at Man U, and then when he first went off to West Ham and stuff. How have you seen a more amazing turnaround than what David Moyes has done? I'll come to you first, Jody. I mean, Moyes is. I mean. West Ham are a decent team, and that's another team you can put in the mix with it to be pushing for that top 6 spot. I mean,
I'm scared of West Ham.
Yeah,
I've got a lot of them on my fantasy team just for that reason. I mean, yeah, I think I agree. They are scary, and last season they really went above and beyond what a lot of people expected of them to do. So yeah. I'm scared of them as well. I think as a Spurs fan, you can never be too confident. But yeah,
I can't wait for Harry Kane's November. Where he doesn't like to play in November, does he? He always gets injured around then, doesn't he? So
Yeah.
that's his winter off. Ole Kunle 007, Arteta won't get sacked. There is talk about an investigation ongoing within the club regarding this summer transfer dealings, and things are pointing at Edu. Do you know what? There have been, I've say, strange transfers to a degree, but there have been a few which kind of raised your eyebrows in the past. Willian is one. But fair play to him. He ripped up his contract and he saved us 20 mil, and he could have dug his heels in. Potsy Talks Football.
How bad do you want to get out of a club if you rip up 20 mil or whatever it is?
Mil.
How bad do you want to get out? If you're going to say, I don't even want my money, I just want out this. That's bad. Come on, man. That's not good. It's not a good situation. So don't make it out that it's good, because it's not.
No, listen, you got to put the silver lining by it. Come
I
on,
know
man.
that's the silver lining, but it's not a good thing. It's not good.
Potsy Talks Footy. Are you surprised by how much stronger you look defensively already under Nuno for the Spurs guys? I mean, and do you know what? I will say, as an Arsenal supporter, yeah, the first game you lot against City, I was really surprised. I actually thought you would have been, back to the wall, last ditch tackles, and there wasn't that much of it really. Spurs guys.
I mean, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing with Nuno, and just I think the teamwork and the togetherness and the kind of communication that seems to be happening with him in place is just, it's really impressed me so far.
Sam, what have you seen that's been a difference to what you saw last season defensively, and what's made you that bit more sterner? I guess your hope is, okay, we're getting a few 1-0 wins. Once we properly click, the goals will start flying in, right?
So I think the basis of all of this has got to be the transfer window closing. Nuno will then know which players he's got, which players are not going to be at the club.
Yeah.
It's down to him then to reintegrate the players that maybe were looking to go or maybe not quite on his first team, is to see how much competition we can get for places. So the likes of Harry Winks, you've got him still at the club. You've talked about the right backs that we've already talked about, but there's a number of other players that we potentially may have moved on. I think Nuno has the ability to have the togetherness, and that's the biggest thing that we didn't see last season when Jose was there. It was very much a divide. There was divisions all over the place. What I think Nuno's brought is the togetherness, given players an opportunity. We've got the likes of Sessegnon, Skip coming back off loan, who are now being integrated back into the first team. You know, we've got some new signings, and again, all been given opportunities to play. So the likes of Sanchez and Dyer, who last season I was one of the ones who didn't even call them by their name, was just calling them by their number, because that's how much I wanted them out. They have actually turned things around to show that there has to be something. Because if you can keep a clean sheet, I don't care what team you are, if you can keep a clean sheet for first 3 Premier League games, that's saying something. And we've got 9 points. So yeah, I think he's doing a good job. There's going to be more to come, because I think now we're going to have a settled squad. I think he can definitely improve us.
One, to guys add to that, not a Spurs fan, obviously, but I think having Skip and Holberg in there, I've seen for the last few games you've been playing the two of them, and I thought Skip was like a defensive midfielder. I keep asking the question. I want to know more about him. I know he played at Norwich last season, but these two players are really a good base there, and it's protecting the defense, it seems. So I'm really impressed by Spurs, and I give them a 9 actually in the transfer market. I'm not just boasting them up for no reason, but honestly, I think they've done a really good job, and buying that young guy and a young midfielder Sarr as well. Yeah. That's just and getting Dele Alli back in. Once that guy's got some confidence, you're gonna start.
That's what I'm saying. So Amondi, you've made a good point. Everybody thinks we need to have new players in to have a successful transfer season. Some players that have come back off loan are now in the first team. Some players that have come back off loan are now playing better than they were last season. We've improved players that are already at the club. So to be successful as a team doesn't just mean going and buying players. It means improving the players that are already there, making them better, having a way of playing. We now got opportunities to play in different ways. As you mentioned about the Højbjerg Skip thing, we can play a 4-2-3-1. We can play a 4-3-3. We have different ways to approach the game. We can even play 3 at the back. Now that you've got Emerson, we've got lots of opportunities to do different things, which that's the tactical side of things that I want to see that Jose didn't really do last season.
Can I throw something out? This just goes to Rick as well. I mean, with Sessegnon, I think he's a good player, talented young player. But what's your backup for left back? Will he play there, or are you expecting him to play like in the front 3? And Rick as well. What do you think his best position is?
Well, with Fulham going forward, he was unstoppable. He was this is Ryan Sessegnon, right?
Yeah, Ryan, not the brother.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think his brother's still at Fulham. In the reserves. He had an incredible pace. He was sort of playing a Gareth Bale at Spurs kind of role, left back, but he could bomb up the wing and just create. But I think he was 18, 19 playing for Fulham. So I imagine they were going to sort of shift him forward in the coming years. That's probably where he's best if there isn't any competition.
Okay. And Shane left back, Jody left back. Can he fill in there for you guys?
Because if Reguilon gets injured, who fills in for him?
You got Ben Davies, is it? I don't know.
Ben Davies.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's an issue for me, I think, is if Reguilon gets injured. I think Sid and I broke down a host of academy players on Sid Says the other day, and there's some really, great talent coming through in the academy that hopefully we can try and one day put into the team. But I think, that's a long way off, and I think they need a bit of time to go off on loan and get some experience to come back in. So, yeah, I think for me that is a bit of an issue. Left back. I don't know, Shane, what do you think?
So with regards to left back, we have Reguilon. I think he's going to be the first choice one. He's very, very good going forward. There is some questions still to be asked about him defensively. Ben Davies is probably the opposite. He's probably the better defender, but going forward, he's not as creative. Sessegnon's probably somewhere in the middle. Has a bit of creativity because obviously he's used to playing as a left wide player, but also has that defensive quality, more so as a wing back. It's going to be very unlikely that all 3 of them are going to be injured at the very same time. I think we can cope if Reguilon's out for a while with Ben Davies. If he was out, we could cope with Ryan Sessegnon. And if he was out at the same time as well, we're likely to have one of the right backs playing at left back, which has been seen in the Premier League before. So I don't think it's too much of an issue, provided we don't have a catastrophic injury crisis, which could happen. But if it does, that's down to the manager. Right, I need a right back to play left back. It can be done.
Do you know what's scary actually, right? Because right now is that I have to say no one's really talking about Tottenham as they were. Do you remember last year when Harry Redknapp went on and said, you know, Bale, listen. The thing is, and even you fans have not really gone overboard like you did last year. You're going to do this and that. Yeah, I know you have. And so I'm just kind of a little bit. Oh my god, I want you lot to talk up your team because that means because it always happens year after year. You talk up your team and then boom, you fall flat in your face. So, I'm just waiting. Come on, guys, stop being so humble. Come on, tell us that Spurs are the best ever, and you're gonna do this and that. Come on, be Spursy again. Come on.
Jody, don't rise to it. Jody, don't rise to it. You can go. You go first. Just don't rise to it, though.
I'm gonna go back to what I said before, that we're going through a rebuild, and I think at the moment I'm happy with what we're doing. We've got a new manager, like I said. We've got a new director of football. We've won the first 3 matches. We've got clean sheets coming out of our eyes. I know it's not going to last forever, so I'm just going to ride this high for as long as I can, really. But
it's true.
I'm happy.
Last year's transfer window was a 10, wasn't it? According to you, lot?
Okay, can I say my little bit on the Spurs thing, just with regards to that? Right, I'm going to be a little bit controversial because not all Spurs fans agree. I am, and this is the God's honest truth. I'm not bothered, and it could be any religion, by the way. It doesn't have to be God. I am got no problem in us not getting top 4 this season, provided that we win a trophy, even if it's this UECL, League Cup, FA Cup, whatever it is. I want us to win a trophy. The reason being, that's going to breed more of a winning mentality than a top 4. Again, this whole top 4 thing, which your ex-manager, by the way, Can, has invented, top 4 trophy. I don't agree with it anymore, because it's just about preparing for next season. You get top 4, you don't win anything, but you're preparing for next season's Champions League. We haven't got an opportunity, we haven't got a real opportunity to win the Champions League in the next few years. We have to build. So win a trophy now, get this team confident in it being able to get over the line is going to breed more opportunities further down the line with the players that we're bringing in now.
I hear that, but what the Champions League does, though, listen, you say you're a big club, and what that does,
Who does?
What that does, if you're a big club and you're in the Champions League, you have that pulling power, correct? You have that pulling power. If you ask me, listen, it'd have to be someone crazy big who's in the Europa League for them to go to Europa League team rather than a Champions League team. Listen, getting in the Champions League allows you to build on something and continue attracting the top players. That's my opinion, and I think the more you're in it, the more players and the better players you're going to attract. Listen, we're a
how's that worked out for Arsenal over the last?
So
Rick, well done, Rick. Well done, Rick.
I'll answer that quickly, right? I'll answer that, right? Because of our historic past glories and quite recent FA Cups, I might hasten to add, we still are a big draw for players wanting to come to us. If we was in the Champions League, we would be competing with certain teams, attracting certain players. And I guarantee you, because we are that big draw and that big name, still.
What I would add to that is
we're having
Champions League football.
We're hanging by a thread at the moment.
Having Champions League football doesn't guarantee success for the next season. No. There's only one team going to win the Champions League. There's only one team going to win the Premier League. You have to spend a lot. The correlation with spending and wages is all to be seen. Nobody wins the Premier League unless they spend money, outlier being Leicester. So that's a correlation. So unless you're going to match wages, unless you're going to match transfers, I don't care if you get top 4. If you're 4th in that top 4 and you don't match what the other 3 have done and the other teams in Europe have done, You ain't winning the Champions League. So what benefit is that? You're building. The point I'm trying to make is we can continue. Hold on, we can continue building, but we haven't won nothing. The point of football for me, as a player, as a coach, as a manager, is to win. If you win something, that's success. As a player, you're going to say, I've won this. And then you're going to look forward. There's no top 4 winning. Nobody goes into kids' football saying, oh, we want to be in the top 4. That's wicked, superb. You want to win. This top 4 is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
But let me tell you, right, if you lot were in the Champions League for the last 2 seasons, okay, instead of at Emerson, right, you'd be talking at Hakimi.
Right. Can I add to that? Hold on. I think playing in this Conference League as well, hopefully you'll be playing a lot of youngsters and bringing them through and giving them the experience they acquire. So next season you can build on that. It's a bit like Arsenal. Their foundations have been good because they had a good youth system. Same with United, you know. So I think I'd like to see Tottenham bring through their youth and play them in his Conference League, whatever it's called. So next season they'll be more established. And maybe look at Skip, for example, players like that coming through. It's a good example of how Tottenham have got a good academy and good experience on loan in the Championship last season.
Just to add to your point on Monday, PSG, Manchester City, Manchester United have all spent oodles and oodles of money and probably got some of the best players in world football, ain't won the Champions League. So to me, you can spend all this money. It doesn't really say and guarantee you anything. Premiership for Manchester City is almost guaranteed because of the amount of money they spend. You have to keep up with that. Chelsea are now doing that. They are probably the closest. Liverpool probably after that. And just look at what they're doing. The wages corresponds with all of that. That's the facts of football.
Those teams you just mentioned there, PSG, they won the French league. You had
I can win the French league if I manage PSG. Come on, man. I can manage PSG and do that. Come on.
Hey, one more thing. Just want to add, you know, Edouard, because we were talking about Edouard. It's the transfer show, by the way, not the Spurs show.
Yes.
Edouard.
Thank you.
He's been at Celtic for a long time, so I'm thinking, why has he been there so long? If he's that good, why is he a bit like Virgil van Dijk? He was in Celtic for ages, and no one picked him up. So I'm interested to see how he does at Crystal Palace. Obviously, Vieira is French. You must know something about him. Big, strong, bullish kind of striker. I mean, that's a good sign for Crystal Palace. Well done. And I'm really impressed with them the other day. Gallagher, the guy from Chelsea on loan. They look like they're doing all right. I think they'll be all right this season. Where at the start of the window, I thought they would get relegated. So well done to Vieira. He should be. I don't know why he's not considered as a Arsenal manager. I don't get it. If you get Arteta in, I just don't see why Vieira won't be. Look,
he's a yes man at the moment. He's a puppy at the moment. Arteta is.
Anyway, I think time. I can see.
No, not yet. We got to grill Cannon some more. Let's grill Cannon some more. We got 4 minutes. We got 3 minutes actually. No, we got 3 minutes left. Let's go on to the manager situation with regard to what's his name? Coneman. No, it's not Coneman. It's what? What's his name again? I can't remember his name. Arteta. That's the one. Right. Yeah. Do you believe that Mikel Arteta, having now spent 150 million pounds, euros, whatever you want to say, do you think you're in a better position now to make not even top 4, top 6? Do you think you're in a better position to make top 6?
Than last year? Yes. Than last season, yes.
Oh, whoa, that's lovely. Because I can't see how you're going to get top this season, personally.
No, I
with him as a manager.
I think we'll probably
I don't even think you'll get top 6 with him as a manager personally. No. I can't see it.
No, I think we'll probably get same
top 10
to be honest.
Top 10, 8. Or you're gonna pass in the nights. We're gonna pass in the nights with Rick's team, innit? I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
You know what? As I said, as I will say, right? 3 games in, we got another 35 games to go. There's gonna be a lot of twists and turns, bumps, humps, whatever you want to call them, and I will have my day. We will be talking in a few weeks, won't we? About the little matter of a North London derby, and we'll see.
Right. That's right.
We'll see exactly what's what. Because if we beat you,
I know.
I
know.
I've
got that to come.
By the way,
Can I just say before we sign off, I want to say thanks to all the people commenting. Some people called out my name from TikTok. Thanks for coming along and supporting us on FTB Sports. Really appreciate it, guys. Just like, subscribe. Thank you.
Listen, we've got another panel coming in after us now. Give them
The graveyard shift. They got the graveyard shift.
How do they follow us? How do they follow us?
They can't.
A couple of Spursies in there, but we're kind of like we're all right. We're all right. We let them get away with that. Rick, oh mate, listen. Just a quick one? Who's your main I would say competition for automatic promotion? It's got to be automatic promotion for you guys, right? Nothing less will do, right?
Well, exactly. The playoff is a horrible experience as a fan. We've had it 2 times in the last 2 times we've been promoted, so it's nerve-wracking. It's supposed to be a great day out at Wembley. Fuck is it? Jesus.
Only if you win.
Yeah. Fortunately, we've been on the right side of that, but Jesus, it's not. It doesn't make for a nice build-up. I'd probably say West Brom are definitely there. I do have a soft spot for Scotty Parker. I don't know if he'll be able to pull it off this season, but I think West Brom is probably the nearest one. QPR's had a decent start to the season as well. It's a championship. Anything can happen. There's so many games. There's, I'm just happy that we're getting points early and scoring a lot of goals, because there's nothing worse than having the situation we did a couple of years ago where we went on a string of, I think we won something on the order of or had results out of 20 straight games or 25 straight games, and then lost on the last day to Birmingham City for automatic promotion. It's like, you don't want to have that situation where you have to go and perform to that level. So get the points in while we can, and hopefully we'll be home and hosed by the end of December.
Good luck, Fulham.
No, good luck, Fulham. I do like Fulham as a club. Hate Spurs, hate United. Thank you very much, guys. Listen, that's it, man. The hour goes. It flies, isn't it? Time flies when you're having fun. But as I said, we've got the
time flies when you had a good transfer window as well. That's what happens.
Spursy 141, Rick, Sam, Spurs for life on Monday. Listen, it's been a pleasure. Loved it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Trev. Thanks, Canners.
Cheers, guys.
Good job, man. Well done, guys.
Cheers.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB Sports. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday, the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Hey, so for this next hour, we have Gems. Gem, you're on mute, love. Oh, wait a second. Why are you not getting unmuted here? Unmute. Can you unmute?
Sorry.
There we go.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day behind scenes.
It's live, everybody.
I blame my assistant over here. Yeah,
Oh,
this is the golden hour now, guys. Everyone needs to
is
share
it?
this, get involved, put your feet up. This is the best hour now.
Well, I hope you can follow us. Anyway, listen,
Definitely.
we've got the lovely Gems taking you guys through right to the end. Let's just hope Arsenal do something. I don't think it's going to happen, but
There's
listen,
reports that your window's shut now.
yeah, goes from bad to worse, isn't it? But look,
Well,
guys, I'm gonna go. Gems,
Yeah.
over to yourself, and
Thank you.
have a good one.
I will. Evening, everyone. So with me tonight, I'm going to bring in, we have from ARMOURY TV, we have Gumza. Evening.
How are you doing? You all right?
I'm doing great. It's been a fun evening. I've really enjoyed it.
I've enjoyed watching.
Yeah, you like that hour, innit?
Do you know what? I felt bad for Canners. I was gonna jump in and help him, but I know I'm
You're
on.
glad you weren't on that hour.
Yeah, I know Mondy's looking for me anyway, so I thought I'd best just keep quiet and wait till my 10 p.m. slot. So
Well,
I'm here
you
now.
Get ready because
Yeah, the comments are going to be
next we're
firing, so I'm ready for them.
Next, we're going to bring in James, TTM Sports, the Spurs version.
Are we doing all right?
I'm doing good. This is
How you
the
doing,
other
Gumza?
half of TTM
on, bro? You all right?
Sports. James,
Yeah, all good, all good.
fellow Kop Talk panelist. Evening,
How are we
James.
doing, guys? Are we ready to rock and roll? I know I am. I know I am.
Finally, we have Ole.
What's up, guys?
Evening,
How you
Ole.
doing? All right.
So we have 2 Liverpool, 2 Arsenal, and then we have the Spurs guy in the corner. But to be fair, you know, you lot are very hype at the moment, so I'm sure you can make up for the deficit.
I got plenty. Don't you worry.
I know you have. I don't doubt that. I
Here.
don't doubt that for a second. How are we feeling today? How have you enjoyed your D-Day so far? Gumza, how have you felt today? You got the Japanese Iran, I'm hearing.
Do you know what? He's quite. I know him well. I watch Bologna often, so I know a lot about him. Yeah,
But I ain't
do you
got
know what?
time for that. I ain't got time for that.
Nah, to be fair, I've just done a bit of research. I've done a bit of research. He doesn't look too bad. He doesn't look too bad. The one thing I've noticed when watching his videos, he's not blessed with blistering pace, which might come. He might come unstuck, but physically he's very strong. And what I did like about him actually, he was comfortable on the ball in tight areas, and he had quite a good left foot. So they're the kind of main things I picked up from some of his videos. But apart from that, I couldn't really tell you what he's like over 90 minutes because, again, I've never seen him. So it's just more of the same. I think our whole window's been signing squad players. Our 11 hasn't improved really and honestly. So we'll
But
see
you're
what happens.
Arsenal, you're making signings. You're just getting it out there. You're not haggling with a pound here and a pound there. You're getting out there and getting it done. Ollie, you happy? I'm hearing that this Japanese Varane, he's not a centre back. He's not a this. What is he? I'm hearing he's not. He's
I'll
just
be
a
honest.
defender of the earth. Like
I don't even know if he has a
gonna defend your
position.
dignity out here.
I don't even know if he has a position from what I'm hearing. Like
This
he
is
just
what I'm
he
hearing.
does what he wants. Look, I'm sure he's a very good player, and as soon as he puts on the Arsenal shirt, all of that will go out of him. And you know, but
Mate,
no, I
gonna
don't.
be like, mate, run, fucking run.
That's it. But what I will say though is it shouldn't all be doom and gloom. I don't think our window's been as bad as everyone says. We need the players in those positions, and we haven't got a bad starting 11, so it's not the end of the world.
It's not bad. It's awful. Come on, mate. Let's be honest. Jesus Christ.
I'm just thinking that
First, James,
really,
let us know what you think. What do you think?
You needed a striker. You needed to get a striker, didn't you, boys?
No, we got Lacazette and Aubameyang, mate.
Exactly.
They're
When do they ever turn up? Lacazette hasn't been a regular for about.
You walked into that one, Ollie.
Aubameyang doesn't turn up. He only turns up when he fancies it, when he's not getting his hair cut.
I'm happy with those front two, and we got Eddie and Balogun. We got a good front four.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but what's happened to Eddie Nketiah? You can't even get him out the door.
Yeah, no. I mean, they've just signed Edouard Palace, haven't they? How we couldn't give him Eddie,
5
but
years as well.
he can go for free in 6 months, which they said would never happen, which is currently happening, and with Lacazette. So yeah, you know, you got to keep on smiling. It'd be fine. Lacazette will bang in 30 goals this season, and it will be fine. No, I think we're fine.
I actually sat there. We did a season preview, and I sat there and I said it quietly. Obviously, I said, look, I'm a bit worried about Arsenal this year. I think this could be, you know, I thought we were on the down. You were going to come on the up a little bit. I thought this could be the year, and I would say it quietly that you might finish above us for once. But we're 3 games in, we're 9 points ahead of you. We've still got to play twice. There's another 6 points, and I'm just thinking, well.
Can I just add that they have played Chelsea and Man City, and I'm not being funny. Brentford away, first game back. I was a bit nervous about Norwich away, first game back. You know, a newly promoted side to the Premier League, fans back in the stadium. They're going to be up for it. So I feel it's a bit harsh. They haven't had a pre-season with all their players together either. So this is kind of like their pre-season. I think they're going to need this 2-week break. And then when they come back, we'll see
them lose 1-0 to Burnley.
I think it's the manner of the defeat as well.
Sorry, Oliver, and I'm sorry, Oliver. Do you know what? I'm in a bad mood. Right? I'm in a really bad mood tonight. Yeah.
Why? You're Spurs. You're top of the league.
I'm not a Spurs fan. I'm not a Spurs fan. I'm not a specialist in failure. What I am is a Liverpool fan. Yeah, I'm a Liverpool fan. Yeah, I'm proud. The only thing I've had to look forward to today was cracking out a new Calvin Klein t-shirt out the box. The only thing I've had to look forward to today was switching on BBC One to watch the Antiques Roadshow repeat. The only thing I've had to worry about today is Twitter posts coming out with Carol the Tea Lady as our main signing. You know, and I'm sorry. Man City, Grealish, 100 million. Man United, Ronaldo, Varane, Sancho, Chelsea, Lukaku. And then what they go and do is literally sprinkle the salt-based salt over Liverpool's salted wounds with Seoul coming in on loan. We're supposed to strengthen to become better.
I actually think you're the dark horses for the league this season. I think everyone's forgetting about Liverpool, and I think you've got a good chance of winning it, even without signings.
James. Come on now. We have signed Origi.
I think it's wonderful. I was on LFC News Now a minute ago. Liverpool interested in 2.7 million from midfielder. Do you know what happened when I clicked it out? Do you know what happened when I clicked up that thing? Liverpool youngster Sheyi Ojo in talks with a couple of championship clubs. And I'm thinking, come on, man, for real. Firmino's out for 3 months. All right, okay, we got Jota to back him up with. What happens if he gets injured, Gems?
Jota can't
what
play
happens
there.
then?
Jota doesn't fit in that.
He's not a striker.
No.
Exactly. But that's what I'm talking about. If you want to be the best and you want to keep up, they were saying on the previous panel that you had in, they said if you want to stay up there and be with the best, you need to strengthen. Strike while the iron is hot. Now look, if Liverpool win the league this season, I swear down now, I will get a thong and I will run around the town. I don't care. I will do anything to win this league. Do you know what I mean? Don't worry, you're not missing much.
I'd like to see that.
Conflicting interest now. I've got conflicted interest now.
I definitely want Liverpool to win the league now, just to see you in the thong, bro.
So what I will say though, James, let's take it back a bit here. The team we have now from last season, we had a lot of people out and on loan. This team that we have now this season, they won the fucking Premier League. They won the Champions League. And yet they are still a stronger team because now we have Thiago, we have Elliot, we have Minamino, who's been out on loan. I don't know if he's going to fit in or not, but possibly he could play and fill in for Bobby. He looked good in pre-season. Keita's back. We have got people that have come back in. Obviously, the main guy, Virgil's back. We've got Konate in as backup. We have the team that did win the Premier League, and there are additions to that. I know I'm frustrated. I would have loved a Basuma. You know.
Don't forget James Milner as well.
James Milner is just a machine.
I don't know, Oliver. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, really.
He'd keep walking to our team, mate. I tell you.
He fucking would, and he'd walk straight back out.
He'd Zimmer frame into the Arsenal team. I'd get a game.
The thing is with Liverpool, guys, is
Come
you're
on,
in the same position.
Top of the table. Let's give some.
You're in the same position that Spurs were in under Pochettino, where it's very difficult to strengthen your starting 11. Any players you sign are coming in knowing that they're going to be backup to players. So you can't enter into that bracket of players because no one's going to come in. Who's going to go to Liverpool to be backup to Salah?
So this is our
Same as
issue. We want to get
problem.
a striker. We can't necessarily get a world-class striker. We need to find someone that's good enough to play in the first team, but happy to sit on the bench.
But the issue with that is then your team goes stale, which is what happened to Tottenham. And now you're now where we were 3 years ago. Yeah, we were giving our players new contract. Your thing's just falling down.
I'm sorry. I ain't having that. Hold on a minute. You're saying that we're comparative to a Tottenham team of 2 years ago. Okay, then, mate. So we're comparative to a Tottenham team of 2 years ago, right?
I didn't say that. James said that. That wasn't me.
James says that. But let's have it right that we literally spanked you in the Champions League final without conceding a goal. Okay. The difference is this team is at a higher level than what Tottenham were when you were at your level. I'm a realistic Liverpool fan. You can all laugh at me, shout, scream, rant, rave from the rooftop. This guy's well over the top. Actually, I agree with the guy that was on. Who did I say it was on with Mr. B? And it was who else was it? The Liverpool fan that was on earlier. Stoney. I like what Stoney's saying. He's saying, okay, I'm normally quite relaxed, but you know what? It's literally like you and your mates turn up at the sweet shop. Yeah, you all go in and you've all been given pocket money, and you all go in, you buy some sweets, and you get in there, and all you're left with is a licorice. That's how I'm liking it. I'm just so frustrated that we're talking about Liverpool getting in all this money and the off the field.
But are we looking at everyone else and we're like, oh, everyone's buying someone.
Strengthen us.
That's the problem with Liverpool fans.
Liverpool,
what do we do then? So we just don't sign anyone then? That's it.
Well,
to be fair though, we've signed 5 players and everyone said they're all shit anyway. So we signed 5 players, everyone said they're shit. So I mean,
yeah, they are though.
Because they're not clearly.
I didn't think they are. All right, let's go on to Spurs then. I was going to ask you, James, actually.
Big thing.
Yeah. So far this season, you've won a lot of games, but they've all been 1-0s, and I think one of the 1-0s was a penalty, and another one was a free kick.
Shouldn't have been a free kick either.
Yeah.
No,
so
but,
I mean, you can give it the big one. We're at the top of the league.
No, not at the end of the day. It shouldn't have been a free kick.
Well, we played Man City, who
started the
coming back,
and they won their other 2 games.
Frank Gangster did very well. I'll give you that.
So, but the thing is with Spurs is, which if you know me, you know I'm a very realistic Spurs fan. Look, we've played 3, we've won 3. I would have taken 6 points from those 3 games.
Yeah, he puts on a WhatsApp group, top of the league.
Well, we are probably, I'm not lying. I'm not lying, am I? We are top of the league.
Blame him. Let's not.
We are top of the league.
While you're there.
You know,
they did this last Christmas. No,
as far as I'm concerned, and what I will say as well is, you know, everyone, I had to listen to it for about 3 months. Harry Kane. Look, and I said all along, Harry Kane's going to stay at Tottenham. James, back me up.
Against his will.
He did. It was against his will. Obviously, the chains, the hurting around his wrists at the moment, they might break like his ankles. But no, I think, look, at the end of the day, I'm getting text through now. Here we go. I can just read this out live on air, James, really quickly, and I hand it back to you. It says, Klopp is leaving in 2024. Salah will be 32, Mane 32, Firmino 33, Henderson 34, Thiago 33. I won't even spout the rest. You know, when will people wake up? What's coming as the collapse will be catastrophic with the lack of funding for this football club. And do you know what makes it worse? It's from a Man United fan. We can all see what's going on here. Where's the money from this investment that's come in over the past couple of years of our off-the-field activities, a brand new Nike deal, biggest shirt deal in the Premier League, a deal with Dunkin' Donuts? You know, fantastic. Where's the investment?
Big deal.
Where's the investment?
Well, we were promised, you know, with the Nike sponsorship that there'd be money coming in, and you know, there was this whole talk, Nike's coming in, they're going to pay Mbappe's wages. Klopp talks to his dad, he's going to come over. You know, it was all this hype built up.
I feel let down.
Brilliant.
I mean, we have invested. I think we've bought about 4 16, 17-year-olds. We've got at least 10 youth players that look fantastic. You don't necessarily have to buy a player. We can coach them and into the way we want them to play. It's not always about, going out and buying them.
Just funny.
It's just like therapy. Let me just go.
If you Liverpool, right, you want to improve, but when you look at your team, a lot of those guys you've got aren't big name signings. So I look at Robertson, who's arguably the best left back in world football at the moment, and he cost pennies. Mo Salah's another one who, when he came in, I was laughing. Mane from Southampton. So you guys have done well on not signing the biggest players. So I don't know why you want the big change. And the big players you did bring in, like a Thiago, didn't really hit the ground running. He's one of my favourite players to watch, and I don't think he's made you better.
I'll tell you why, bro. Because when we were searching for an elusive goal against a 10-man backline of Chelsea, we had to bring on Kostas Tsimikas instead of a striker that could actually get us something.
My favourite player.
I get why you want players. But I think I don't know. For Liverpool fans, I know want the big names, and actually sometimes
be in that conversation. We're the biggest club in this country.
Okay, so if you could get a striker, James,
history.
James, if you could get a striker, James, who would it be? If you could pick,
it's Doku. It's someone that's relatively cheap, and it's someone like you're saying about the Arsenal fan there, and rightly so. It's someone cheap that we can bring in that can play sporadically, who we can coach and develop. So we get the best of both worlds. We get a cheap striker, but Origi, the embers of his Liverpool career are now burning out. He will forever be a god.
He did win you a Champions League, though, man.
Yeah, he did. According to the Tottenham fan earlier, James, he said he didn't, but he did. But what we're going to say is now, but what's he done since?
No, he's useless. I mean,
he's a cult hero. He's not like legend. He's like a cult hero, but he's well known for being very lazy.
He's like Sissoko was at Spurs.
He's known for being lazy in training, and
it's frustrating because my father's always told me, you hear Graham Souness saying it for all the stick he gets on Sky Sports, when you win the league and you're champions and you're strongest, you need to strengthen. Sir Alex Ferguson did it. Jose Mourinho did it.
But we got Thiago.
I think his hands are tied.
Wenger never did it.
We did get Thiago after we won.
Wenger didn't see it.
No, that's it.
I think
was Thiago enough though?
Well, I think if last season, if Virgil hadn't been out all season and Elliot had come back off loan and not been as good as he was, Keita, I think if all of these players had kind of not improved, I think we would have bought somebody. But I think they're looking at it as we got Virgil back.
You got Chamberlain though. Still got Chamberlain
Virgil and all these other people. We got Oxlade-Chamberlain, so he's been training as a false 9 to fill in for Bobby.
There you go. False 9, Ox. It'd be awesome.
Yeah. Because he's kind of
what did he win at Arsenal? A couple of FA Cups, granted.
I think he's a good player.
He said he's going to bring us goals from outside the box. That's his promise. So we just got some breaking news here. Tottenham and Serge Aurier in talks over a mutual contract termination.
Thank God for that. Jeez, the problem is, there you go. That just shows everything. You can't even get anybody to buy it.
Surely he's going somewhere though.
There was talk of him going to Bologna because obviously you've sold the guy, you've bought the guy from him. Go on, say his name, Oliver.
So an issue. TT? I
know him as Tommy.
Tommy, yeah, that's what we're calling him. Didn't you want him though, James? Didn't you want him?
That's where we are as clubs at the moment. You sign the players that we don't want. That's where Aurier was rumoured to be going. I think there's a Premier League club out there that might take a punt on him. I think his mate Moose has gone down the road. He might turn up at Watford.
True.
There's a player in there, and we saw him under Mourinho for a bit. And when we actually used him as, we used him as a wing back, really, and he used to stay real high, real wide, and we used to use him as an outlet all the time. And he actually had a bit about him, and his end product's not bad. But he's very unreliable. He makes a lot of mistakes. I don't think he's as bad as people.
He's so rash.
He's very rash. Perfect example. You go away to the Bernabeu. You get yourself 1-0 up. You go 10 men behind the ball. Right on half-time, Aurier brings a man down. Ronaldo penalty goal. We draw 1-1. Like that's Serge Aurier for you. He's hot and cold. He's Jekyll and Hyde. But I think
you're happy that that's breaking down, basically.
That he's leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he probably should have gone last summer. Mourinho tried with him, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to miss him. He did all right at times, but he won't be missed, especially now this Emerson Royale's come in, who I'm hoping is going to be a decent player.
Is he good?
Yeah.
Is he good?
I've never seen him play.
Well, hopefully he's as good as Burger King Royale.
If he's anything like Reguilon, the last fullback we got from one of the Spanish giants, then you're halfway there, aren't you?
I saw Reguilon struggle a bit though against Watford the other day.
No, he's not. He's never struggled. Reguilon's one of the best left backs in the league, according to Tottenham fans. Absolutely fantastic.
Sergio Reguilon's everything Arsenal fans thought Nacho Monreal was. So I'm happy.
Doesn't he play on the left? No, Reguilon.
Yeah, Monreal played on the left, didn't he?
No, but I'm saying I'm just thinking of who we've got on the left, and we've got a better left back. So
Tierney.
That's the one position I'm confident in. That's the only one.
Tierney's better than Reguilon.
The problem is, though, boys, when your best player is your left back, it doesn't look good.
We're all right. We've got some good players.
Gumza, we've got a question from Amundi here. With no European footy, will Arsenal rotate their 4 centre-backs in the Prem, and who will be your best pairing?
We shouldn't rotate our 4 centre-backs if they've only got 1 game a week. But it's Arsenal, and it looks like Arteta doesn't know his best 11 still. So I'm not confident we're going to see a stable 2. For me, should be Gabriel and Ben White. But he seems to like Chambers, so wouldn't be surprised that you see him sometimes. I hope we don't see Mari again for a little bit. I think Drogba's giving him nightmares still. So not Drogba, sorry. What's his name? Lukaku. I'm thinking of the old times of Drogba and Senderos.
Drogba looming.
Yeah, he's still giving me nightmares. He still lives in my head, Drogba. So, but yeah, so I would say Gabriel and White is what we should be going with. But again, they've never played together. We haven't seen them pre-season, so it might be a catastrophe putting them together. You never know.
Do you think he might go back 3? Do you think he might go back 3?
I thought we should. But we lose what little bit of creativity we have going forward. That's the only problem.
That would allow you to play Smith Rowe and Odegaard.
Yeah. But then, then what you do with Saka and Pepe.
But I think he'll stick with the 4. He'll stick with the 4 because he's
too many.
He needs to do it. He needs to stick with the 4. So,
Ollie, who would you have as your 2 centre backs?
It's got to be Gabriel and White. Mary's had a bit of a mare. I mean, Kolasinac started against City. I mean, what's all that about? A guy we've been trying to get out all summer, and then he starts him against Man City. There are definitely some odd decisions going on there. I think 7 of the players who played against City were Wenger signings, But yeah, I'd hope it would be Gabriel and White. But how they would do, we all know Arsenal can't defend.
Last season, I think Liverpool and Arsenal, we had the most... what is it called? The most pairings. I don't know the right word for it. We had the most different pairings in our defenses. So you'd think now, going into the season, he'd just pick 2 and say, right, this is the 2. Make a fucking decision. Let's stick to it.
Yes, Gems.
Get a relationship going with it.
Yeah.
Because
look
at Virgil and Matip. They're a beautiful relationship.
Oliver, you go first. Go on.
No, I think they've signed this Tommy. We're calling him Tommy or TT. I think he signed as a centre back. If that's what it feels like to me. I don't know if he's going to play him at right back because.
How'd you say his name? Right?
He's going to end this 25 years of hurt. Remember, Liverpool fans. Remember the stick that we started getting 20 years into our Premier League or top division trophy drought. Why do Arsenal not get it? Why do Arsenal?
It hasn't been that long.
We get worse.
17 years.
We won a trophy 2 years ago.
I remember the arrogance.
We'll take the FA Cup.
The arrogance of Arsenal, and I think now, unfortunately, because you're fans, it's not your fault. But the reality is I think Tottenham Hotspur are now better equipped to challenge on all fronts. I mean, I heard some Arsenal fans the other day talking about Sam Allardyce. Now, in all seriousness,
Sam Allardyce.
Well, Arteta gets a free pass because he's doing a good job. I think, as far as I'm concerned, get Sam Allardyce in, get them structured to your back line, get your asses out on that pitch, and get some bloody pride going. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Arteta. I'd keep Arteta.
What?
Allardyce, yeah.
I do a better job than him. Consistency.
The problem you've got is you've got to stick with Arteta now because he's a young manager. You've pulled him in out of nowhere. You've laid your hat on him.
He's putting the cones out at the Etihad.
Stick with him now.
He's won more than Tottenham, though, isn't he? He's won more than
He has Ollie. He has Ollie. He has Ollie. Hasn't he?
We'll see,
and he's won more than Solskjaer as well.
Yeah, he
So,
has. He has. But you know, with,
I think he
with
needs help.
Arteta though, if you were to get rid of him tomorrow, let's say you sack him tomorrow, who are you going to get?
Diego Simeone.
I actually think James is right. I think he needs help, and I think bringing in Wenger as a second coach, just to be like,
keep dreaming.
He's too busy on the UEFA gravy train. He ain't going back.
He's busy at Armoury giving out awards and asking up.
We wouldn't get anyone good if we got rid of him.
Potter?
I mean, put me a Potter or Eddie Howe or something. You know what I mean? People are saying Conte. It's never going to happen.
I think we should have Daniel Farker. You might as well just let him do what he's doing now. It's a bit late now, isn't it?
That's it. It's a rebuild. It's going to be a shit season.
You can't get a new manager.
Let's get through it.
Yeah.
That's it.
But the
Ride
thing
it
is,
out.
boys,
Ride
look
it
at the
out,
money
Ollie.
you've spent. Look at the money you've spent. Not just this season. You spent £72 million on Pepe. You spent £50 million on Lacazette. You spent £69 million on Aubameyang. You've spent money up there with the biggest spending clubs in the league, and you're still like you just said, 7 Wenger signings in the lineup on Saturday.
James,
But they
the club.
did win a trophy.
The club is the club is not in a good place at the moment, but you can always turn it around.
Yeah.
You can always turn it around.
Some comments a minute,
I
boys.
think, but go on.
No, go
Sorry,
on,
James, go on. No, I was going to say, if you look at the changes between the backroom staff and the managers, there's been no consistency. So that's why we end up spending 71 player. Then that chairman goes, there's a new philosophy comes in. So we're a mess. If you look, we've got like 3 different managers who have brought players, and we've probably got 4 different like backroom teams who have brought players. So you had your Gazidis, then you had your Mislintat, then you've got Edu. So it's loads of different, it's so many different kind of cooks, do you know what I mean, in the kitchen. And it's now, at least with Arteta, we're saying, right, getting rid of these lot. I don't feel Arteta's the right man at the moment, but I think our team's probably in a better place when he goes than when he started, because when he was first come in, it was a mess, you know what I mean? Willian, David Luiz, like big contracts, these old players. Yeah, Mustafi, like there was a lot of those players around. So at least you look at the squad, they've brought in a lot of young players with hopefully some sell-on value. So we want to go down the Liverpool route of whatever we make, we reinvest it. We need to start somewhere. So actually, Arteta's got the hard job of getting it in the right area. And then in 2-3 years' time, you might sell Lokonga and make 20 mil. Or if you do sell Saka or Smith or Martinelli, the same with Liverpool, they sold Coutinho. And that was the difference in getting Van Dijk and Alisson, and that won you the Champions League and the league. So that's what we're aiming to get to. We've done it in a real bad way.
You just got to look at us, look at Man United when Fergie went. it took them ages to kind of find
a little long time.
Even now, they're not there. They're not there.
We're trying. We are trying.
It's
to
about
be a good
building
club.
up the brand again.
I think
I might cry in a minute, Ollie. Do you know what I mean? Where were you lot looking after us 20 years ago?
Let's liven it up. We're going to get some transfer news popping up in a minute. I'm going to do a few comments. So this is Big Phil. What makes you confident that Kate Elliott will push you to title contenders? Virgil injury, how confident are you that it'll be the same player 3 years ago? Mate, it was 9 months ago, and if you watched him pocket Lukaku, you would know for yourself he was pure fucking class. There's nothing wrong with the guy.
He was good, Virgil. Yeah.
Pure class. He's not messed up. He's played 3 games now. He's not messed up once. And Joel Matip, very underrated. He's world class as well. The two of them together made Lukaku look like a little schoolboy.
You talk about these Man United fans that are coming on, James, just really quickly, talking about the Man United fans that come on. I tell you what, you've signed Ronaldo. Okay, who do you want next? Mbappe? If you don't get him, you're going to storm the pitch. You're talking about the owners, and you're not happy about the owners.
Happy now.
Ronaldo,
They're happy now.
Sancho.
They don't
absolute
want
joke. Absolute joke. As far
they
as
don't
I'm
want
concerned,
the ground painted anymore.
I honestly, the taunts that they always give us, do you know what I mean? And then they storm the pitch and physically try to attack Graham Souness. Absolute disgrace.
But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with attacking Souness.
Yeah, shouldn't attack anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
I hate that.
I tell you what. Well,
I'd attack him on the street. He deserves
it. I don't think you would. Have you seen this challenge?
I wouldn't fancy my chances.
He's a horrible man. He's a horrible man.
So as far as, but the point I'm making is, Man United fans kind of, we're not happy with the owners. It's an absolute disgrace. What did they repay them with? Ronaldo, Sancho, Varane. Liverpool fans, we're not happy with SSG. What did they replace us with?
Nothing.
2.7 million loan out. That's what I'm angry about. They give us nothing.
Are you angry, James? I didn't know that, mate.
They haven't.
I'm usually quite calm.
They've done these signings, but guess who hasn't signed? Pogba. They haven't even sorted out their in-house business. Like we've extended about 10 contracts within our club, which means no one of value is going to go for free. If they do want to go, we're going to get some fucking good money for them. They need to sort out their in-house business. They haven't even bought what they really needed. They needed midfielder to kind of fill in that role. They got Fred, you know. They haven't done that. Ollie's
good old Fred.
You know?
They have got a good side though.
Well,
on paper,
they are looking pretty good on paper.
Ollie, is Ollie gonna have a clue where to play them and how to play them? Like
that's where they're gonna fall
short.
They're gonna fall short on the manager.
Here, poor thing. I'm hoping that I see you get signed in the next hour because he deserves to.
But they're showing intent.
Big news, guys. Real Betis have signed Hector Bellerin on loan.
Yeah,
he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm not happy that makes me. Poor old Hector.
Where did it all go wrong for him? Surely you would rather.
He's horrible.
No, he's all right. He's a good lad. You know, he's saving the trees and everything. He's good. He's got a good heart. He's got a good heart.
Shows instead of training. What a wonderful.
I think that's why I quite liked him. He's a bit of a voyeur, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's gone now. He's gone now. Bye.
He doesn't care what people think, you know. He stands out.
I'm happy. That was the two things I wanted this season. One's come through, the other was Xhaka going, and he ain't gone. That's killed my whole season. I'll be honest.
He's banned for 3 games though. So
hallelujah!
Let's drink to that.
Yeah,
he did it on purpose, didn't he?
But just back to Liverpool. One thing I will say.
Yeah.
Again, I don't mind Liverpool players. Some of the fans I don't really get on with, but Liverpool as a team, I've got a bit of respect for them. And where you lot went wrong last year, the centre back problem, weren't it? The injuries, then putting Fabinho in the back line. So as much as you haven't spent much, you ain't brought much. Actually, you've addressed the big issue, which was another centre back. So you should now have enough.
What I'll say is this, okay, the rumours were that Michael Edwards went up to FSG in January and said, we need a centre-back. You know, Jens will back me up. We needed one. We got Kabak in on loan. Good business. I think that was Edwards out thinking outside the box. I rate him. FSG gave him £2 million. Now, is that the backing that a title challenge
I've been there.
Unacceptable. Where's our money going is my question. Where's the money?
We've been there for years. I remember the years where we needed a striker and we brought in Petr Cech and things like that. So
Klopp is
he wasn't even a striker.
They're using him though. They're using Jurgen Klopp's fantastic managerial acumen, okay, to squeeze money out the club. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, we got a new Stein coming. I'm very thankful for that.
But James,
Potsy's
Talks Football is saying that you're going to sign Haaland next summer.
Well, if we do, I'll take it all back. I'll take everything back.
So I fully believe that we're not going to do much business this summer because next summer is going to be
we've got 23 minutes left, James. I don't think.
Yeah, no.
It's going to happen.
I know we're not done. That's why we saved some of our player extension contract announcements for today. It wound up a lot of people. You know, FSG out is trending.
Really?
Yeah, it's been trending for a while now. The fan base is split. But at the start of the season, there was talks that this summer we're not signing anybody because next summer there's going to be a big money signing. And obviously everybody knows whose contract's up next summer. And that's kind of where all these rumors have started, Mbappe and stuff. So we've all been keeping a little eye on that thing. I'm not saying it will happen. I don't want to say that. It's just this little thing that has been rumored amongst Liverpool fans for a couple of years now. So it's kind of like, you know, rumors start from somewhere. I'm not going to fly with it because, do you know what I mean? If it happens, it happens. But yeah, Potsy's saying apparently James Pearce tweeted that we were sorting contracts now to go get Haaland next summer, but since deleted the tweet. But there were rumours next summer. Kunle, Potsy, I heard that also. So there's a few people that have also heard that.
It's going round.
Do you not think you're in a good position for the next 3-4 years? Because with as Arsenal fan, I can see what we're trying to do. It's not working, but I can see what we're trying to do. You guys, I'm looking at your squad. It's aging badly. So all of them players are going to kind of.
Go watch.
You're looking like that.
Go watch.
Mane's, all those guys are aging. No, the team's fine now. I'm saying in 3 to 4 years' time.
Yeah.
When them players start hitting 36, there's no sell on. So we know your model is.
So
You want to sell players at a high price to get the money in to buy, like you did with Coutinho. You've got a couple of young players, but majority of your squad is aging. Like you're getting up to the 30s. So in 4 years, you've just given Henderson a big contract.
But you know,
Salah's going to get another big
signed
contract.
Ronaldo's just signed this big deal. You know, he's looked on as this like amazing.
I don't watch United. I'm asking about you. But one thing with United will spend money. United will only will dip his hand in. If you guys don't sell them players for money, where do you reckon you're going to be in 5 years?
What I'm saying is he's old, but nobody questions his age necessarily too much. Salah, he doesn't look old. Mane doesn't look old. Like
well, I don't look old, and I'm 34.
Yeah.
But what I'll say is,
they don't necessarily age as much. Look at James Milner. You know, he's still burning it out.
No, sorry, yeah, I do agree. I see. Right, so just quickly, what I'll say is I've seen Alexis Sanchez. I've seen Alexis Sanchez just fall off. Aubameyang's going through it now. Yes, Ronaldo's a bit different, but his job is just get in the box and score goals. You watch how Messi plays. He's not the same Messi of 5 years ago.
Go out and buy another Robertson out of nowhere, and everyone will be like,
"That's not always going to work, though, is it? It's not as easy as that."
Yeah, exactly. And I think in terms of Man United, right, as a Liverpool fan, I've seen comments coming up on the side of the page. I'm waiting for the next show in half hour. This guy's going to take us out. You know, as far as I'm concerned, is this? You know what I will say? Man United signing Ronaldo, I actually think is a very good signing. I think he's a born winner. I think that's the one Man United signing I look at and I go, you can't really mess with that, can you? One of the greatest players of all time. Yes, he's old. Yes, he's 36. But you can bet your mortgage he'll get goals. You can get your mortgage that their performance levels will rise. You can bet your mortgage that we'll do something. But then again, he's 36. So Gems, I see your argument. But before any Man United fans come on to the next show and start slaughtering us for saying we're ripping off what they're saying, we're not ripping them off. Our biggest gripe with Man United fans is when they storm the pitch and have a Premier League game called off because they're not happy with what the board are doing, and then they go and do that. Apologise to the football community. Apologise to the football community.
You're really not happy about that, James.
You're not happy about that.
No, because I had to swap my shift at work for them. Yeah, okay. Do you know what I mean? To watch a game.
The problem with Liverpool is they're so desperate to have the limelight all the time, and they can't bear.
What the hell?
Someone else is being
I tell you, Gems.
Someone else is signing some players, and nobody's saying how brilliant Liverpool are and how they're going to win the league easy, like they were 2 years ago.
I don't care. I'd rather be an underdog. I don't care.
Yeah, like Tottenham,
If you don't sign any players, you will be an underdog.
James, you support Tottenham. You're the only team to finish third in a two-horse race.
Give me
it's
top
the only
six
team.
now.
You won the league last December.
I listen to you when you challenge, yeah?
Exactly. They don't challenge you.
They don't challenge.
Sorry.
Join the ride.
He said Paxton Road, ? What the fuck? We got 2 Arsenal fans, 2 Liverpool, 1 Spurs. David, this is FTB Sports. Paxton Road is a channel of FTB Sports. We are the main daddy. This is the brand.
I'll represent you, David. Don't you worry.
From it. So
David, where's the love, David? Come on, man.
Yeah.
David's already called me arrogant. I mean, when I'm talking about, talking about something.
Let's have a look. Okay.
James, mate, you're pure money, James. You keep going. You're on a roll, bro.
I'll tell you now, if I was a footballer and I was a multi-millionaire, I told James this on a podcast the other day. I said, my Messi's boots, they're encrusted in diamonds. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then we're struggling to buy a centre-back in January, and we're supposed to be competing with these people.
You got Kabak, didn't you?
Kabak? He's a good player.
And he's gone to Norwich now, isn't he?
Adam Morris, Liverpool, the only team to win the COVID trophy. Well, let's have it, mate. Before COVID even hit, we're 27 points clear.
Just ignore
anybody
him.
with that, come on, Adam. I like you, mate, but come on,
James, buddy. Don't let them annoy you, okay? Right.
Can I go to that comment from Alakunle?
Here we go. Now
Let
I'm
me
Mexican.
just come down. Let me come down because
I'll answer that one. That was what I said.
A bit of time, a minute. So we're bring in when and go for fuck's sake. Right, let's get it off your chain.
It's getting Larry in the comments now.
I let him have his therapy sessions with me.
Oh Christ, ain't on there, am I?
James Valley Police Twitter page.
I've seen it. I don't find it funny, if I'm honest with you.
I know they're saying.
Is it serious? Is it or?
Yeah, they said something about what is it? Don't check your phone while driving on transfer deadline day. You might end up with more points than Arsenal. So yeah, they got us a good one.
Yeah. Barbados MUFC. Boy, I'm glad I'm on in the
Big up Thames Valley, please.
Liverpool fans banter about CR and talking about his age, but have James Milner. Right, and this is Phil from Manu Agenda. I have said nothing but positives about Ronaldo coming. I don't know what he's going on about. I have said Ronaldo joining Manu, yes, it is a good thing. Mainly for behind the scenes, the fact that Greenwood and all these players are going to get to train with Ronaldo. Ronaldo will tell Ollie what the fuck he needs to do. He will say to Ollie, no, we ain't training like that. We ain't setting up like this. This is how you do it, and it's how you win games. I think on the pitch, he's going to make everybody's standards raise up just because he is there. So I believe that is a good sign.
You've got to disagree with that comment there, because James Milner is far better than Ronaldo. I'm sorry. James Milner, hands down.
I missed that bit on the end. Like, do not disrespect James Milner. He could play in any position and smash it. So.
I'm going to say this. We'll get to December. United will be languishing around 3rd, 4th, 5th place. And we'll listen to Gary Neville and we'll listen to the Sky Sports panel saying, I think we need another 130, 40 million to start challenging again. With Solskjaer under pressure. We're not allowed to say that. We're not allowed to say that. No one's allowed to criticise Man United. And when they're unhappy, they storm the pitch and commit criminal damage and break the law. But that's okay. That's okay because it's Man United. You throw a piddly little stone at a Man City coach. Oh, no, you can't do that. That's one more for them. You've had your time.
What's funny, though, is I will say game 1, they smash Leeds. They're buzzing, over the moon, shouting from the rooftops. Next game, they draw against Saints. Jesus Christ, is Ollie out? This is a mess. Why isn't he playing these players? So if Ronaldo, when Ronaldo starts playing, if he plays 2 games and they don't win or they drop points, let's see the meltdown then. We've got another
James,
show.
What did I say about Bruno Fernandes, James? What was my comment? My famous comment about Bruno Fernandes?
We know.
We don't like Bruno Fernandes.
No, I know.
Strongly dislike.
Let's move on.
But James, can I ask you a question? James, Tottenham fan, James.
Yeah.
What do you feel about Nuno Ball? As it's quite similar to Jose Ball, and everyone was happy with it at the start, and then everyone hated it.
I watched Sunday's game in bed with a hangover, and it was a tough watch for many reasons. But that second half was diabolical.
I'm glad you're being honest, though. I'm glad you're being honest.
But
yeah.
Wins a win, I think as long as he's winning and as long as we're doing all right, I think there are some exciting players there.
Doesn't this have shades of Jose, though? This is kind of what happened with Jose, isn't it? It kind of...
Portuguese.
Look, this is what I'm saying. I'm a realistic Spurs fan. I'm here for the ride. I remember when we used to finish 12th and we had Gary Doherty at centre-back, occasionally filling in up front with Stefan Everson just off him. I'm here for the ride.
Come a long way. And now
you're worried, mate. We had Andre Voronin. I once claimed that Usama Asadi.
Yeah, but when
you're playing
he was going to be the next best thing.
Canas, what are Liverpool expectations? I don't think you'll win the league, to be honest. You are going to challenge, it's that thing that you do when you actually try and win the league and come close to it.
I want Liverpool to win it.
So do I, Ollie. So do I, mate.
I think
I'd rather them win it than anyone else.
Just to see, the thong
100% top score.
I forgot about the thong. I forgot about that.
The thong run, I will do it. I'm telling you now. I'm not going to do it because I look like Kevin Keegan now, don't I, with the earphones on. I'm telling you now.
Ollie, I'll add you to our WhatsApp group so you can keep an eye on this, okay?
Yeah, I'd like a pole and some lights, and we could do like a proper... We could make a real big thing of it.
It would be like Mr. Burns in a thong, wouldn't it? That's what it would be.
Mr. Burns in a thong. That's how we'll bill it. It'd be a magical
Liverpool
day.
Expectations. We're going to challenge for the league. Klopp doesn't really care about the little cups. I'd like us to challenge for the FA Cup, but he doesn't seem to be too bothered about it, to be honest. What have we got next? Potsy's on the next slot, so he's going to put Big Bill in his place. Looking forward to that. Oda Kunle, they haven't taken any money out of the club. They forced the club to use its own funds. Extension and contract renewals this year, next summer Holland, and now Pepper saying he's going means we're in front. This is what we were saying. James, just shush. Therapy session and all that. What was the one that we wanted to discuss here?
They can have Arteta when Pep leaves. They can have Arteta.
I was probably the plan when he first went to you, but they didn't realize he was so bad.
You know what I mean?
We didn't buy Coots to steal on.
Yeah, is that comment there, James?
Of 8 million, and he failed in Italy. He was with us for 6 years. I mean,
I thought Pillar Coutinho.
Yeah,
was
so that was
fantastic for
reference what I
Liverpool.
said earlier.
yeah.
So that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you got him on a cheap, you sold him for mad profit. This is where I was saying your philosophy of you wanting to bring players on cheap, sell them on to make money, but you've extended all those guys who are going into their 30s. So that's what my question is. When them guys hit, them guys are going to be good for you, but you're not going to make money on them. So when you need to reinvest,
we ain't the selling club no more. We ain't in that.
No, but that's your philosophy, because you lot can't really go and get in Haaland or anything until you send. You need to sell to get them players, don't you?
But the question is why? Why?
Because you said Man United, they will buy Ronaldo now. It don't work. They'll spend another 150 because they're like that. Chelsea the same, City the same. I think Liverpool have to be a bit more strategic, just because their owners don't put in money like that.
Why have we got to be more strategic if we're getting?
I'm not saying you have to, but that's just I'm the same with Arsenal. I would want us to go and spend. We've got a billionaire owner, but we don't spend like that. So again, it's just being realistic. Like, you guys have never been the team for the recent years to go and spend 150 million for the next 2-3 windows. So
that's the fans' gripe, yeah, because we're not in debt anymore. FSG cleared it. But the reality is this: we're getting so much income, and to be honest with you, on a global appeal, Man United are the biggest in the league, no doubt. Okay, and you have to admit that. And we did this on our podcast the other day, which we'll link at the end. But what we're saying is this: with the income that we're getting in for all these deals, we shouldn't be bringing in players and selling them on. We should be competing with the likes of Chelsea,
Dunkin' Donuts.
and Man United. But that's what
100% agree with it.
And that's
100% agree with it.
That's what the frustration is.
I get it, but I'm saying on a basic level, from what I can see from the outside, I'm not in turn. I don't look at your club the same way as I look at Arsenal. With from what I can see on the outside, you guys don't really sign the biggest names at the moment. If you look at the biggest transfers, Liverpool aren't really involved in it. So what I can see from the outside is you guys, whatever money you make or within reason, you then reinvest it. So
we had this
if you that's the model you got to go for,
we had this conversation earlier, and it's a case.
I'm saying, are you not worried though for 5 years' time when them players hit an age, you can't make money?
So we were building up. Obviously, Klopp came in, and we were a mess.
Fantastic manager,
He rebuilt the whole thing. It took us a few years. We've had patience and let him do that. We haven't
just have a little patience.
Patience.
Sorry, I was just singing.
We had Klopp the flop. We had all of that. We rode it out, and then look, we won the Champions League, we won the Premier League, and everyone just shut up and was like, "Oh shit, you can't do it that way." But now we've
nothing to complain about.
We're not going to then look on, like, now we're at a point, we're not back in the days when we had Suarez and Torres, those players that, we weren't the final product for them. They were going to come to us and move on. I think now we're at a certain point where people will want to stay. On that note, my little assistant.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that. Just quickly, sorry, James, just quickly, I'm not disputing it.
Yeah.
So your players are staying because they're signing contracts, but as I said, they're all hitting the same peak at the same time. So in 4 years' time, is Mane still going to be the level?
We got foundations.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm asking is. Okay, I like to see it.
One window, and last season was a.
I like you lot. I think you lot are in a great place. I think some of the criticisms have been very harsh. Like, you lot have done different.
Had a little relationship anyway. It's always been Manu and.
Yeah, I don't mind you lot. I'm with Ollie. To be fair, if anyone, I'd rather that you lot go ahead and go than them guys next to me in the blue.
Sorry
Chelsea.
to interrupt. Just two things.
1 sec. Sorry.
James,
my son's been my little assistant all night, and he just wants to come on for a minute and tell everybody he's a Man U fan. He's wearing an Ajax shirt. And he just wants to come on and tell everyone his views on Man U season. Go on then, baby. You take it away.
Good lad. We'll give him his time.
That's a great shirt, man. Great shirt.
No. This is your time, man. You go for it.
Get into the comments.
Are Man United going to win the league?
Yeah.
Are Man United going to win the league?
Yeah.
Is Ronaldo going to be top goal scorer?
No.
Do you think Bruno Fernandes spends more time in the air than a deck chair in a hurricane?
On the floor.
There you go. And
do you think as a young man and being a Manchester United fan, looking at them as your role models and idols, do you think Bruno Fernandes' behaviour towards referees is acceptable?
No.
Do you look at him and think, I don't want to be like him?
Fair play to you, mate, for coming on. Big respect and well done, because it's not an easy thing to do for someone at your age, and you should be proud of yourself for coming on here. Well done.
Absolutely.
Right, now get out my seat.
Especially since we've been ripping Man
Just
United.
one quick thing for Olakunde007. I'm looking at the comments on the side. What on earth are you saying? We don't spend money. Well, come on. Anybody who knows anything about football knows that Liverpool only brought in Van Dijk and brought in Alisson off of the back of the Coutinho deal. That's quite simple. Surely everybody knows that.
How much you spend on Jota?
35 million paid over 5 million a season.
Only played 1 or 2 seasons in the Premier League. Never played in the Champions League. Not many international caps. You went and spent big money on him.
Yeah, that's not. But when I say money, I'm talking in terms of what United spend or City. Like you haven't seen Liverpool do a Grealish off the back of nothing.
And this is why Liverpool fans have got a right to be upset, because you had an opportunity 2 years ago.
But do you have to go and spend 100 million on Grealish to say you had a successful season? I thought that was absolutely ridiculous.
Grealish was available for 100 million. He had a buyout clause. Why didn't Liverpool go in for him then? You're the biggest club in the country. Go and get the best player.
I don't want to spend 100 million on Grealish. I'd rather spend 15 on Basuma personally.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. But that's what the problem is we're not buying people like Basuma. We're not signing people.
We've got good coach. We can buy players like Basuma. We don't need to go and spend that money on Grealish because we can.
I agree with what you're saying,
we
James.
We have the ability to scout good players and good talent.
But if Klopp's an amazing coach, which we all know he is, I believe he's the world's best, in fact. But imagine if he got to coach Basuma. What level does that elevate us to?
I know, I totally agree. And I did really
that's
want
what
it.
we're saying here. And
we've got 5 minutes.
Have I ruined this deadline day show?
No, because do you know what? Nothing.
I think you've made it, mate.
I've loved it.
I'm pure money, mate. You've been money.
I'm with James because my thing is,
Ollie, you'll have to come on our Kop Talk show. You'll enjoy it.
I
love it.
Just quickly, James, for you again. I think me and James are in a bit of agreement. I think Klopp's got a window. He might not stay for another. Like Fergie done so much years, so you could rely on him getting you through. Klopp, who's going to be your next manager, do you reckon?
I said Steven Gerrard.
And then it's a Frank Lampard Chelsea.
And you know who
yeah, but we're not in a mess like Chelsea are like that.
This is my thing. In 4 years, because
Klopp is training Steven Gerrard.
But this is my thing because Klopp's going to get
at the club. You know, get rid of him. Talking about space, get rid of Karius for a start. What's he doing there? The only thing he's doing is in the changing room doing his double ponytail. That's all he's doing. Yeah.
Right, we're going to wrap up. So literally, I mean, Aurier, his contract's been terminated. So being Spurs, you're going to be happy about that.
Popping corks tonight.
I think we can safely say none of our clubs are signing anyone else. No one's leaving. No one's going.
Arsenal's one's just gone through.
Huh?
Yeah, I can see it. TT. Come on, the boy.
Yeah, Tomiyasu.
TT's in.
Tomiyasu.
TT to play at.
Tomiyasu, the Japanese.
He's going to be playing in the goalkeeping position because that's his preferred position as goalkeeper.
Yeah, when you spend 30 million on Ramsdale.
Hey, look, Ramsdale is stick. I'm not having anyone.
Leno is underrated. Leno is underrated. He's a good goalkeeper, and Arsenal fans rip him, and I don't know why.
Number one. He's number one, Ramsdale, mate. He's coming on.
He's number one position on the bench.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
2 minutes and 15 seconds, guys.
All right, let's have it. Best transfer of the window.
Yes.
One by one.
Let's go.
It's got to be Ronaldo.
Best transfer.
It's got to be Ronaldo.
Should we just take out Messi and Ronaldo because?
Yeah, let's take out Messi and Ronaldo.
Aguero is sat on the.
I was going to go Ramsdale as well.
I would say Antoine Griezmann to Atletico Madrid.
That's a big one.
Actually, I've got one. I think Andy Carroll on a free transfer to Reading is going to prove to be a great bit of business. Let that one slip through the net is more reason.
Knowledge.
And when we signed him for 35 million.
You don't spend no money though, do you? Oh yeah, but it was all the Suarez money.
Comes up.
He
best
loved the goal.
Ronaldo and Messi.
Loved the goal against us. He loved the goal against us.
I'd say Memphis Depay. I think he's going to have a good career at Barca. I think he's going to turn up at Barca.
Yeah.
Well,
I wonder if Barcelona's fans will storm the pitch if they don't give the credible investment that they want. So entitled. So entitled.
There it is again. I think that's the 10th time that's been mentioned. It's a new record in the podcast.
I want Man United fans to acknowledge. I want Man United fans to acknowledge that they ruined the integrity of our sport in our country. But it's okay because it's Man United. It's all okay. It's okay. It's all
I don't
fine.
even want to show you this. Is this true? Or is this just rumours? Doku to Leicester City.
I can't see it in yellow.
I haven't seen it.
Sky, so
I'd say, James, surely the transfer of the season to you should be Harry Kane not having us.
Keeping Harry Kane is
Not
the
getting
best
his way.
Keeping hold of Harry Kane is going to
Arsenal
be
boy deep down, innit?
vital. Vital.
Just like Gerrard was a Liverpool, just like Gerrard was an Everton boy and Carragher.
Yeah, I can admit that. Yeah. Can you admit Kane was an Arsenal boy?
I wasn't.
Come on.
Invited to a parade.
I tell you what's
He got
happened.
given
How many
a
goals
shirt,
has
and
Kane
he
He's
got
walked back
hairspray.
out of that
He was
changing
4
room
years
going,
old.
brilliant. Here you go,
Thanks,
Harry.
Monday.
You can leave if you like. 12
How
months
many
later,
goals is Kane going to score?
77 missed calls, Harry
How many
Kane.
goals
You know what I mean?
Kane
He wanted to
getting this
go.
season?
You know it.
Harry
I
Kane
know
will
it.
get 50.
The gardener knows it.
Right, we're going to have to wrap up now because there's a crew of people
Under
waiting to come
Nuno.
on for the hour to talk
15 to
about
20.
things that have not
Paxton Road
happened
get an
in the
extra
last
4 minutes.
3 hours.
What is this? Whatever Paxton Road
Or
wants,
just
Paxton
have a
Road get.
full-on
It's
argument like we
equal.
did.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got a Monday saying great slot guys, lip flapping City.
No, I love a Monday. Great guy.
This was always gonna be fun. I told them, they were saying it's gonna be the dead hour, even Canna's brilliant show. I'm telling you, this is the fun golden hour. Even though nothing's happened, it's been entertaining, hasn't it?
It's
Do you know
definitely
what,
been
guys?
entertaining.
Gems,
We're
can
gonna
you
have
just
to
say
wrap
once
it up
about
there.
TTM Sports, mate?
So yes, let's plug you all. So James and James, TTM Sports, where can we find you?
You can find us on every single major platform available. Twitter, TTM.sports. YouTube, TTM Sports. We're everywhere. You name
Free
it, we do it.
radio.
Yeah, we have a radio show, The State
Ollie,
of Play on
thumbs up.
96.6 FM. Gems has been a star guest. We've got 958 followers. So don't forget, as soon as we get to 1,000 followers, we've got our mystery shirt to send you. Hopefully we'll get 3 out of tonight's show. But look, at the end of the day, we love FTB. What they do for this sport to bring the fans closer to the game is brilliant. Furthermore, I'd like to thank everybody on this show tonight, but especially Gems. The hard work and dedication that you put into this show is absolutely outstanding. It's outstanding. Every time I turn on my WhatsApp, 727 messages from FTB Sport, and she's given everything. So let's give her some respect. Absolutely.
Thank you. It's been very
Wonderful
stressful.
person.
I've annoyed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, thank you, Ollie.
Thank you, Ollie.
You've got a band, haven't you, Ollie?
Just check out my band. Search Princes of Maine on Spotify, Apple Music, all of them. We're even on Napster. I didn't even know that was a thing anymore, but it
Still
is.
going?
Still going.
And we're on it. Yeah,
Brilliant.
we're all on there.
Brilliant.
So just
We're
type
gonna
in
get
Princes
you
of
out
Maine. You can listen to me sing, or if you want to
Brilliant.
hear me rant,
Look,
just go on Twitter
you
at
could
Princes.
play a song on TTM Sports radio show.
I'll tell you what, if Liverpool win the league,
Yeah.
if Liverpool win the league,
Oh, it's froze.
and James will be running around topless or whatever he's doing.
I'll tell you one thing for sure.
It's wrong.
Ollie,
We could have a little combination.
if you want to come on the show, Ollie, or anybody like that, like Gems has been on, she was amazing.
I would
but
love
we
to
have
come
something
on.
called we have something called Fan View, where we talk to the fans about a particular subject. We could talk about this one. What's going on at Arsenal Football Club? And then you can have your song at the end. And then we can listen to Man United fans phone in and say they're unhappy with the running of their club. It's ironic, isn't it? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful golden stuff. And I tell you what, let's just go and ruin the integrity of British football while we're at it. But that's okay.
Right,
That's okay.
moving
I'm really
on.
angry
If you
about
want to
that.
go and listen to James rant on his radio show, Froome FM, I've also done a show on there. Go and find me. I'm going to share it on my Twitter page, Gems FTV. Ollie, James, the quiet James, the calm.
There's nothing to talk about
James.
sports Tottenham.
Thank you for joining us. And of
I'm
course,
just
you've
here.
got
I'm just here for the
Gunza.
ride. I'm here for the ride.
And Gunza
No
from
drama, just
FTV
vibes.
Arsenal fan channel, the Armory TV.
I think I've frozen
Check him
again.
out. He's got his show. What's your show called, Guns?
The breakdown.
What's your show?
And we get into serious talks about the tactical kind of side of the game. So we go a bit deeper. We just blame everything on Granit Xhaka at the end of it. So it's quite good.
Well, if it wasn't him, it was Abue, right?
Yeah. And if not him, Senderos.
Oh, Senderos. Oh, well, let's go all out. What about Oleg Luzhny? Remember him?
The horse. The
We're out.
horse.
We're out. People's
Alright,
waiting, man. We're out. Thank you, guys. I've loved
Love,
it.
guys. Cheers.
All right,
Peace and love, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Have a good night. Bye.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB SPORTS. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans, so come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday, the 31st of August.
Cristiano Ronaldo has made a sensational return to Manchester United.
This is my club. This is where I belong.
So we start with major breaking news from Arsenal. They have confirmed the signing of Brighton defender Ben White.
Major breaking news, Harry Kane has told Tottenham he wants to leave this summer.
Hey everyone, it's Jodie from Paxton Road TV. Come and join us over on FTB Sports YouTube channel on August the 31st for all the transfer deadline day information. It'll be a fun-filled evening and we can't wait to see you there.
Evening, Satan Beard. We meet again. I'm gonna just sit like this, straight in there. How you doing? Are you drunk now?
No,
You was a bit
nothing.
tipsy earlier.
No, I was just in a very, very good mood, man. The night's calmed down now. All the excitement is finished. Hopefully,
Yeah,
hopefully I've got the calm a lot. You know, hopefully it won't be quite Canners and Sam, man. Jesus Christ. And then obviously your boy James. he was going deep, man. So I'm just hoping that this now is the wind down where everything is a lot more civilized. I've just seen who we've got on the panel there, and I'm wondering with the first two that maybe it might not be as civilized as I would have hoped. But
we're gonna have to referee. We're gonna have to trust
I can referee. I can referee. So yeah.
Right. I'm out. Thank you for watching, everybody. Make sure you hit the like button. We want to get those likes up high today. Make sure you keep sharing. So we're going to leave you with Mr. B. Round up the window. Talk about everything that's happened. Keep it nice and calm. It's the bedtime hour. Yeah. Right. Thanks, guys.
It's me. I've got the dead shift, but I've got the fun, guys.
Mr.
Foxy,
B.
what's happening, big man? You good?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. Good, man. Big Phil.
Let's get this on the road. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road.
Here we go. Here we go.
Let's get this show on the fucking road. Let's fucking go. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road.
The best deal of the window was just done. Serge Aurier has left Tottenham Hotspur. Done.
Are you really, really happy about that? Has he been? I'm not a Tottenham fan. I'll be honest. I just hear. I feel my mates really slate. Is he really that bad?
Yeah, it's that bad that we had to terminate his contract to get him out. So that's what's just happened, and he's gone.
I wish we could do that. I wish we could do that with Phil Jones. Holy shit!
As long as he's got that number 4 on his back, he's not going anywhere.
Oh, don't.
Man.
Don't. Gentlemen.
He's the GOAT. He's been there, 10 years now?
I know, it's
10
ridiculous.
years?
And nobody will turn up for his testimonial. That's life,
I can't
innit?
wait for that day.
He won't have it.
It'll be a sad day in United's history.
It'd be a waste of money, all them police for no fans. What the fuck? Oh, God.
It'd be like playing in COVID times.
Okay, what we got here? Potsy. Obviously, we've had a little sub rant from your partner in rhyme, James. Is your opinion the same as his? Is it? What's your feeling about your transfer window, man?
Honestly, it's been poor. If we're honest, Kanate is a great signing. He fills a spot that we needed. But from what I hear on social media, and quite honestly from Gems as well tonight, and obviously discussing the options that we do currently have, it's like he's, the quote, he's like a new signing, should replace "You'll never walk alone" as our motto. Because we seem to say that every single summer. He's like a new signing, he's back, he's like it. No, we need fresh legs. We need to start planning ahead, because the reality is the only reason this process, this way that we work at the moment, the only way that we've been successful with it is because of Klopp. As soon as Klopp goes, this process won't work anymore. So we need to start planning ahead, and we need to start getting some people through the door. Now, from what I'm hearing, this summer was solely about getting the contracts sorted. So then next summer, we can look to bring in the players that we need. How that's going to look, obviously, we don't know. But yeah, it's been a poor summer. But Kanate, I do think, is a fantastic addition.
Stuart.
Yeah.
Talk to me, man.
It's been a bit of a crazy window for Spurs fans, isn't it? It's like all the Kane rubbish, sponsored by Sky Sports. So we survived that one. Made a good defensive signing. Romero, happy with that one. Happy with Emerson as well. Brian Hill, I think, could be a good, exciting player for us. Once he's had a haircut, I'd like him to trim his hair a little bit so we can see where he's going.
More about Ali's hair.
Oh, well, he's playing well, so he can keep his hair like that all he wants at the moment. I don't mind. What else have we done? And Pape Sarr, I think, is another sort of one for the future, but that was one I think it was quite good to get ahead of everyone for that one. And then just getting rid of the Deadwood, man. We've done a good job with the Deadwood this summer. A lot of the older players. Someone put a stat out before, sort of listing the 5 players we bought in and those ages versus the 5 players we've sold and stuff. And with the average age of the squad's just dramatically dropped in this window. So, we didn't get the creative midfielder we were really after. Whether this player called Ndombele is ever going to show up and do the business, we don't know. Could have done with probably another striker, although I do think we'll cope attacking wise for now. We just have to see what happens. That's it. I'm not too sort of disappointed though, really.
Big Phil.
Yeah. In terms of a transfer window, I like to rate it in terms of transfers in and transfers out, right? For United, we did have a good transfers in segment, but in terms of transfers out, why are the likes of Jesse Lingard, Phil Jones, and Nemanja Matic and Mata, still on our books?
right? Those guys needed to go like last season, right? I assumed that since Jesse Lingard had a great season at West Ham, that he would have probably went back there to try and get a place in the England squad come next World Cup. He's not going to get any play in the England squad next World Cup. He just wants to be friends with Paul Pogba. I know all of a sudden Cristiano Ronaldo has signed. He probably going to be focused on that right now. But like all this talk about, I want to make sure that I have a place in the England team come next World Cup. He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it over Bruno Fernandes or Paul Pogba or even Donny van de Beek, right? Now, when it comes to Dan James, then I'm kind of glad he is so long, farewell, Avida saying, because Dan James is the type of guy that cannot even finish a bath. He cannot even finish a sentence. He guys poor in the final third, right? If I go to transfers in no, right? I mean, like any Man United fans in the comments, let's be real. Jadon Sancho, he should have been a guy we should have got last season, right? So us getting him now, yes, it's good, but is a season too late? One, and two, I mean, like, yeah, we have Lee Grant already, so why not just add friggin' well Tom Heaton to the mix as well too, right? Now, I don't know what was going on with that signing, but it is what it is, right? Now, bringing on to the last two signings in Varane and Cristiano Ronaldo. Varane definitely is a guy that we definitely need for that centre-back position, because I think Lindelof is an absolute joke. Absolute joke. I've been telling people, whenever the next Batman movie comes out, Lindelof should audition for the part of the Joker. I'm dead serious, right? And then last but by no means least, oh my gosh. The GOAT is here. Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. He is here. And I've seen certain fans like to put some stick into him, right? Because he's coming back and the Premier League isn't. Oh wow. Damn.
Phil, sometimes you deserve to be cut off. So
why?
Give Mr. Motti his time. Evening, Jay. Thank you for
Sorry, apologies, Phil. I didn't mean to come in there and try and interrupt you. But yeah, we've just finished our live and the guys asked me to come on, so I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. After now you've got it there, the graphic, the window was officially closed. So yeah, it's been a bit of a quiet one for United, hasn't it, this window? Not really much happening. Bit disappointed, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, bit of a damp squib. Yeah, I was hoping we get a midfielder there today, but I didn't think it was going to happen, to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys have been chatting about that. There was some rumours going around earlier on that we might be in for a midfielder. Also rumours going around that Cavani might be leaving. I saw something about that, but I even felt like the Ronaldo thing wasn't planned. It was more like, a last minute thing.
Yeah, it was a knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, so I didn't think today we'd do any business, to be honest with you. And yeah, like I said, slightly disappointed we didn't get a midfielder in. I think we could have done with one, especially DM. But overall, if you'd have said to me at the beginning of the window, you're going to sign Varane, Sancho, and Ronaldo, I'd have bit your hand off, 100%.
Can I just quickly ask, in terms of your point, Phil, around Sancho? You mentioned it may be too late when you should have signed him last year. He's only 21 though. How is it too late?
I wouldn't say it's too late. We should have signed him last season and we would have had a better chance of competing for the league, right? Because there were some teams that we could have broken down if we had Jadon Sancho in our side, right? In terms of signing him this season, looking forward to what he can do, but it's still kind of a late signing, but better late than never, right? That's how I see it.
Do you think Ronaldo's going to sort of cause not issues in terms of his personality or anything like that, but just in terms of formation and which players are going to be utilised and all that kind of stuff? Does it throw a bit of a spanner in the works, trying to fit everyone in, or do you think it's you don't really care? You're all right with that problem?
I'll be honest. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, I'm going to assume. All jokes aside, I would like to. He's only going to play in one position. It's just how close the players are. Either is it going to be in the 3, or is he going to be up there on his own with the 3 joining him? He's not going to play anywhere else. They're not going to play him anywhere else. It's just whether or not he has. The problem with Man United to a certain extent is we give our forward. All right, in all fairness, Greenwood's been playing like a Dan at the moment. But when Martial plays up front, some people are we don't create enough chances. I hope that we create the chances for him to put away. There's no point in having, what we've got up front if the rest of the team isn't going to provide him. He's the icing on the cake, so he's the finishing point. I don't care if nobody else doesn't score for. Keep giving him in football. Just keep giving him the football. So transfer window wise, I think we've had a slamming transfer window, to be honest. I think our transfer window. All right, we're a position short. Everybody knows that, but you can't complain. There's no. I can't see. Yeah, we can't complain about the transfer window. I think we've had the best transfer window. Yeah. Bar, what's his name? PSG with their printed money. I think we've had a banging transfer window.
The fact that PSG have turned down 190 million tonight as well for Mbappe as well, it's just mind blowing.
Is that what they turned down?
That's so confusing. That's so confusing because they still owe Monaco money. So why not just take that money and pay off Monaco? I mean, I don't like work in the financial sector, right? Yeah, sorry.
I just think they're going all out for the. I think this is that they're sort of all out assault to win the Champions League.
Yeah,
that's what they did, just going balls out to try and win it. So it'll be interesting. I still don't think they will. I just think there's not enough of a collective there to end up winning something like the Champions League. Yeah, they might win the French league easily enough, but I still don't think they'll win the Champions League. That'd be funny if they don't.
That'll be hilarious considering what they've done. But yeah, you're right. Manchester United. I mean, Mr. B, you must be one of the few Manchester United fans I've heard totally happy with the transfer window that Manchester United have had. Because there's no doubt you should be, bringing in a world-class centre-back in Varane, one of the most exciting young talents in Sancho. Now you're bringing back Ronaldo. And like we say, yes, there is one position where you are short, but don't worry, because that's still occupied by Fred, so you're fine. But, yeah, you're the... you are the first Man United. You are one of few Manchester United fans I don't hear still complaining.
No, I don't see the point of complaining. When you don't sign players, everybody's up in the air. Oh, they've signed the players. We've got players. It's now up to the manager to get those players to play. That gets the best out of all of those players. I understand that some people are doubting him. That's fine. That's what he's there for. But if he's now got time. The one thing Ollie's got is not to say time. He's got the opportunity where he wasn't at the end of his last contract. He's now at the beginning of a new cycle. If he gets the backing, I believe Ollie will be absolutely fine. He's learning on the job, yes, but mistakes that he makes, bar the most obvious with them two in midfield. But right now, I feel that he's not saying his hands are tied, but I'm not negative. I can't be, and I won't be. So that's just how I am. It's just I can't be negative. I cannot be negative about the window at all. Jay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have to duck out in literally 1 minute, guys. But go on quickly. Sorry.
No, just a quick one. Where do you expect Man United to be finishing this season before you pop off?
I think we can challenge for the title. I think over 38 games in the Premier League, we might not have the strength and depth in certain areas. I think we'd have to have injuries go our way and things like that for us to get over the line. But in the Premier League, I think we can finish maybe second place again. I think we've got a better chance. And I know people think I'm crazy. I think we've got a better chance in the Champions League. I do. I think we've got players that can play in the Champions League. I think if our strongest 11, I think on our day, I know that's a big statement on our day. Anyone can beat anyone on our day, but I think on our day we can beat anyone. And I think if you look at historically, Chelsea finished third, won the Champions League. Liverpool finished 5th, won the Champions League. Chelsea finished 6th, won the Champions League. You know, you cannot be the best team in your league or not win the league and win the Champions League. And I think, you know, if you've got a good enough 11, which I think United have, got some real stars in there, got Champions League pedigree in Varane, Ronaldo especially, then I think we've got a good chance in the Champions League. I think winning the league is going to be difficult. So, yeah, I think maybe another second place finish. But I'm hoping in the Champions League we can do bits this season. Guys, love what you've been doing. Sorry, I've got to look out.
No problem. Thank you.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See ya. Sorry, we interrupted you, Phil. Sorry. God.
Oh, yeah, just mentioning the signing of Cristiano Ronaldo, right? The ability for him to mentor the likes of Mason Greenwood and Marcus Rashford. Mason Greenwood and Marcus Rashford are our two. Sorry?
No, I'm talking to the message. I'm giving Romario a thank you.
Oh yeah. No worries. Like I mentioned, and a lot of United fans agree that Mason Greenwood is probably our best finisher at Manchester United. Now, to be mentored by Cristiano Ronaldo, as in terms of movement and how to like finish, and you know, one thing I like about both Ronaldo and Mason Greenwood, they both can use their left and right foot, right? That's very rare in some strikers these days, but that's what I love about Mason Greenwood, right? And for him to be mentored by Ronaldo for the next 2 years, I think he's going to turn out to be a brilliant talent, right? And some may even say if Mason Greenwood does keep up the form that he has right now, would there be a need for Erling Haaland next summer? Because we'll have a very informed, and this is all hypothetically speaking, right? We'll have a very informed Mason Greenwood. We'll still have CR, who has another year left on his contract. Would there be a need for Erling Haaland next summer?
You'll go in for him, surely.
You think?
I sort of agree with Phil on that, because if you bring in Haaland next summer, Ronaldo's not going to sit on the bench for him. He's got a 2-year contract. So he's going to be expecting to play for those 2 years. So I agree, if Greenwood can keep up his form, and he is without a doubt in fantastic form. He's got, like you said, he's deadly with both feet. So yeah, I have no doubts that Greenwood could be the guy who could naturally take over Ronaldo in that 2-year period. I don't think you would take the option of the 3rd year. Like I said, I don't necessarily feel Ronaldo was a player you needed this summer, but look, he's still one of the world's best. So, you know, you can understand that. But
do you think Man United are going to risk losing out on someone like Haaland
if Greenwood?
If you don't get him next summer,
I mean,
I get it, because Greenwood's going to obviously be there longer term. You know,
Haaland's only 23, 24?
No, it's 21, yeah.
Oh, see, even like he's only a couple of years older than Mason.
Real Madrid, or I don't know, Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, yeah, that'd be on a long-term deal.
I mean, I'm hearing Liverpool. I'm not gonna lie. Apparently, James Pierce.
Headline.
Yes.
Breaking news headline. This might just pass in our tracks.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw earlier on that the Griezmann to Atletico Madrid deal fell through, and then the De Jong to Barcelona fell through, which is affecting this Saul deal as well, apparently.
Oh. I mean, look,
Fabrizio Romano is saying, I'm told Saul to Chelsea is done. This was tweeted 30 seconds ago. I'm told Saul to Chelsea is done deal, all set to be completed between Atleti and Chelsea. Let's see what happens with Griezmann and Luke de Jong. Yeah.
According to Sky, someone reported, I'm being told that the Spanish online registration system is temporarily down, which is causing an issue with getting the paperwork through. So that's what's holding up
for them, isn't it, that it's down.
So it's holding up the Sal Niguez deal and also the Helder Costa from Leeds to Valencia deal. But they should be able to still get the deal submitted in time. Because I think it's a 12 o'clock cut off for deals that are already going through.
And this is why you don't leave deals, because remember when there was a fax machine problem at Real Madrid?
Yes.
With David De Gea, fax machine, and now all of a sudden this registration system is done. You don't leave deals to the last.
Of course, it was the fax machine problem. Yeah.
Maybe Tottenham have signed Mbappe then, and it's just stuck in that machine.
Exactly.
That's what I'm thinking.
Here's a question from Red Devil. It's just what it is. Individually, obviously, bar we're not going to mention Cristiano Ronaldo. Forget about Chris. It could be a sign. It doesn't even have to be from your club. It could be one that's intrigued us. You know, something that was totally left field. I'm going to come, Potsy, I'm going to go to you with this one first, because I know Liverpool didn't make any, so.
We don't need any, that's why. For me, and I hate to say it, but I feel that Varane is going to be the signing of the summer. I feel 28 years old, World Cup winning, multi-time Champions League winning centre-back, I feel is exactly what Man United needed. Last season, what stopped them from really challenging City was the fact that they didn't have the strong enough defense. And I feel Varane will help solidify them so they can turn some of those daft draws into victories, which will help them push closer. I feel Varane, obviously it depends on how he and Maguire, their connection, they're going to be basically a discount Ferdinand and Vidic. But, you know, you've got Varane going from Sergio Ramos, one of the greatest centre-backs of all time, to a fridge. So it really just depends on, you know, how things work there. But individually, he is a top signing for the deal that you got him for.
Stuart?
I think from a Spurs perspective, I think Romero's the sort of key one for us. I think because he's only 23. And he seems like a proper defender. It's, you know, hopefully once he gets going, he can be that sort of like really turning point type signing, like, you know, Liverpool had when they signed, his name just dropped right on my head.
Van Dijk.
Or, you know, when Man City signed Diaz last season, and, you know, he helped them change their game and stuff in terms of winning the title.
You think Romero could have that impact?
Not necessarily winning the title. I just mean in terms of just from where Tottenham have been the last few years defensively to where we could be. I mean, you know, he's not even started playing yet, and we've gone 3 games with no goals.
I never needed them.
Pretty mental, yeah, that's it, isn't it? But in terms of the wider window, the Leon Bailey to Villa deal was a very surprising deal. In terms of that player going to that club, obviously if they had the money because of Grealish, fair enough. But he's a quality player, so once he gets going, I'm going to be interested to see how he does at Villa.
Phil?
I'll take a different approach to this here. I'm going to do a non-player. Now, United for the last probably 2 seasons have been begging for a set-piece coach, right? A coach that can help us defend set pieces, and a coach that can also help us score set pieces as well too, right? I know it's only 3 games played, three games in, but I think that our new set piece coach, Eric Ramsey, will definitely play a vital part in us not conceding goals from set pieces this season. That's just my opinion. From a player perspective, I think Poxley touched on it. Rafael Varane, the Red Ninja Turtle, he is definitely going to make an impact on us because Victor Lindelof. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's keep positive. Rafael Varane being paired with Harry Maguire, and based on how Harry Maguire had such a solid Euro just now, I'm very excited to see what the two can do come this 2021-2022 season.
Okay. Mine is Varane. I'm done. I just think that was a big part of what we needed last season, and the fact that I'm just hoping that they have the faith just to play one pivot. Then I think moving forward, he's gonna be a game changer for us. Will it close the gap on I'll put Liverpool ahead of us just because Van Dijk's back, and obviously Chelsea. I would like the gap to be closed with that sort of player in our team. Whether or not it does, I don't know, but I think it's going to be a better season all round. Maybe top end of the table, not so much the lower side, but I think the top end is going to be really exciting this season. I think everybody's strengthened. All right, I know Potsy banter's banter, but I think that to a certain extent, I know you said you needed to sign, and you always say new players or players coming back from injury are like new players. I understand that, but I think that losing Van Dijk had such a massive, it started as a little ripple, and then by the end of it, it was like because you just couldn't cope with him not being there. So I think him being back, Fabinho playing in his position, I just think that that's going to steady the ship a lot. And I know, obviously, everybody talks about, what's the one who's always gets injured? His partner.
Joe Gomez.
Joel
Matip. Anyone in the centre back part. Naby Keita, Oxlade-Chamberlain. I'll give you the rest of them. Everyone.
I think if he stays fit, then I just think that top four is just gonna go away, and there's gonna be a lot of records being set by maybe unbeaten runs or the goals that people are gonna get beaten by. I just think that is the bar's been raised, and I think those four are just gonna keep on going. Tottenham, I'll be honest, I kind of have a soft spot for Tottenham, but I think it's because they're never a threat, and I just like the way, that they play. So Nuno this season, because Tottenham fans didn't want Nuno. You know, he was the last one. Everybody. You did, yeah.
When we first got linked with Nuno at the end of the winter, just after the season ended. I was happy with that. I would have been happy with that. And we just ended up going on this wild goose chase for 2 months. And I think if we got him in at the start of the window, I think we probably would have had a better transfer window.
Better than the one you had. Okay.
Yeah, I swear.
You know, I'm not gonna moan if we ended up getting Conte, but I think Nuno. I'm happy with Nuno because Nuno's a very good coach, and that's what we need.
I mean, about 2 months ago, Spurs were linked with about at least 5 or 6 managers before Nuno. I mean, like you guys went through more men than Jennifer Lopez. Holy shit, man!
Yeah,
but I got a question for Potsy though, because I've been watching the stream. I've been watching the stream for at least the last 2 or 3 hours, right? And I know a lot of Liverpool fans have come on here and said that giving players or having them sign new contracts is like a new signing, right? Now, I mean, if one of my co-workers goes on vacation for a month and they come back, I'm not excited. I'm just like, welcome back, right? Now, I mean, I think some of the Liverpool fans on this platform for the last probably 3 or 4 hours were kind of hiding behind that. Like, they're saying that, we gave Alisson a new contract, we gave Jordan Henderson a new contract, or we can depend on the 17-year-olds to develop. And I'm there watching in the background, like, are you serious right now? So I want to have your opinion, obviously, because I think Liverpool fans are just hiding behind renewal of contracts to save face from not having any new signs come in the window. Yeah, you signed Konate, but I mean, you already have Virgil van Dijk. He's coming back, but yeah, you already have him. And renewing Jordan Henderson's contract when nobody was after him, that's cool. And I mean, like you have to take care of your in-house business, but in order for your house to grow, you must bring in new marquee signings. What's your take on that?
Well, I said it at the start. Like I said, the saying "he's like a new signing" is our new motto now, because we hear it every single summer. I don't believe we're hiding behind anything. I think in a sense it is clever to get all the contracts done in one go for the marquee signings and the marquee players for the team, because that solidifies us now for the next few years. But what that's probably done as well, especially with the likes of Van Dijk, who is already one of our highest earners, it's increased the wage bill for future transfers as well. And we know that FSG work with a particular structure. Now, I'm not hiding behind the signings or the squad that we've already got. I would have liked to have seen other additions. However, even though our depth isn't sexy to look at, it was the second most effective in terms of goal involvements off the bench last season in the Premier League. So everyone knows their role in that team. Again, I would like to have seen some of the deadwood to go, a bit like Divock Origi, for example. Obviously, we had the amazing announcement that Nat Phillips has signed her contract today as well, which no one saw coming because apparently we were trying to sell him. So they caught us off guard with that, to be fair. But yeah, I'm not necessarily hiding behind it. I think it's good to get the contracts done now in one go for all the big players, to send out a statement that they are here for the foreseeable future, beyond Klopp's time, for the club, and then we can put the money and hopefully the increased wage structure towards the signings next summer. But don't get me wrong, I would like to have seen people come in. I'm not justifying FSG's way of working, because like I said, the only reason it's worked as long as it has is because of Klopp. The moment Klopp goes, it goes to shit. And, you know, we turn into Tottenham under Poch.
I agree. I think the difference between Liverpool under Klopp and Tottenham under Poch was that Liverpool got backed at the right times with the right players, whereas we didn't. We didn't add to the squad when we should have done.
This is the thing, though. We had the assets to sell to make that money. Like Michael Edwards, I honest to God don't want him to go because he's an absolute genius. Like, he got over £100 million over a few years of selling players who were never going to make it to the first team. Rhian Brewster, Jordan Ibe, Brad Smith, Dominic Solanke. You know, these players were going for 15, 20 million a pop. Nowhere near that value. Then the Coutinho deal. He absolutely bent Barcelona over, got out the 20-inch dildo and shoved it up their arse. And got everything out of them. Honest to God, we absolutely took them for every single penny they had. We literally started the downfall that they're currently going through now.
Yeah.
Coutinho was at most a 60, maybe 70 million pound player at the time. They still owe us fucking money for him because we got him to 142 million. And what did we do with that money? We invested it in Alisson and Van Dijk.
Yeah.
And that
again, transformed your team.
Exactly. So we knew what to do with the assets. We even knew what to do with the deadwood. The problem is nobody wants a deadwood anymore. So if we're not getting rid of the deadwood, we're not bringing in the money to invest back into the team. So this is hopefully why, rather than focusing on that, they're focusing on keeping as much money back now, get the contract signed. We've got a fully fit squad because we know that it was just the injuries that cost us last season. And next summer, that's when, apparently, according to James Pearce, who's a respected journalist for Liverpool, the plan is to go for Haaland next summer.
Do you? I'm gonna ask. Do you think that Man United are the king of next season? Do you think that the Haaland rumor, or is something? The time that it's come out, end of the transfer window, you can't. Do you think that was something to try and keep the fans, hopefully keep the fans on side until next season? Or do you think that you're really going to, because let's be honest, if Haaland is going for 77 million, which his buyout is, you're guaranteed that there's going to be at least 4 teams in for him who are willing to pay that money?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you say, with yourselves and Sancho, that seemed to have gone on for years and years until it finally came through. But you're right. For me, I'm not reading too much into it. Like I said, James Pearce is a respected name, but he's not the be-all and end-all, and he does come out with some crap at times, so this could be it. The hope is, though, from the general understanding, this summer was just about sorting out the contracts. Next year is about strengthening the squad once again. Haaland is the name that I've heard, but again, it could be dependent on what happens with the team this summer. So, yeah, I mean, it really just depends on what we do this season as well. The problem is Klopp does so well under these difficult circumstances. It sort of makes it easier for FSG to not put the money in. You know, and that's what really, really sucks, because Klopp deserves everything, you know, absolutely everything. But, you know, again, this transfer window's done. It's been shit. Let's just crack on and win the league.
It's been shit for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, remember that the transfer window we had before we won the league, we brought in Adrian. That was like Adrian.
Yeah,
Sepp Van der Berg.
And that is the part that I'm trying to get with you. This sometimes you don't need players. My brother Stoney, all he keeps saying is, it's about coaching. It's about coaching. It's about coaching. So the fact that these players are back and everybody knows Klopp is a 100% bang on top coach. Maybe you didn't. Maybe he's seen that you didn't need to make the signings. I don't know. I sound like I'm trying to defend Liverpool, but I'm just trying to get. These are questions that I want to ask.
Yeah, no,
Look
I get
what's happened at Tottenham.
Yeah,
look at what's happened at Tottenham. Like, we had one of the worst defences over the last 18 months, and we've only signed Romero, and Romero's not even played in the first team yet for Premier League games. And like Dyer and Sanchez look like world-class defenders at the moment. It's just like, what's Nuno done? What has Nuno done to get them working that well? It's crazy. So it does say.
No, it is, like you said, coaching is the biggest part of the game, and this is where sort of Klopp's philosophy comes in as well. I was actually yesterday, I watched his press conference when he was announced for Liverpool, just fancied a bit of nostalgia, and they mentioned transfers then when in his first ever press conference with us, and he said, look, as long as I get the first word and the last word, whatever goes on in between goes on in between. With Klopp, he wants particular players. He's not even that fussed about getting a Haaland or an Mbappe or a Sancho or a Varane or anyone like that. He needs particular players who can fit the way that we play the game. You look at Andy Robertson, for example. This guy is now the best left back in the world. And we got him for 8 million from it. No. Listen. Number two. Look, Alex Tellers is a good left back. Okay?
Number two.
No, listen.
He's not as good as Sergio Reguilon.
The reason everyone was talking about Luke Shaw last season, which don't get me wrong, he was amazing, but it's because we never seen him at that level before. The level that he reached last season is the level that Andy Robertson has been at for the last 3 or 4 years. Consistency. He needs to sort that out. But until then, Robbo's number one. And we got him for 8 million from a relegated Hull. We got Gini Wijnaldum, who we should have sold for 40, 50, 60 million if we didn't fuck up the contract situation. We turned him into one of the most respected midfielders within his role, who was an attacking midfielder from a relegated youth.
Right, and this is what I was really surprised with, the fact that he actually plays 2 different roles for club and country.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I was so surprised when I saw that, because he bangs goals for Holland.
He's basically a second striker. He plays behind the striker for them. He did that at is it PSV? I think he was at, and then Newcastle. And then Klopp brought him in and changed his role completely.
Coaching again.
Yeah.
This is what we keep saying.
It's a curse in a sense, because FSG, like I said, seem to be taking advantage of the fact they've got the best coach in the game. They can storm my house. I don't care. I'll be Andy Robertson. I'll get into Andy Robertson.
I brought some of this for James. I brought some of this for him, man. Oh my god, that guy on the last podcast, he was getting a nosebleed. I kid you not, man.
Oh god, man. Oh god, James, man. Jesus Christ. I was gonna. What was I gonna say? It's gone. It's killed. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
So can we talk about Arsenal's business?
Well, look. I mean, look. We've got 14 minutes. So we obviously don't have an Arsenal guy to try and defend their window. So let's all have a laugh at Arsenal.
Well, they got our long sort of rumoured defender Tomiyasu that Spurs have been linked with literally the entire summer.
Right. So
which I thought was a bit weird.
What I mean, do you obviously you think that you've got the better deal out of the two? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think what's happened with that is that we obviously got linked with Tomiyasu because that was a player that Paratici was looking at early doors. And I think once Nuno got into the squad and started working with the squad, I think he realised that we didn't need like a utility player, because Tomiyasu can play like left side centre back, he can play right back, he can play left back. I think we were ultimately looking for an out and out attacking right back, so sort of like a Reguilon or a Sessegnon that we can have on the right. And yeah, it looks like Emerson's the guy that they've ended up. I heard whisperings of it a few weeks ago, but I thought we've been linked with Tomiyasu, so didn't really think of it. But I've seen a few games of Emerson when he was at Real Betis before he signed for Barcelona, and I like him. He's a good attacking right back, can probably play wing back, so that might help if Nuno changes the system to a back three. I'm all right with that. But yeah, Tomiyasu, it'll be interesting to see what happens there now.
The thing is, I was talking with an Arsenal friend of mine who lives in Washington, right? And he says that deal. He says the deal doesn't make any sense because a couple years ago you signed William Saliba. That's the first centre back you needed, right? And then you send him on loan back to the French league, and then you bring in Ben White. So you could have already had Gabriel and William Saliba partnering to be a force to reckon with for Arsenal, and then all of a sudden you bring in Tomiyasu. I just don't get that deal. The only thing I can see from that deal is to attract the Asian market, right? Same way how Spurs has used Heung-min Son to attract the Korean market. You can see Arsenal may use that deal to attract the Japanese market. So that's the only way I see it as. I have never seen him play, so I don't know what he will bring to Arsenal, but let's see what he can do.
Well, Arsenal tried that with Minamoto and it didn't really work.
Yeah. I think, I mean, they've got much bigger problems and they haven't really addressed any of it this window, They just keep signing the same sort of players. They keep signing sort of overpriced, not that... Well, I mean, Ben White's a good defender, but you paying 50 million for him was just absolutely insane. And then they've got Odegaard, who's another sort of creative midfield player. They didn't need that. They've got loads of them. They needed a proper CDM because they need to get rid of Xhaka, but they're giving him a new contract. Just an absolute shit show, and it's brilliant.
I think the thing... I mean, Arsenal is a mess from start to finish. From the Kroenkes, Edu must go down as one of the worst directors of football of all time. Yeah. Arteta, he doesn't seem to have yet found an identity with Arsenal. In terms of the only thing we know is that he wants to play from the back, and he doesn't have the players to do it, and he keeps trying it and keeps forcing it on them. Ben White, I think, can be a good player for them and be a good signing for the future, but the problem with Arsenal,
the right partner, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Arsenal don't have any leaders in that team, and he needs an experienced head next to him. Lokonga needs a role model in the midfield to learn from. They don't have that. And then up top, Aubameyang's pretty much done. Let's be honest, he's finished. Lacazette, I think, is in his last year now. It's just a mess from start to finish for Arsenal.
The only two players that I've seen that have been consistent performers for them is Smith Rowe and Saka, and they're both really, really young. And to pile all of that onto them two, that they'll burn out very, very quickly.
But to put all that pressure, Stuart, onto Saka and Smith Rowe, you really think Arsenal are going to come into the top 10?
Well, the thing is, like everyone's saying, oh, they've got Norwich and they've got Burnley back after the international break before they play us. That's not two easy games, really, in the form that they're in.
Relegation 6-pointer against Norwich.
It's beautiful. But just before we go any further, we've just got a graphic of the roundup of all of the fixtures. Wow, that came up so quick. Look at what my hands were here. I didn't even press it and it was up straight away. But, I'm not sure how much of these we can actually see or focus on, but time scale wise, obviously the Vlasic was done earlier. Then we had at 9. Oh, are these times exact? They're so exact. We had Cristiano Ronaldo. We've had Corella from Getafe to Brighton. Connor Roberts from Swansea to Brighton. Does anybody know anything about Connor Roberts?
Yeah, very, very good youngster. For £2.5 million as well, I believe that was initially reported. That's a steal.
What is he, a wide man, central midfielder, defender?
He's a defender. Yeah, he's a fullback, I believe, right back, I think. I think he played for Wales at Euros, so he looked really good. So I think it could be a great signing for Burnley.
Santiago Munez.
Oh, that's
Anybody?
another team. That's another team that Newcastle fans will be raging tonight.
They always raging. That's the problem with. They're never happy, Newcastle fans. They got their highest points total in how much years, and they were still unhappy.
Mike Ashley is now bantering them so hard they brought in a player that is the same name as the character in the film Goal.
Oh God!
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh, what are they doing?
He's just absolutely bantering them at this stage.
Wow.
And you don't see Newcastle fans running onto the pitch.
No, well, that's all right. It's not a problem. We do what we need to do to get our club to spend the money. Maybe you lot need to run onto your pitch, then they'll start spending money.
Wah, wah, wah.
Right.
No,
we got God.
No, I was just gonna say I would just be told that the pitch monitor and everyone would just be getting the right coaching and everyone's fine, and it would never work for us. FSG just won't budge.
Oh, never mind. Daniel James, Leeds. Oh God, all right then. Look, we'll skip all of those ones. Thank you. Daniel James to Leeds. Abdullah Sima, Slava Prague to Brighton, undisclosed. Then loan to start. I never understand why these people do this. You buy a player and then you put them on loan straight away. You haven't even seen them play. Okay.
With youngsters.
Lookman to Leicester's quite an interesting deal. I didn't realise that one had gone through.
Emerson Royal to who's Tottenham?
This guy's funny.
We're the top of the team that's going to win the league.
Oh,
we're only going to score 38 goals.
I mean, the Conference League.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. At least it's a trophy.
Oh God!
About as
I need to talk to you about that, Stuart, but that might have to be enough for the ear one. What we got? Alex Kroll, Spartak Moscow to West Ham. Edward from Celtic to Crystal Palace. I really think that's a good signing for them. I really think that's a good signing.
I'm annoyed that Tottenham didn't go in for him because he is a good player, and that price is just crazy money.
Be a great backup million.
Yeah.
But
no one wants to be the backup, though. They don't want to be the backup.
It's
a difficult situation.
What else we got? TT from Bologna to Arsenal, and Solomon Rondon, who I thought played for somewhere else, and he ended up played for somewhere else.
I think he was
got that completely wrong.
He was out in China, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's where Rafa had him. That's who he was interested in. Camera lady, could you go on to the next screen, please? Thank you very much. Moise Keane, Juve 2-year loan. Cedric Aitan.
Yeah.
No, Reece Nelson, Feyenoord on loan. Dennis. He left. Dennis Pratt gone to Torino on loan.
Yeah.
Andre Frank, no, I don't. Aguisa.
Anguissa, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Camavinga, yeah, we all know that one went through.
Big one, yeah.
Hales. Who is this guy? Niels? Nope, I'm not saying that one. He's gone to Everton from Standard Liège. I'm assuming he's going to be a midfielder. Ethan Ampadu.
Out on loan again.
Wow, that's
He
what they
plays for
do.
Chelsea, doesn't he? So
Yes,
Yeah.
normal. And then Jack Hendry from why is Ostend to Club Rouge? We haven't got any Ostend or Club Rouge. Anyway, thank you, thank you, camera lady. Camera lady.
It's another picture, man. Read it.
Oh, it's a different one.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, camera lady.
You're struggling now.
No, I'm gonna.
You want me to read?
No, I'm gonna mute your mic. Ethan Ampadu, Chelsea. Jack Hendry, Ostend. We've got Frederick Gilbert, Aston Villa to Strasbourg. Tony Doyle, Man City to Hamburg. Mongo Bridge.
What a weird name.
Wow. Aston Villa to them. Nikola Katic, Rangers to Hydrick Split. Yangel Herrera, Man City to Espanyol loan.
These guys are.
I know that's not Jamie, but it's Alvarado. Watford to Racing. Alex Runnison, Arsenal to Leverkusen loan. And Hector Bellerin, Arsenal again on loan. Look, we bantered Arsenal a bit, and look, we've ended with them.
Well, apparently that's not the last deal, because we've just put Cameron Carter-Vickers to Celtic on loan because their window closes now. Their window's shut now, so that was our last deal. Celtic have just announced it.
Oh, what are they? Do they close at 12?
Yeah, they close at midnight.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'm just going to quickly say a couple of things. Firstly, Mr. B, I think you've just failed your audition to do like the scores on Sky Sports. I think that's like the roundup. Yeah, that's just don't worry about that, mate. You're not getting a call. But before we get off, is there which club apart from your own do you think's had the best transfer window? Personally, for me, yeah. Well, any club if dependent. For me, in terms of the Premier League, it's Aston Villa.
I think for preparing them to win, to do something in the league this year, Chelsea, unfortunately. I think they've just armoured themselves up big time.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think Chelsea. I think they bought the missing piece. I think Chelsea have bought the missing piece. I'd give yeah, I'd say Chelsea.
Squad is just ridiculous now.
I think Leicester has a good shot as well too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean this transfer window, in my opinion, has been dominated by 5 stories, right? And you guys can add in if you think so, if you think there's more or less. Coming in at number 5 is, will Harry Kane stay at Spurs? Coming in at number 4, will Paul Pogba be staying at Manchester United? Coming in at number 3, Manchester City signs Jack Grealish for 100 million. And then the last 2, I guess, are obvious. We would have never seen a transfer window where Lionel Messi, who is Barcelona through and through, leave the Catalonia club and go to PSG, right? So I don't think in a million years we would have saw that, but I mean, it is what it is due to financial situations at Barcelona. And then the world boss, the GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo, returning to Old Trafford. Those five, in my opinion, dominated this entire transfer window. I don't know if there's any other stories you guys can think of that really stood out there for you.
Well, I mean, for me, Nat Phillips' contract extension has to be up there because right at the start of the summer, it looked like you know he was getting sold, Nat Phillips, at the start of the summer, and now he's turned it round. Like I can't think of a bigger story personally. Like such a twist. Yeah, so that's right up there for me.
I don't even know what to say after that.
We'll just end it with Nat Phillips, as all things should be done.
There we go. There we go. That's the pinnacle of the window. Nat Phillips contract extension.
Oh my God. My God, my God, my God. The transfer window has officially closed. Thank for everyone for commentating, watching, giving us a thumbs up, subscribing, commenting, sharing. It's been hard today. I'm not gonna lie, but I've sat up here and I've watched all of it, and I didn't even do all the stressing.
Listen, right?
The boss is on.
The transfer window is officially closed. Thank you everyone for watching and commenting. Please give us a thumbs up and subscribe for more live streams from our fantastic group of football fans. And if you notice in the comment section, we're going to set up a GoFundMe and we're going to see if we can raise money to get Mr. B some glasses so that when we're on live stream, he can read what the flipping hell I'm putting up.
Thank you. James, could you play the ending video,
Thank
please?
you, everybody. Huh?
Can you play the ending video, please?
Just gotta quickly say, like, I kicked this whole thing off at 5 o'clock. I've watched it all the way through, and this has been an incredible experience. All the panelists, everyone who, fans of different clubs, all their opinions. Opinion is all that matters in football. It's why we love it. It's why we love the game. And obviously, just a massive thank you to Gems as well for putting us all together.
Yeah, well done, Gems.
Honestly, you have been a massive pain in the arse with all your messages, but you have absolutely smashed it today. So thank you so much. It's been.
I apologise for being a pain in the ass.
I'm joking.
Nothing's gone wrong, so it was worth the ass slapping. Honestly, thank you everybody. Thank you everyone that's been on the show as well. I think it's been amazing. I think we need to do more shows where we mix up the panels like this, get some good conversations going between the fan bases and not just individuals. I think it's been great fun. Every Sunday, 9 p.m, we do the Premier League roundup. Make sure you tune in for that with our host, Ian. And coming up tomorrow, we're going to do an England pre-match show and we'll be doing an after-match reaction. International break, so everyone can take a rest from the Premier League and enjoy the transfer window that's gone and passed.
When we're going to start gossiping about January then? Tomorrow?
Let's do it.
I'm having a break tomorrow. Like I said, I'll leave my address in the comments. I like donuts and chocolate orange. So yeah, send them my way. A couple of bath bombs there. Honestly, we will be back in January. We're going to be back with some more shows throughout the week, England shows, some more mixed fan base shows just to discuss, how the season's gone so far and everything. But honestly, thank you everybody that's appeared. You were amazing. Everyone that's hosted, love it, brilliant. I think Mr.
Thank you very much, guys.
To run the outro now. Right.
See ya.
We are out. If I can find the video.
Ronaldo's coming home.
Yeah. He is not the GOAT. And it is so disrespectful.
Coming home. Ronaldo is coming home.
My final word, the GOAT is not Ronaldo, and it's disrespectful to Maradona and his presence and his name for you to even say that.
Yeah.
And Emil Heskey. And don't forget.
Hi, this is Gemma from FTB SPORTS. On Transfer Deadline Day, we will be live from 5 p.m. until midnight with a live special D-Day stream. Panelists from across the whole of FTB channels, fan bases. We'll have special guest appearances through the night. It's going to be full of banter, full of fun. It's D-Day for the fans, from the fans. So come and check us out. FTB Sports YouTube, 5 p.m. until midnight, Tuesday.